Hey, what's going on, man? Good. Y'all wore blue shirts today. Was it blue shirt?
We'll be starting here momentarily. Just waiting for someone. All right, good morning, everyone. It is 9:02 a.m. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. If you all please join me for a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. All right, thank you. Supervisor Patty, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Eyes. All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. And Clerk of the Board, can you roll call, please?
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Villapadua?
Present.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Ding?
Here.
Chairman Rickman?
Here. All right, thank you, everybody, for being here. If you can look around the room, you are in the safest place in the county right now. All right, I'm going to turn it back over to the Clerk of the Board for recognitions and presentations.
Thank you, Chairman. Our first recognition this morning is by the 5th District of Charles Gracie, who is promoted to the Grand Master in the Arts of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And I would like to invite Mr. Gracie down to the podium as I read this recognition. This is being presented to Charles Gracie of the Charles Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Academy in recognition of your promotion to Grand Master in the Arts of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, reaching 8th degree coral belt on March 14th, 2023, and your considerable contributions to the expansion of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in the Northern California region, presented this 23rd day of May, 2023. Chairman Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle. Mr. Gracie, thank you very much for being here. You want to say a few words? I know you're never short of talking, so it's all yours.
All right. No, first of all, I want to say thank you so much for this recognition. I came from Brazil 1997, and I live in Tracy since 2005. It's a very nice community county here. It's very beautiful. I want to thank you all you guys for the hard work, and it'll be a pleasure for me to be here today and represent not just the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu community, for the Gracie family as well. And just want to say Bob Rickman, it's been a good friend for many years, and he's been doing Jiu-Jitsu also, and he's looking someday to receive his black belt.
Thank you, Charles. I'm going to turn it over to the boards, and we're going to start over Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Can you tell me what the difference of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu versus, give me a 1 minute critique, Jiu-Jitsu versus karate versus?
Yeah, they call Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu because Jiu-Jitsu came to the United States in the early 90s with the UFC. And it's a difference between Japanese Jiu-Jitsu and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu because my grandfather is the one created all the chains, created the Jiu-Jitsu in Brazil. So that's why it became so popular in Jiu-Jitsu today, or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, is the '1 sport growing faster all over the world. It should be just in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in the 1925s when my grandfather opened the first academy, and today it's pretty much all over the world.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I've had the pleasure of meeting, I think it must be your cousin. There's a female cousin, the granddaughter of, is it Helio?
Yes,
Gracie?
Helio Gracie, it's my granduncle.
Your granduncle.
The youngest brother of my grandfather.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as this has grown in the family, and as prolific as the family are, there's so many children that have carried on this tradition and brought it to higher levels of awareness. And there's people that save lives and people that have been able to learn how to defend themselves and also compete, internationally and make a name for themselves as that sport has grown, jiu-jitsu, thanks to the Gracie family. Having once upon a time been a boxer, I appreciate, and I always remember, in Argentina, there were great boxers, and we used to always hear about the jiu-jitsu coming out of Brazil. And so it's just fascinating to see in the last 20 plus years and longer, that legacy and how it's growing. So congratulations on doing that. I'm glad to see that our chairman has his white belt, and he'll be working towards an orange belt, then I think the pink belt, then followed by the purple belt. So he's got a long ways to go, but at least he wears his tie to reflect the color of his belt.
Exactly. Yeah. No, thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. And Charles, how long would it take you to choke out Supervisor Patty?
I know he doesn't need to get choked out.
Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you for being here and on this very special day for you. I mean, it seems very amazing. I'm not sure what degree of belt it is, but it seems like you spend a lot of time and discipline doing it. So if you could get more folks to do it, I think that would make the world a better place to live. So thank you for your time.
No, thank you. And I just want to let you guys know, in Jiu-Jitsu is the hardest martial art for you to achieve a black belt. We don't promote any person. They have to be at least 21 years old to receive a black belt. So if you are adult and you start training Jiu-Jitsu from zero, it takes you about 10 to 12 years to receive a black belt. So it's harder than to get your degree in a college or university. You know, it's a big responsibility because the overall, we're teaching a lot of skill self-defense for law enforcement, Marines, personal, regular people. It's a very leveraged system, and you need to know what you're doing, what you're applying, because it's easier for you to break somebody's arms, legs, or choke them out. And if you don't teach them the right person the right way, it could be a very dangerous type of martial art.
Can you demonstrate that on Supervisor Patty? No? Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman.
Bob has a lot of friends here.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I want to say congratulations. And I just have a question. Were you part of the family that trained Nick and Nate Diaz?
I'm sorry?
Or were you part of the family that trained Nick and Nate Diaz?
Oh, yes. Yes. He's training under one of my cousins, for many years. And he's a great fighter. He's well represented, not just the Jiu-Jitsu community, but the Gracie family as well. We're very proud to have the Diaz brothers under our umbrella.
Well, that's great. Thank you for helping them. The world made Stockton famous. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Charles, thank you very much for being here. And congratulations to you and your family. You know, like you said, you and I have been good friends for a long time. So it's great to have you here to be recognized. You do so much for the community. And, I mean, I know being in law enforcement myself and my brother, and, you know, what you've done for law enforcement, help train, because what many of us in law enforcement know that, you know, a lot of times if you get in a fight, it's going to go to the ground, and the best way to get home to your family and your children is to survive that initial attack. And you've saved many lives, not just in, like you're talking about, in the military, but in law enforcement and throughout. So thank you very much for your friendship. Thank you very much for what you've done for our community, and thank you for being here. And, you know, if you could come up here, and I'll present you with a certificate if the board would like to be here. And again, my offer is open. Supervisors, you know, he's coming. If you tackle him real quick and just put him and see what happens.
I think we need to demonstrate on you.
Thank you, Charles. Turn it back over to Clerk of the Board.
Chairman, next we have the proclamation of May 21st through the 27th, 2023 as Emergency Medical Services Week in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite our EMS Administrator, Jared Bagwell, and members of the Fire Chief Association to the podium as I read this proclamation. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service whose teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Services Week, whose 2023 theme is Where Emergency Care Begins. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of May 21st through the 27th, 2023, as Emergency Medical Services Week in San Joaquin County, and encourages county officials, employees, and residents to observe this week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Passed and adopted this 23rd day of May, 2023. Chairman?
Thank you, Rochelle. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. As you can see, there's a crowded house today to represent all the different sectors and components of EMS. And so I did want to recognize them, not necessarily individually, but to note that we have emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, first responders, emergency ambulance personnel, nurses, and trauma surgeons that touch these patients every day. And so these are the folks that should be recognized, and I do appreciate your efforts today.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Marvell, very much for being here. I know Mr. Edwards and Mario, would you like to say a few words? Excuse me, Chief. I apologize.
Oh, that's perfectly okay. Good morning.
You didn't say Chief on there. This would give my defense here.
Chair and Board of Supervisors, good morning. Rick Edwards, Fire Chief for the Stockton Fire Department. Thank you for recognizing EMS Week here in San Joaquin County. As the Fire Chief, it's a great honor to be here this morning to speak with you about EMS Week. This week provides us a valuable opportunity to recognize and celebrate the incredible contributions of our EMS professionals, including our EMTs, our paramedics, and our emergency medical dispatchers. This week marks the 49th annual National EMS Week. In 1974, President Ford authorized EMS Week to celebrate EMS practitioners and their essential work in our nation's communities. And this year's theme of EMS is Where Emergency Care Begins. In keeping with this year's theme, I wanted to share a brief history of paramedicine. On July 14th of 1970, the Wedworth-Townsend Paramedic Act was signed into law by then Governor Ronald Reagan. With this act, California became the first state to adopt legislation permitting paramedics to provide advanced medical life support. This includes intravenous therapies, advanced airways, and cardiac defibrillation. In 1973, the Emergency Medical Services Act was signed into law, establishing a federal grant funding for EMS systems. And in 1974, Dr. Ronald Stewart, an emergency medical physician, was placed in charge of the Paramedic Training Institute. He modified the paramedic curriculum and wrote the first paramedic training manual. Locally here, in 1976, more than 47 years ago, the Stockton Fire Department became one of California's first fire department-based paramedic providers, a tradition that continues to this day. Last year, our firefighter paramedics and EMTs responded to almost 18,000 emergencies here in the city of Stockton. Today, the Stockton Fire Department has a combination of 60 paramedics, EMTs, and emergency medical dispatchers on duty every day to serve our community's needs from 13 neighborhood firehouses. Our EMS personnel are highly skilled and trained to handle a wide variety of emergencies, from accidents and heart attacks to traumatic injuries and medical crises. They possess the knowledge and expertise to make split-second decisions, offering comfort and compassion to their patients and their families during some of life's most challenging moments. This week also allows us to highlight our fire departments and ambulance partners' collaboration efforts. Together, we form a seamless network of care, working hand in hand to provide the best possible outcomes for our community. Our firefighters and paramedics train side by side, constantly updating their skills and knowledge to ensure that they can respond effectively to any situation they're called to. EMS Week is a time for us to recognize our EMS professionals' courage, expertise, and dedication to our communities. We are the backbone of our community's healthcare system, and their selfless service deserves our utmost respect and admiration. Thank you very much for formally recognizing EMS Week and supporting the community's paramedics, EMTs, and emergency medical dispatchers.
Thank you, Chief. Mario.
Thank you, Supervisors, to give me the opportunity to thank you for allowing us to be recognized this week as EMS Week. I appreciate being up here, and especially this week and today is because this is the first time in my career that I can remember we ever being recognized as part of a team that provides professional service to the citizens of Stockton. So I look in the crowd and I see the people that we work day to day with, and I appreciate not only the 85 people who I represent as the president of Stockton Professional Firefighters, but I see our other members out here in the community, AMR, and the different fire groups that I appreciate them, and we appreciate working side by side with them, providing the best service. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to thank my members, and thank you.
Thank you, Mario.
Good morning, Brian Hajic, the Regional Director for AMR here in San Joaquin County. I won't recycle everything that was just said, but I do want to highlight a common theme here, and that is this EMS system doesn't work with one cog of the gear missing. So with our fire partners, with our air ambulance partners, with the leadership of the San Joaquin County EMS agency, that's what makes this EMS system so robust. It doesn't matter what patch you're wearing or what color your fire engine is or where you're at, you're always going to get the same high quality care from this EMS system, for which I'm very thankful to represent AMR and our 332 employees. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else before I turn it over to the board? All right, seeing no one, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Canepa.
I just want to say thank you guys for your service. I mean, when people are at their most stressed level, you guys show up and take care of our families and people that are in the county and employees and loved ones. And a lot of times I don't think you guys get the credit that, especially after COVID and all the stress and all the mental health issues that you deal with, and as an organization and the stress that you all have. So on behalf of my family, I appreciate it because of the professionalism and, I mean, the way that you guys have each other's backs. 18,000 calls, I mean, for the city of Stockton, that's just the city, is just absolutely crazy. So coming from the city, I appreciate what you guys do, and I'm glad to have you all here and say thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. EMS, Emergency Medical Services, correct? It's really critical care. I mean, people's lives are in danger, and every second, every minute counts. And it is exactly true. It is a team effort. It's whoever's first there, whoever's most capable and competent to jump in and help and to respond. And that's oftentimes people in the back of the room, law enforcement. It could be firefighters. It could be AMR. It's the cog of support and services are so vital, and getting into the care, getting to the hospital, and making sure that everybody's connected and responsive to a manner that we're saving people's lives, that you, each and every one of you, every day, answer that call and never know when that might happen. So we respect, appreciate, and understand the value that you have in our community, and glad that we can celebrate today. But it's really every day that we appreciate each and every one of you and your contributions. And that's from the front of this room and every agency and person that you represent to the back of the room and throughout this entire county. We truly respect and appreciate each and every one of you and your role in helping save lives in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. First off, hats off, Chairman, for bringing this recognition forward. I'm kind of hung up on Mario's words right now. This is the first time EMS has been recognized. Is actually kind of shocking. Anyway, so good news for the board. I moved on from Australian Ballot because obviously the elections office isn't listening to me anyway, and I moved on to Socrates. So Socrates, just before he passed away in 400 BC, was talking about the making of a city and what makes a city and a community. And there's three elements, and number one is public safety. Without public safety, you cannot have a community. So anyway, I just want to thank you all for all of your service.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding, and our Vice Chair Villapudua.
Yeah, Supervisor, Supervisor, thank you for bringing this forward. As I look out, I see nothing but heroes. I lost my mom and dad last 3 years ago, but I can tell you how many times EMS came out and helped my mom and dad as much as they could. You guys are truly heroes, and thank you for everything you do for our community.
Thank you, Supervisor or Vice Chair. And again, thank you all for being here, taking the time out of your day. I know some of you probably work graveyards and operating on zero sleep. And, you know, as Supervisor Ding mentioned, you know, public safety is the top priority. And I think as an elected official, our top priority is to make sure our residents, our citizens, people that are coming through our county are safe. And that is where you come in. And I've had the opportunity to work with, you know, many of you, if not you personally, you know, allied agencies. And so I see firsthand the work that you do. I mean, it was cool. I was reading your shirt there, Reach. And, you know, you get these car crashes and these violent crimes out in the middle of nowhere. And if it wasn't for the helicopter picking these folks up and taking them in, you know, who knows if they would have survived or not. So thank you for what you do. And it's always awesome to see the bird come in, right? And, again, just thank you. And just know that as a county and the Board of Supervisors, we're here to support. And if you ever need anything, please, you know, reach out and let us know. Again, you know, you can't do your job if you don't have the resources or the personnel to do that job. So again, thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. If you would all please join me up front, and everybody but Supervisor Patty can come up here. I'm going to be on them. I'm going to be on them all day. All right, before we move to public comments, just for items of the day, one slight change. We are going to move closed session till the end. So that will come after, well, that's what the end suggests. It'll be at the end of our meeting today. So with that being said, we're going to move on to public comments on consent items. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, and minutes, appointment, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form, which is form here like that, if you address the board, and just remember you have 3 minutes. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and start with the public comment form. Chris Elias.
Eric Mann.
Good morning.
Elias is my name. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Gooley to go first, and I'll come after him.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is there a Mr. Gooley here? Oh, he is. I didn't see you. Sorry, you were a snake. You would have bit me.
Yeah, hi, Dominic Gooley, civil engineer, and I'd just like to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank the EMT because they possibly could have saved my life when I had a minor stroke a couple years ago. I'd like to also welcome Mr. Kiernan to San Joaquin County. I'm a civil engineer, and I remember the first time I drove into San Joaquin County, I was coming from Napa with my girlfriend at the time, and I drove across the Rio Vista Bridge, and I was just amazed at how much water. And then I drove across Bolden Island and saw all these islands, and they're all below sea level. So I'm not sure you're familiar with the San Joaquin Delta, but it's an amazing place. And I invite you, if you ever would like to go out there. I represent 7 reclamation districts, 1 irrigation district. I used to work in construction. I've built a bridge, I've retrofitted bridges, but it's an amazing place, and it's very critical. And I'm sure you're aware we're involved with a war against the people that want to put all the water underneath of our delta. So that'll be going on for a while, and I'm sure you'll be involved with that. I'm staying out of that because there's a lot better people that can fight that battle. But anyways, the delta is an amazing place. I hope you get a chance to get out there on a boat, and welcome aboard. You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gooley. Mr. Elias, you would like to, your turn again.
Eric, good morning.
Good morning.
And members of the board, good morning to all of you, and great to see all of you this morning. And it's very great to see you as well. So the reason why I'm here this morning is to respond to a written submittal that was provided to you by email by Mr. Gooley. And I thought he was going to reference that document this morning, so that's why I yielded to him, so I could then respond to some of the specific information that was provided in that packet. So in the packets, I just wanted to kind of touch on a couple of things. There were a number of misinformation that were provided in that pack in his submittal, and I wanted to categorically speak to just 2 items on that were kind of misinformation. So first is that he made provided some misrepresentation in that report that the agency had the U.S. San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency had received some reimbursement from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for flood control project we had done back in the 90s. And yes, indeed we did. And then he then further alleged that he didn't know what we did with the money, that the money was supposed to be returned to the people, and that we never did. And that is that's not accurate. Funds were reimbursed, and the board made decisions to reimburse a significant portion of that reimbursement to refund them to the ratepayers of this community. And it's on the record. And I bring it up because back in 2019, at the time Supervisor Patty was on our board, he made a call that he appeared at several meetings making some allegations. Then we put together a staff report on September 19, 2019, debunking all of that and then laying out clearly how the funds were spent, what reimbursement was received, how much was refunded, and then how much was reserved to pursue other projects within the jurisdiction of the agency. So I wanted to make sure that I laid that issue to bed, because I didn't want it kind of hanging out there that the agency in some way or somehow withheld funds that were supposed to be returned to the residents. That's first. And the other piece that I wanted to address is in the area of the formation of the Joint Powers Agency. He seems to assert that we go into areas to do work where we don't have authorization, and then we try to impose our will on the reclamation district. That again is incorrect. I'm here to assert the fact that we work collaboratively with the county public works as well as with the other reclamation districts
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Carla. You know,
Still not going to do it.
you're stressing me out because I've been thinking about it all week.
It's puny. Good morning, Board. Good morning, Chairman. I'm going to discuss something on this session because I don't know if I'm going to be able to be here that long, depending on what you guys are all doing. So on discussion one, you're talking the Clements School Community Center is requesting funds to renovate. And if you've never been out there, it's the old schoolhouse out on 88, just as you go out of Clements to go up to Jackson. And I've done several events out there, and the ladies and people that handle that are just fabulous, and the schoolhouse is wonderful. So I think they're asking for funds to renovate the parking lot and stuff. So just if you take a look at that. Then the other thing, I'm going to talk about Shasta County for a second. So they were sent a letter by the Attorney General of California, Banta, and they demanded that they have an elections procedure put in place by May 6th, because it's 6 months before our election. Their election isn't until March, so they have until October 6th. So the Attorney General was wrong. So just know that. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about, so Shirley Weber, our wonderful Secretary of State, on May 2nd put out a regulation election observation rights and responsibilities. It's something that came out last year. The public comments were due December 22nd. This one is a revision of this, and it's due June 16th, so I just wanted you guys to be aware of it. It's 47 pages long. Some of it is very vague, and I will be sending my thoughts on it to her, but I just wanted to let you know it's out there, and it's fairly good size. So anyway, that's all I have to say today, so I appreciate it, and thanks.
All right, thank you. Steve Stevenson.
Good morning, Chairperson Rickman and Supervisors. My name is Steve Stevenson. I'm a business rep with UA Local 442. As you know, we have several hundred members across San Joaquin County. And right now, a contractor, Mark III, they're out of Sacramento. They're performing work on the Catellis Airport project. There are no apprentices on this job, which impacts how many at-risk workers and young people we can enroll into our apprenticeship program. Of the 4 bids that the local signatory contractors to us could have won in the first 2 phases of the project, only 1 was awarded to one of our signatory contractors. In fact, during the first phase, they only sent bid packages to only 2 of our signatory contractors for each of the crafts, where typically 4 to 6 contractors would be solicited. When a contractor like Mark III gets a project like this, it creates pressure to lower our wages for our members, so the contractor could compete with the bids. Let's be clear, the economics of this project allowed for them to pay area standard wages. Their competitors are doing this right now on similar projects. Now that we know the results when developers race to the bottom in the construction of their projects, we can take what we've learned to get better results. Over the next few years, there will be private projects coming in front of you that may or may not provide an opportunity for good construction careers. Without the board being intentional and insisting in those projects follow a high road construction model, we will see similar or worse results as has taken place with Catellis. We look forward to working with you and the county staff to make sure San Joaquin residents get the opportunities for these future jobs and provide a good, safe middle class. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jason Lindsay.
Morning, Chairman Rickman and Supervisors. My name's Jason Lindsay. I'm president of Iron Workers Local 378, and I'm here with a few of the other construction trades to share with you what our community has lost in the construction of Catellus' airport project. We're here today to hopefully point towards a direction where thousands of area residents can gain greater benefits from a project like this one, rather than be harmed. Our region certainly needs good middle-class jobs and career pathways to them. This does not happen by accident, but is realized partly by good public policy. When Catellus promised good family-supporting jobs and providing opportunity to young workers, we took them at their word. What has and is happening at the site shows we should have not done so. What could have built into the lease and entitlement documents for the project is an obligation to use apprentices from our local training programs and to pay family-supporting wages. For my trade, they do have a union contractor for a small part of the project, but the great majority of hours go to a contractor called Seaside from Norco in Riverside County, who does not have apprentices and certainly does not pay area standard wages. In 2021, in a 2021 email from Catellus' Bill Kennedy, he stated over 70% of the hours on the project will be union. They made similar commitments to this board. We don't believe the number has been anywhere close to that. We hope to work with you in the future to make sure major projects coming before this board will provide the workforce community benefits needed by San Joaquin's working families. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Liz Sutton?
Good morning, Board. I'm Liz Sutton with Sheet Metal Workers 104, and I wanted to share with you our experience on the Catellus Airport project. A project like this will need hundreds of workers over various phases. When using union contractors are used, it's guaranteed dozens of apprentices from our local area will be part of that workforce. It creates opportunities for workers to be paid what they deserve and ensures the security of health care. Non-union construction workers are 3 to 5 times less likely to have health care coverage than any other professions. This can be fixed by creating standards on projects like this. Any projects built on county land should have a requirement to provide local workers with the respect, dignity, and benefits of health care and livable wages. This will level the playing field for low road and high road contractors. This is what is best for families here working in San Joaquin County.
Right, thank you. Juan Perez.
Morning, Chair, Supervisors.
Morning.
I'm Juan Perez speaking this morning for hundreds of union electricians who live in our county. Over the last 3 years, my union, along with the plumbers and pipe fitters, sheet metal workers, sprinkler fitters, and iron workers, and many other unions have entered into agreements with industrial developers covering over 25 million square feet of construction in our county. At each of these many projects, new opportunities for our youth have been created as apprentices. From our program here in Stockton, that will be employed. Millions in area standard construction wages will go to local families to be spent in their communities. This is certainly not the case at the Catellus Airport project, where a low road contractor is doing the electrical work. No apprentices, few if any local workers, and certainly not family supporting wages and good benefits. Catellus promised you better. They did not deliver. If we want good job opportunities for local residents, we must do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Meta Rodriguez.
Good morning, Board.
Morning.
I want to say thank you to the first responders as well. So I wanted to give an update on Dignity's Alcove, just to refresh everybody's memory. Dignity's Alcove is a veterans facility here in San Joaquin County that closed its doors on February 10th of 2023, displacing 23 homeless veterans. They are currently in the process of reopening. They have found a location that will be able to house 14 veterans for now. We looked everywhere for a building in San Joaquin County, and we were given buildings that were not up to date. So none of those buildings fell through for us. And they could not house veterans with disabilities. We were offered some help from politicians here in the county and Sacramento. And like most politicians, they were good at talking but not following through. So I'm here asking for you guys to listen and help these veterans. This director has done everything on her own to get this facility back open and never asked for help, even through COVID. And I think that says a lot about our county. These veterans deserve more than what they are being given because they have fought for us and we're not doing the same for them. I am so tired of seeing them being given crumbs while we're watching the county spend millions of dollars on projects. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Melanie Knott. You can raise that if you on your right there. There's a little button on the oh, here we go. Nicole's coming to help you out there. It's like magic.
That was the button the little boy used on me one time. I knew it was there. All right. Good morning, Chairman Rickman, Board of Supervisors, Melanie Knott, a resident of San Joaquin County. Our founding father, George Washington, said, "It is the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey His will, to be grateful for His benefits, and humbly implore His protection and favor." Samuel Adams also said, "The liberties of our country, the freedom of our civil constitution are worth defending against all hazards, and it is our duty to defend them against all attacks." I will continue to make this Board of Supervisors and county residents aware of this threat and attack. Our county elections have been replaced by selections. In essence, they've been stolen. They're unsecure. There is foreign interference. Voting computers and software are vulnerable to hacking, and early and universal mail-in ballots disenfranchise legal eligible voters. This is a serious matter that affects many San Joaquin residents who may not be aware that their sacred right to vote is and has been under attack. What I would say at this point is perseverance, persistence. Supervisor Ding, you're right. We should be listening. We should be looking at the Australian ballot. And I will continue to keep that out there. That's my duty, because our country and our county is under attack. And I'll continue to come before this board and tell you that until we have a resolution. I'll close with this. Thank you for recognizing the real need for the Citizen Elections Advisory Committee. We already have an example in California in Shasta County, so let's get rid of the computers and their software, like the Hard InterCivic system. Let's go back to implementing voter ID, return to paper ballots at the polling precincts where ballots can be counted by citizen poll workers, and return to one-day voting. It would be nice if Election Day was a holiday. Together, we can do this. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, thank you. Is it Pestar Easter? Pastor John, excuse me. Pastor? Yes, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Chairman.
Morning.
Supervisor. My name, first of all, is Pastor John Easter, Greater New Hope Deliverance Church of God in Christ. And I have a few hats, so I'm going to just take a few moments to tell you the things I've been doing. I have also a veterans program, VeteransForever.us, since 1999. I've also sent in, asked for grants here in the city. I'm well known in the community. Going back to my church, I built a church, also a contractor, 25 years in the union, and also I've been a contractor since 1991. So I have the skills, so I put those skills to work. If you have gifts, if you don't use your gifts, then the Lord will take them from you. I am currently right now building 2 buildings for veterans. All the paperwork is in the county, and the other paperwork is in the city for the encroachment permit. So all we need now, we have bought the plans with $15,000. We've been paying money to secure all the avenues what the city is asking us and the county is asking us. But we'll be doing the work for all these years. You know, some of the problems is through the pandemic, we never quit. We've been helping veterans over the years with post-traumatic stress. Now we got mental health. So I get kind of double portion of it. I get now the mental health at my church. We work for the mental health program. We're doing all these things so that we can succeed. All can cheat, but when you get down, you have to use your own money. I found that out. I own the property. We bought the plans. All we need now is some support. If you can waive the fees to what we're doing, we can groundbreak. We're ready for groundbreaking now. We want to talk to the mayor, and I'm talking to the supervisor here and chairman. If we work together, we can do this. It's not going to be a lot. It's 2 homes. But that's taking some veteran off the street. And I guess my time is up. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Pastor, thank you. All right, that's all the public comment forms I have. Anybody else wishing to address the board on items that are not on the agenda? And none, we'll bring it back to the board and close public comment. We'll go to approval of minutes, and we'll look to approve Board of Supervisors regular meeting minutes of March 28th, 2023, April 25th, 2023, and May 2nd, 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. I'll get a roll call, please. I'm sorry, let's vote. Minutes of March 28th, 2023, April 25th, 2023, and May 2nd, 2023.
That sounds really funny.
Yeah. I was, oh my God, I'm having an episode.
That sounds funny. Is there something wrong with the recording? Sounds like a bullfrog.
All right. Threw me off my game for a second. Move on to consent items. Consent items 1 through 52. Any board member wishing to pull anything?
Just have 11 and 15.
All right, we have 11, 15, and 25. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to we'll move to item number 11, Supervisor Campa.
Mine's easy. Just on that, the agreement for the JOC agreement, or however you call it, it's in 2014. So why doesn't that get updated, the contract? You would think that's a whole 9 years. Is there a reason?
Through the chair. Good morning, Supervisor Canepa. Actually, excuse me. Yeah, 11 is the JOC award. Actually, item 10 is the corresponding services agreement with the Gordian Group from 2014 that you're referencing.
Sorry, it was 1,800 pages of reading, so Dropbox wasn't loving me, so I couldn't put my notes in there. So, yeah, that one then. Sorry, Chair, the other one that he just said.
10.
Yeah, number 10, so that is a contract amendment for the Gordian Group for the services related to number 11, which is job order contracting.
Speaking of item number 10 right now, correct?
So that was the 5-point-something million, and so why is it stay open? Is there any term where that needs to stop and then you need to start anew, or do you just keep amending it? I mean, right? Was that the one that was 2014? The
2024 to 2027. Yes.
But that's new. But I mean, it was. I made a mistake then, because one of them shows the 2014, and we're just keep extending it and extending it and extending it.
From the first time, yes, we've been very pleased with their services, and they're one of the premier jock consultants, and so yes, we have continued to extend that contract with them, and that's what we're here. I believe this is the 4th amendment, correct?
So we just keep piggybacking and piggybacking off of.
That's what we have been doing, yes.
And that's through council. That's okay, or I mean, how long's the contract for government? I know. I mean.
It's not legally precluded. I mean, when they revise it, when they extend it as they are doing so here, it's renewed.
Okay, and it's open for everybody to get in on it then. So I mean, it's not a closed-end contract with just them. So somebody else can get what they've got, correct?
We've not gone out to RFP for this, so we have been, as Mr. Kieran indicated, we're not precluded from continuing to extend this contract.
Okay.
So we've not gone out to RFP.
Okay, just as long as it's above board. I mean, I was just kind of alarming that I looked down there and saw that the contract was from 2014, and people that were way board of supervisors many, many moons ago were still on the letter. And it just kind of thinking, why wouldn't we update that?
Sure. Just for clarification, there's nothing which legally precludes this procedure. If, as a matter of policy, you wish to go out and get for bid, you could certainly do so. That's up to the board and up to the department.
Okay. So going forward, we're going to look at that. I mean, but if it's legit, then I'm okay with it. But I mean, I just don't want to commit to something that, you know what I mean, isn't an open process for other people to have the opportunity to get the bid.
Understood.
Yeah, through the chair, Supervisor Canepa, part of the strategy with amending for a 4th time the Gordian Group's contract with the county is for expediency. We have a very aggressive construction program. We'll be coming to your next board meeting to give an update on the 5-year capital improvement plan, for which job order contracting and the Gordian Group are integral components for success. Okay. And I do foresee, prior to the end of this term, us doing exactly what you're talking about, going out and soliciting the marketplace. But from an expediency perspective and the costs associated with doing a protracted bid process, we felt it was more prudent to continue to roll with the Gordian Group, benefit from efficiencies with our program over the past number of years to deliver successful projects, which are of paramount importance to the major construction projects coming down the pipeline in the next 18 to 24 months.
Okay, so they're intertwined. So I mean, they're obviously doing work, and they've been doing it for that long, so that's why it's continuing. Okay, thank you very much thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Supervisor. You also have 15. You pull 15? ROV?
Hello. Just on that, so I mean, when you come forward with something like that, I don't know what past practice was. So I mean, what going forward, is that just the norm, state norm, or those timelines that are on there for just destroying certain things?
Yeah, and
and it's just randomly done, or we do it every year, every 3 year? I wasn't.
Well, so there's a schedule of exactly when we destroy the document. So this is basically a collaboration of all of the documents that are throughout government code, election code, and this is putting everything in one place for transparency for the board, for our department, and also for the public to see, hey, here's a collaboration of all the laws, and it references each law that is applicable to that, so that the public understands that we're not just coming up with the 22-month rule or the 6-month rule, and so it's all here in a document with the code to back up why we're doing that and when those certain things come up to date to be destroyed.
Okay, because it was just important with all this election stuff that coming through, and I'm thinking, okay, this is on consent, And if it doesn't get brought up for folks to talk about, they say, oh, you're destroying documents. And I just wanted to make sure that this is legit and that everything that we're doing in there. So it's just on a semi-annual basis then that they come forward and you destroy whatever, so we don't have files upon files upon files.
Correct.
And then managing them is difficult and getting rid of them is even more difficult.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Ding.
Yet, and there's nothing here in our documents when you hold the records for. It's like IRS is 3 years and 7 years. How long are you holding these records for? And what exactly is being held so we can do a collaborative, transparent process here?
So the document that was attached, it lists each item, and then it explains the type of.
You just tell me. What date are we going back to?
We're destroying everything that's listed here that has missed the date of the 22 months. So if it's beyond the 2-year requirement, then we are going to destroy those records.
So it's 2-year requirement from today's date or the past election, or?
From today's date, anything from today's date, I would say.
So everything from last general, or excuse me, not the last election, the 2000. What year is this? So the 2020 election?
2020 is being preserved because of the court case
Correct.
That's pending, so we will not touch the 2020 general election. That the only time something has to be reserved or preserved for longer is if there is a court judgment by a judge or a pending case or warrant. And so if we have something like that, then we hold on to those documents. So the 2020 is going to be preserved until I get an order from a judge that we're okay to destroy that. So at this point, that would not be touched. Everything else would be.
So everything prior to 2020?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. All right, thank you very much. Supervisor Patty, poll 25.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, I believe Director Woods is here. I wanted to just get a little highlight from Director Woods. This is approve an agreement with San Joaquin County Office of Education to provide CalWorks vocational education and training services from July 2023 through June 2025. Myself and Supervisor Ding are taking a little dive into vocational education, and we've spoken with many partners and seen what's going on. Could maybe just share a little bit about the program, the follow-through, the success, maybe some of the personal experiences that you have on this? And then the next question, as I always ask, is, what more are we doing, can we do? And is there any chance we can expand this if we enhance the training programs we offer here in the county?
Okay. Good morning, board members, Chair Rickman, Chris Woods, your Director of Human Services. So CalWorks, this program is specifically focused on CalWorks recipients. CalWorks recipients are assessed to determine the best course of action to help them gain employment and further their self-sufficiency. Our partnership with San Joaquin County Office of Education has been longstanding. They provide a 12-week training course in business technology, construction technology, culinary arts, and they do that 3 times a year for us. And the construction technology, the courses include on-the-job training with participants receiving certificates upon completion. So this is a 2-year agreement, and what we do is we assess the CalWorks recipients and refer them to the courses that are of interest to them, we think that they can be successful in. In 23-24, San Joaquin County Office of Education believes they can serve approximately 90 individuals in those courses. And in the 9 months in 22-23, beginning in July, 64 participants participated with a 40% completion rate. And there's 2 sides to a completion rate. One, if everyone is completing it, it probably is not worthwhile. There are challenges that our CalWorks recipients have in completing and raising their children and meeting the expectations of the course. And that also completion rates are challenging at this point because of the state has loosened the requirements for participation to this point, and now we are re-engaging our customers and moving forward out of the COVID era. So I anticipate that our completion rates will increase, and San Joaquin County Office of Education has been a tremendous partner for us to move our customers to self-sufficiency. Now, this is a program that's completely state and federally funded. There's no net county cost to this, and we always want to see our customers complete courses that help them transition to living wage jobs. I think, we've, at the agency, we've really worked closely with the community to try to develop other community-based organizations to take on this type of training and reach our customers. And I think if we can continue to build and work with a diverse group of community-based organizations, I think that's a worthy mission for us to expand our reach.
Excellent. And I just wanted to everybody kind of hear that there are things in motion and many success rates. And there's, I'm certain, lessons learned along the way. Again, myself and Supervisor Ding are looking at, we're engaging with different partners and talking with everybody from our WorkNet with Patty Vergen, Director Vergen, as well as County Office of Ed, private partnerships locally, so public and private partnerships. So we'll sit down with you as well and kind of see what else we might be able to do to enhance and create a larger campus of opportunity for education for local jobs. So appreciate that this money's passing through. It's a long-standing program. County Office of Ed offers many great programs for those that are outside of high school as well as those in, and they're always looking to expand. So we're having some great and meaningful conversations and kind of taking a listening and learning tour. So I wanted to hear from you about this project and in the future how we might be able to enhance and expand it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate you, bringing me to the table for those conversations. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to inject our recipients, our customers, into other programs that we can pay, incrementally for their placement into other programs as well.
Yep, as one of my political idols will say, it takes a village. So thank you, appreciate it, and
thank you.
Thanks for your support and the action you do. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. All right, seeing nobody else in the queue, entertain a motion to approve consent items 1 through 52.
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Go ahead and vote, please. All right, it's adopted 5-0. All right, we're going to move to in-home supportive service public authority. So we are going to recess the Board of Supervisor meeting, and this board will be acting as a governing board of the in-home supportive service public authority. So the in-home supportive service public authority meeting, will be convened. The 9 a.m. public hearing for this item is to conduct public hearing to adopt the in-home supportive service public authority fiscal year 2023-2024 recommended budget effective July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, totaling $8,786,094, and approve the in-home supportive service public authority salary schedule and interagency agreement. So we have our Mr. McHugh there. Well,
morning, Chair.
Like boom, pop up. So good to see you. Want to go ahead? Do you have anything?
Yeah. I'm going to cover a few things and thought that this would be a good time, since there's a number of new supervisors here, to talk a little bit about public authority and IHSS in general terms, to give an idea of what our purpose is and what our services are. Start with the governor's budget proposal, which minor changes in the May revise for IHSS and the public authority. There was just small increases related to caseload. And on the IHSS side, which the county administers, there's additional funding for enhanced services for minor recipients and their families. So this will be a new funding that will be coming in. But there are no significant changes and no decreases, which the governor's budget is not projecting a recession. It's exercising caution, I guess. There are no cuts to IHSS or the Public Authority on the table at this time. Public Authority was established as an entity separate from the county, and we provide a number of services. We are the entity that bargains with SEIU for wages and benefits with IHSS workers in our county. We conduct background checks on providers, DOJ background checks, and inform the county as to whether they're able to be hired as IHSS providers or not. We establish a registry of IHSS providers. These providers have had the DOJ background check as well as reference checks, and they are available to work for people that do not have providers and are looking for someone to care for them in their home. We recruit, train, and maintain the registry. We do provide training to providers other than registry providers. The recipient, though, is always responsible for interviewing, hiring, training, firing their workers, although we can provide assistance in those areas if it's needed. There's a new service, emergency backup provider system. This started in the fall, really is just getting rolled out right now. We have a separate listing of emergency backup providers, and these providers are available to go out on short notice, cover for providers unavailable for reasons like illness or something sudden that they're absent from caring for their recipient. The provider does receive an additional $2 an hour for that work only. And recipients that ask for this service are limited to 80 hours per year, and recipients who are considered severely impaired are able to get an additional 80 hours with approval. Previously, we had an emergency backup system that wasn't an open system, it was through APS, and that was rarely utilized. We get some years 0 calls, some years 1 or 2 calls. We had eliminated that as it wasn't something that seemed necessary. This is only during our business hours. And the funding mainly just reimburses us for the work we actually do. So that funding will only be utilized as the services are utilized. In our county, we have IHS recipients that are low income, are aged, blind, or disabled residents who are in danger of out-of-home placement. They don't get the in-home services that they need. This program really is designed to prevent those expensive hospitalizations in nursing facilities, and boarding care homes, and those types of things. We currently have 8,616 active and on-leave status recipients in San Joaquin County. Our oldest recipient is 109 years old. And when I ran these numbers, the youngest was 10 months old. The average age of recipients is 59. Quite a change over the last 20 years. The average age of recipients was significantly higher, but we now get more. The portion of the program that's serving disabled people is higher. A lot of it has to do with things like advances in medical care and also the federal government pushing home and community-based services. Really want people in these lower cost environments that are also shown to be better for their health and their well-being. The percentage of recipients over 65 is down to 49% now, whereas When I started, it was 49% under 65. So it's not a huge flip, but it's definitely changed. 78% of providers on this program are relatives. California is one of a handful of states that decided early on, although in California it was through a lawsuit in the 70s, that the program would reimburse family members for taking care of their family member. Some states don't allow that. Overall, that 78% of the providers are family members. Some of providers who are professional providers started as family providers, and then by the time their family member passed away, they've been out of the workforce so long, they were now looking at this as a way of making a living. Professional providers, some are listed on our registry. Average hours that a recipient gets countywide is 109 hours and 43 minutes. This is a very steady number. It's been pretty steady, although it has come down a little bit over the last few years. A lot of it is due to the caseload growth, so newer cases need fewer hours. Wanted to give you kind of a visual of our recipients and where they are, and it makes sense. Of course, the vast majority are in Stockton, followed by Tracy, Manteca, then Lodi, and on down. So the recipients are, more likely to be in a more populated area. There are a handful in every part of the county, though. So the farthest corners that you can imagine, we have folks out there. We have over 7,800 active and leave status providers in the county. And of those providers, just over 2,000 cares for more than one recipient. A good portion of those are providers who are doing this as a job. Look for recipients, and they even get reimbursed mileage between recipients if that's the case, how their schedule is set up. Some of those are family providers, though, they have a couple, or in some cases there are more than one disabled child living in a household. They're taking care of both of them. The most hours worked by a provider in 1 month, from the stats that I pulled in April, 360 hours, but the average hours, 111 hours. The median is about 86. Average age of San Joaquin providers is 50 years old. California workforce, average age is 36.7 years old. So it's a significantly older workforce. And I'm going to talk just very briefly about benefits. That plays into the age. The cost of benefits is fairly high. Our oldest provider is 95 years old. About 10 years ago, I was in the office and we had a provider come in with their recipient and their provider. So it was a 95-year-old person that an 85-year-old was taking care of, and the 75-year-old was there to help take care of the 85-year-old, which is a good example of you do what you can for as long as you can, and then get the help that you need, when you need it. The longest serving provider started in May of '87. That's 46 years ago. Likely a family provider. Average provider works 119 hours, under 120. Providers do get, state law, they do get 3 sick days a year. But other than that, there are no statutory benefits. Benefits that we provide through the agreement with SEIU are providers are situated similarly to recipients to where they live. The larger portion live in Stockton, and that makes a lot of sense because they're more mobile than the recipients. But again, there are providers in every part of the county, as well as providers that commute into our county. As you know, I'm sure well aware, the COVID-19 emergency has been kind of wound down. We still are distributing some of the PPE purchased with COVID money. We expect to run out this month. Our agreement with the SEIU provides for $7,250 a year for PPE. But once we run out, we won't have any more until we purchase that amount in the fiscal year. We'll likely make that purchase around August or September. Public authority administers provider health care benefits, which, as you look at the budget, you see that as absolute majority of the funding that we get goes to provider benefits. Currently have about 890 providers enrolled. We're at what is considered the maximum based on the cost and the funds coming in. So there is a wait list of about 125 active providers waiting for benefits. Now, wait time translates to about 7 to 9 months. Provider benefits have come through Kaiser. They have health and vision through Kaiser and through dental through United Healthcare. We have the trust that the providers get their benefits through has an add-on, a supplemental insurance policy that reimburses providers for all of the co-pays. That allowed us to have a higher cost plan with $500 emergency room co-pays, but the providers get reimbursed for that. Providers that work 60 hours or more are eligible for benefits. That's obviously a majority of the providers are eligible for benefits, so not a lot of providers take it. So a fair number probably have other benefits either through their job or spouse's job. Some of the training we provide is through an online system called Care Academy. We've had about 600 providers registered for this online training system, with about 300 of them actively doing training currently and 1,800 hours of training done over the last 2.5 years. Providers seem to really prefer having online training available because their schedules are pretty varied and they're taking care of their families. When we've talked to providers about this, that's something that they very much appreciate. And the lessons are broken down into 10-minute segments. So maybe they're on the bus going home, they do 10 minutes, maybe they have a short break after dinner, they do another section. State started a statewide program called Career Pathways Training, a pilot project which is ending in the fall. I'm not sure how many providers have participated, but not very many in our county and not very many statewide. A hybrid training system where the trainings are done live, and some providers are able to register to get into the training via Zoom, but most of the training is being done on location in different counties in California. Not sure if this will lead to anything, but the goal of that was to get people that are providing home care training, which is very beneficial to them, but also which gets them thinking about a career in healthcare, maybe going into working in facilities or board and care homes. The program has grown pretty dramatically this year. These numbers are estimated, actual, combination of the actuals for the year to date and estimates for the rest of the year. Estimated about 9.8, over 9.8 million service hours, which is about a 12% increase over last year. IHSS recipients expecting about year to end with about 8,619 and just about 669 providers. Total wages paid would be, if that holds, the total wages paid would be just under $170 million. The budget recommendation, we're recommending $7.7 million for provider benefits, and this is based on the hours projection. We pay 70 cents per hour for benefits, and that's an increase of just over $1 million. Public authority salaries and benefits is a bit of an increase to $842,000. That's primarily due to increases in county job classes. We've linked our job classes to specific county classifications, so when those classifications get an increase, our classifications do the same increase. We're only tied to the county salaries and not benefits, so we're separate in that regard. It was just a good way of keeping our salaries current without having to continuously hire consultants to do studies, kind of where we were when we first started. But the links are pretty well established and in place for 2000. Our service and supplies budget is, we've had some savings in that, and part of that is through some decisions we made about necessary changes in software. Our options on the table last year that would have required some additional funding, but we were able to work that out with. And most of that is as well as reductions in things like postage, which are doing less, a lot less paper than we used to. Total comes to $8.786 million recommended budget of wages and benefits. If the board doesn't have any questions, I'll ask you to open a public hearing.
All right.
23-24 Public Authority budget.
All right, thank you, Director. We do have some comment up here from the board, so we'll start out with Supervisor Canepa.
I'm just on the hours. What was that per?
Service hours. So the program is has to have, the Medicaid system requires it to have an hourly rate, just like any other Medi provider. So for the public authority, there's an hourly rate of a certain number of cents. For benefits, 70 cents. And it's based on the total service hours that providers provide to recipients.
Okay, so then the other question, that funding, so obviously this doesn't cover, who covers the rest of the cost of the hours?
So the hours cost is reimbursed. Basically, the hours are paid through the state, Public Authority Administration, county administration, and provider benefits are paid through the county. The state reimburses the county fully for Public Authority Administration and the county administration. Benefits get reimbursed fully, but the county pays, for the program, the county pays an annual, what's called a maintenance of effort payment. A fixed amount and approximately somewhere around $17 million.
So that $17 million gets us $170 million in payroll, basically?
Yes, plus if you add in the administration, which I honestly don't know the county administration, not off the top of my head. The public authority is obviously dollars. So.
Okay, and then one more question. So that 22% of people that aren't relatives, do they have to be certificated, or how does that work?
No, they don't. They do have to go through the DOJ background check.
So that 22% of the people takes care of the difference between the people that are in home.
In some cases, they're neighbors. In some cases, they're friends. In some cases, they're people they met out in the community, such as a church or a center. But there are people who decide to do this for a living, and they start looking, meeting people. And
They have to do multiple people then, obviously, right? Or no, right? Because the numbers.
Multiple people. Again, the average is 110 hours, so most people don't need that. There are people with less than 60 hours.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. All right, don't see any other board members, so we will open it up. At this time, we will open up the public hearing. So the public hearing is now open. So just remember, everyone, that there will be a time limit of 3 minutes for public comment. So anybody wishing to address the board, you can please come forward. Mr. Woods, I was informed that you would like to make a comment, or no? Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no one, so we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for any final comments. If there is no final comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Go ahead and vote, please. All right. Well, everybody but Tom. Tom, you can't go. All right. So I want to go ahead and do a roll call.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Supervisor Villapadua?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty? Supervisor Ding?
Okay.
Chairman Rickman?
Yes. All right. It is approved 5-0.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Director. All right. We will adjourn the Home Supportive Service Public Authority meeting. And the board will now be acting as a governing board of the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. So we will convene the Flood Control and Water Conservation District meeting. It will be oral presentation regarding the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and that includes all district. Mr. Buckman and Mr. Chetley, welcome. And I can call you Mr. Buchanan this time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, and good morning, Chair Rickman and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman with your Department of Public Works. This item is the last in a series of 5 presentations we are making at the request of the Chair regarding the county's water-related activities and committees. We also provided a memo to the board several weeks ago regarding the status of the Proposition 1 water storage investment program. Today's presentation is about the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, and at this point I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Director Alex Chetley to make the presentation.
Fritz. The district was created by the state legislature in 1956 for the purpose of constructing, operating, maintaining, and planning flood control, water supply, and drainage projects. The district is countywide, with the Board of Supervisors serving as the governing body of the district. Enabling legislation designates the Director of Public Works as the flood control engineer with certain delegated authorities, which include reviewing and issuing floodplain development permits, enforcing floodplain-related development requirements, and addressing violations of floodplain ordinance requirements. District powers include establishing assessments and fees to fund district activities, and the ability to form zones within the county to fund construction projects and investigations related to flood control and water resources. Other key activities include grant administration and project delivery for flood risk reduction, flood preparedness, and emergency response projects. The district is a member agency of the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, SAJAFCA, and the McCalmy River Water and Power Authority. The district itself, which we call the Mother District, is funded primarily through a designated portion of the 1% general ad valorem property tax. And the Mother District funds a variety of activities, including regulating development in floodplains per the National Flood Insurance Program requirements, participating in the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA's community rating system, program that provides discounts to local flood insurance policyholders, providing technical assistance to channel maintenance crews in complying with federal and state requirements, and providing flood zone information to constituents and educating them regarding flood risk. There are 3 zones established within the Mother District, zones 2, 9, and 10. First zone I'm going to talk about is zone 2. In 1989, Water Investigation Zone Number 2 was formed to fund the county's water resource planning activities. Zone 2 is countywide, including the cities. Zone 2's funding comes from countywide property-related fees, and fee revenues are used to pursue the broad goals and objectives set forth in the 2015 Strategic Plan to Meet Water Needs adopted by the Board of Supervisors. And these include preserving and protecting local water rights, including area of origin protections, managing groundwater and complying with Sustainable Groundwater Management Act requirements, SGMA requirements, protecting the Delta Water Resources Common Pool, maintaining and developing new water supplies, developing funding programs to meet water supply needs, and supporting water conservation programs. Next, I'm going to talk about Zone 9. In 1961, the Board of Supervisors created Zone 9 to provide for maintenance of existing channels, levees, and associated structures. Zone 9 funds the maintenance of 107 miles of project channels and 216 miles of project levees pursuant to agreements with the Army Corps of Engineers and the State Department of Water Resources. Project levees are those that are built as a part of the federal flood control project, of a federal flood control project. Zone 9 funds are also eligible for maintaining about 100 miles of non-project channels as resources allow. However, as a practical matter, funding has been insufficient for many years to maintain non-project facilities, except for emergency storm response. Zone 9 activities also include installation of erosion control material, along with debris removal and vegetation management within channels. These efforts are an integral part of maintaining FEMA's accreditation of county-maintained levees that keeps the properties they protect from being mapped into flood hazard zones. Zone 9 is funded by a combination of property assessments and an allocation of property taxes. Finally, the last zone to talk about is Zone 10. In 1976, the Board of Supervisors created Zone 10 to address emergency flood fighting efforts for 5.3 miles of levees along the McCallum River during periods of flooding. Zone 10 funds activities to provide for labor, equipment, and conveyance necessary to remove excess water flows from the Zone 10 area. Zone 10 is funded through property assessments on those parcels that benefit from these flood protection activities. The Board of Supervisors created the Advisory Water Commission, or AWC, in 1986. Before the AWC was formed, many controversial water-related items were brought before the Board of Supervisors. The commission was created as a venue for the local water community to vet these issues and make recommendations on water issues coming before the board. The commission may also make recommendations to the board on its own initiative on any water-related matter, including but not limited to flood control and drainage, water distribution and conservation, underground water conditions, water pollution, water supply needs, and water quality. The Advisory Water Commission, as its name implies, has only advisory powers and consists of 23 members, primarily from cities, local water agencies, and reclamation districts, plus an at-large member, business community member, and an environmental organization member. Aside from the assigned duties in the county's Flood Control and Water Conservation District Code, the AWC has evolved over the years into a very useful information sharing forum for our local water community. Public Works serves as staff to support the Commission's meetings and activities. And for much more information about the district, its projects and activities, along with budget information, we have a very robust website. You can visit the district website at www.sjwater.org.
Thank you, Mr. Chetley. Chair Rickman and board members, this concludes our presentation. Mr. Chetley and I are happy to address any questions your board may have.
All right, thank you both. All right, don't see anybody in the queue. Oh, actually, I do. Supervisor Canepa.
So, which water tour did we go on in which district? Because I wasn't quite sure. We went for a little field trip.
That was almost entirely within District 4.
District 4.
You meant the flood control water. That was actually we did touch on a little area inside Zone 10, but Zone 2 is countywide, and that's for planning activities only. We were also in a portion of Zone 9, which fans out in a big triangle shape, starting with the city. And fans out towards the foothills. And so we spent a lot of time in Zone 9, but Zone 9 funds levee maintenance activities as opposed to water supply types projects like we are looking at.
So those, I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure, the funding wise, because you were saying that they didn't have any funding to do the thing, that they just got some funding. So are all these funded separately? It's just kind of daunting, all of the different overlay and overlap. So.
Yeah, it's complicated. The DREAM project that we did visit that day, the in lieu banking project that we visited several of the facilities, the planning for that was partially funded by Zone 2, partially by East Bay Mud, partially by North San Joaquin Water Conservation District. So that kind of project can be funded by Zone 2, but Zone 2 can only fund planning efforts, not construction of the project itself.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Dean.
Thank you. Okay, so looking at these maps, I'm assuming, unless I'm missing something, I've seen Zone 910. Campo is not in either of these.
Correct.
So they don't have it's because they don't have an assessment district.
That's correct. In addition to these flood control district zones maps, we also have county special districts, county dependent special districts that perform some combination generally of water, sewer, street lighting, and storm drainage. The Campo area is not within any one of those either. Because the flood control districts don't provide direct services to residents. The Zone 9, they maintain levees, and Zone 10 provides emergency flood response efforts, but they don't provide service to individual properties the way the dependent special districts do. But you're correct that there is no district in the Acampo area.
Okay. And then my last question, I have to ask this, and I know it's probably irrelevant. Removing debris and vegetation. Settle an argument between my two sons, Connor and Stephen. Did we at one time put hippos in the Delta to eat vegetation from the Public Works Department? Do you know anything
about the hippo part of it, but many years ago.
Yes, no hippo.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Not the hippo part, but
the crocodiles?
Not the crocodiles either.
Okay. Somebody's unemployed. Okay. Thank you. And excellent breakfast for your workers yesterday. I thought that was astounding to do that and recognize everybody that had worked so hard this year, especially through the flood. So I appreciate the invitation. Thank you.
Glad you could join us.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. All right, seeing no one else, we will go to public comment. Anybody from the public wish to address the board at this time, just remember you have 3 minutes. Please come up and state your name for the record.
Various reclamation districts. Thank you guys for bringing this on the agenda. As you know, you guys appointed me to the Advisory Water Commission, and I'm serving at your will, and I appreciate it. Since that time, I've done quite a bit of research. I found the San Joaquin County Water Conservation District Act from 1956. It's hard to find. It's not on the internet, but anyways, I found it. And that act gives us a lot of power. We can divert water outside of the county that flows into the county. We can store it. We can use it for purposes We can generate hydroelectric power. There's a lot of power that gives the district. And in that, there's a little history in my notes there of how all these districts were formed. But in addition to the act, there's an ordinance, the county ordinance with the flood control ordinance establishes the Advisory Water Commission. And I believe that it would be useful to use the commission more aggressively than we have in the past. I mean, I've printed it out and you guys can all look at it, but it's a who's who of water in San Joaquin County. And we have in San Joaquin County some of the premier experts in the state on water, specifically Nomalini, Herrick, Mr. Nudek. They're all very, very valuable resources that I think we should use. You guys should use them. The Advisory Water Commission is supposed to report to you guys every 3 months. They're supposed to meet every month, and they have the ability to meet on all aspects of water. I outlined all those things that they do there. And then when it comes to taxes and assessments, they're supposed to be, the Water Commission is supposed to have public hearings on things. So I think, like I did, I went back to the beginning and looked at all that stuff, and I think it's a good idea. Maybe Mr. Kiernan can go back and look at some of the stuff and review some of it, because it's interesting, and water is a very valuable resource. And as Chuck Wynn always used to say, we don't have a water problem here in San Joaquin County, we have an infrastructure problem. And currently, right now, there's 23,000 cubic feet per second flowing past Vernalis, and there's 11,000 cubic feet per second flowing out of Don Pedro. So half of the water flowing past Vernalis is basically coming from Don Pedro. They have too much water. San Luis Reservoir is full. It's almost overflowing the freeway there. So we have opportunities, and we can build on it. And there's a lot of water here, and we can surely store it and capture it.
All right, thank you.
One last comment. It was
it needs to be very short, because everybody gets
very short.
Everybody gets 3 minutes.
From the act, the district has the ability to charge $2 as an ad valorem tax, $2 per $100 worth of assessment.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, your time is up. Thank you. We appreciate it. Anybody else from the public wishing to address this board? And no one, will bring it back to the board for discussion. See nobody in the queue. I just want to say thank you both, Mr. Buckman, Mr. Tetley, for being here every week and letting people know some of the programs and committees that we do have. And that's one of the reasons I brought this back, or brought this to the board, to let people know, our different committees that we sit on, what the county does, especially you two, and all the good things that you do. Water is the lifeblood to San Joaquin County. And I know we were all just in D.C. on the week of the 7th for Council of Governments, even though with transportation we were talking about, but we were able to talk to our Congress folks, our Congress members. I know, for example, Congressman Duarte, about water and flood protection. And even though it's not raining right now, we are not out of the woods yet because of the snow melt. So it's something that, we are keeping an eye on very diligently and making sure when that snow melts that, our levees can hold. And we do have, several different projects in line and to hopefully alleviate some of the concerns in the near future. But of course, we need money for that. And that's one of the reasons we go back to D.C. and one of the reasons we talk to our federal representatives. But again, thank you both very much for not just educating all of us, because, I don't sit on, this committee. And so it's very educational to me, but also educational to the public again. So thank you both very much. So with that being said, I'll entertain a motion.
The chair, I don't believe this item actually requires a motion.
You don't need a motion to accept or anything? Nope, we're good. All right. And if that's the case, then we will adjourn the Flood Control and Water Conservation District meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we will reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. All right, moving right along here to discussions. This is from D4, discuss and consider funding request in the amount of $184,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act Fund number 20250 to the Clements School Community Center for improvements and restorations. I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. And I see Tom and Joanne are back there. So Clements, $184,000. Basically, you're building them their city hall. I mean, Clements, it's a community that takes care of themselves. They ask for very little. I was at a dedication this morning for our Delta Aquatic Center. Just a beautiful new center that's going to provide recreation and access to the Delta. But City Manager Harry Black made a comment. It just really caught me. We talk about dollars, we can talk about process, but what we really invest in people. And when you have people that step up in our community and try to take care of themselves, we need to pay attention to that. And I want to thank you too for stepping up and being supportive. I'm sure they're going to have a few things to say. But this is so vitally important for an area that's kind of on the outskirts of San Joaquin County. And you've got people, we're investing in people to basically take care of themselves. And they ask so little. So I would very much appreciate this. And if you get a chance to go out there and stop by and see this beautiful, beautiful historical building, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. I don't see anybody in the queue. So we will open up for public comment. Anybody from the public who wishes to address the board on this item, if you would just please state your name for the record. And again, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Chairman Rickman, supervisors, I want to thank you in advance for your consideration today of our COVID relief funding through ARPA. And my name is, like I said, Jeff Wright, and I'm representing the Clements School Community Center Board of Directors, and the grant was submitted by our Board of Directors to you that you have before you today. With me today is our treasurer, Joanne Barbero, who Mr. Ding referenced, and her husband, Tom Barbero, who has really spearheaded the restoration of our community center in Clements. The negative impact from COVID, as we all know, since March 2020, has wreaked havoc not only on our country, but our communities, our cities, our small businesses, and especially our 501c3s, which our Clements School Community Center is, a 501c3. Our ARPA proposal today complies with all the government guidelines for eligible services and one-time investments in infrastructure. For pandemic recovery and rescue, we are requesting funding for capital improvements and restorations to our Clements School Community Center, that has been impacted by the COVID pandemic. All of our requests for funding are for infrastructure, which are non-recurring expenditures and will provide benefits for many years to come to our local community. ARPA investment in our Clements School Community Center will provide long-term financial stability to our 501c3, our local nonprofit providing essential services to the local residents of Clements. The COVID relief funds will allow our community to stabilize from the COVID-19 pandemic and recover temporary operating shortfalls until economic conditions resume and normalize. We want to thank you for your time and consideration of our requests to help revitalize our community and stabilize the public health emergency and the negative impact of COVID that has had on our residents and especially to our Clements School Community Center and our 501c3. Thank you again for your consideration, and we are here to answer any questions if you might have them of us. Tom Petty told me to be brief, so I was. Thank you again for your consideration. If you have any questions, we'll do our best to answer them.
All right, thank you. If we have any questions, we can call you back up, so you don't have to stand up here.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the public wish to address the board on this item? Seeing no one, we'll bring it back forward for discussion. Looks like we have Supervisor Patty.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I wanted to compliment, by the way, Our speaker was Mr. Jeff Wright, the very famous, well-known Jeff Wright from in Lincoln School, the Jeff Wright Academy of Engineering and Construction. So you've been a fantastic leader and an example of doing things different and better here in the county. We appreciate this and bringing this through. Supervisor Ding and in his district, and you are right. I mean, just looking at the request, there's so many donations that are happening, and it's such a small ask. I appreciate Supervisor Ding bringing this to the board for funding and participation, that little bit that the county can offer in help. But Clements is an absolutely great community. Absolutely love going to the Lockford Meat Market over there in Clements. As I know, you know, I'm only joking. I know it's not there, but I have been through Clements. We've been through Clements many times, and this would be great to have somewhere where youth activity and residents in that area could go to. So long overdue, fantastic project. Glad that, thanks to, again, Supervisor Ding and this board, I'm very much in favor of it. So thank you all for bringing this to us.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Supervisor Canepa.
I agree. This is exciting to be able to give money, you know, when money's tight. So I've known Jeff Wright for a very long time, and I know that he won't squander the money because he's a very responsible human being. So I'm glad to support this.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Anyone else? Just real quick, you know, thank you for being here. Very good presentation. Thank you for Supervisor Ding for bringing this forward. And, you know, of course, you know, I support this. But, you know, Supervisor Ding brings a good point is, you know, Clements is, you know, a small community, and it seems sometimes that the smaller communities, you know, north or, you know, south, and, you know, is forgotten in favor of the bigger cities. So, you know, thank you, Supervisor Ding, for looking out for your district and the community, and like Supervisor Patty said, it was saying, community service or community center serve a purpose, and just as the name implies, community. Community comes together for whatever purpose it may be, our kids, students, our seniors, and so on. So I'm glad to see this going to a vote, and we'll see how it plays out. So with that being said, why don't we go ahead and, well, do I need a motion? Well, I do need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Second.
A motion and a second. Go ahead and vote, please.
Can we bet on how the vote will turn out?
Right, it is adopted 5-0. Congratulations. Good vote. All right, we're going to move on to item number 2. This is for the CAO's office, adopt use guideline, the process for supervisorial district funds. Mr. Wilberding, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chair Rickman, and Sandy Regallo, Assistant County Administrator from my office, will be making a presentation about the supervisor district funds as requested. Ms. Regallo.
All yours. Good morning. You want any water or anything?
I have my water right
All
there.
right. All right. You break it? You break it. Comes out of your paycheck, just to let you know.
I'll let you do it, Rochelle. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sorry about that, and I'm excited. It's still good morning. Good morning, Chairman Rickman, members of the board, CAO Wilberding, and welcome, County Council Kiernan. I am Sandy Regala, the Assistant County Administrator, and I am here to present the proposed use guidelines and process for the supervisorial district funds. I'd like to provide you a little bit of history on these funds before we get into the policy. So these started during the 2003-2004 budget. The board at that time approved $100,000 per district, so for a total of $500,000, a general fund allocation in the Board of Supervisors, Clerk of the Board budget. In 2005-06, the allocation was increased to $200,000 per district, so for a total of $1 million. In 6-7, during the budget hearing as well, the allocation was increased to $500,000 per district, so for the total of $2.5 million. Then In March of 2007, the board adopted some use guidelines for the supervisorial district funds to be implemented with the allocation back down to the $250,000 per district and to be effective in the 7-8 budget. Then in the final budget hearing a few months after that, in the 2007-8 final budget hearing, the board approved to discontinue the program and policy. And so from that point on, the program has not been reinstated. So fast forward to January of this year, your board directed staff to return with some proposed guidelines and the process for these supervisorial district funds. Then staff from the County Administrator's Office, the Auditor Controller's Office, and County Council met to review and establish these guidelines and process. So we started with the 2007-8 guidelines that the board at that time approved, and then a board member did give me a couple of the policies from Sacramento County for two types of funds that they were able to draw down from. And then we also looked at Stanislaus County for that. So we got together and we met, and this is what you're going to be seeing here in a couple of moments. So today, if approved, $250,000 will be allocated in each of the board district funds within the Board of Supervisors 2023-24 budget and will be available for use on July 1 of 2023. If approved during the budget hearing. So these are some key elements of the policy. So the County Administrator's Office, as part of the proposed budget each year, may allocate up to $250,000 for each of these supervisorial districts. In years that the county budget is not structurally balanced, no funds will be available for this purpose. Unspent funds will not be carried forward into the following fiscal year. The Auditor Controller will maintain and track the uses of these funds by each district. A board member, upon review of the merits and needs of the proposed projects and activities, will prepare the board letter for the board's consideration. The district-funded projects must be approved by a simple majority vote of the board and will be subject to the existing county policies and business practice. So some factors, some things that we'd like you to consider. So these district funds can be used as startup funds for the community programs or activities benefiting the community within each of your respective supervisorial districts. Projects and activities will primarily result in public benefit within the supervisorial district, but those benefits may extend beyond your proposed district limits. These projects and activities will have a nexus to county-operated or funded programs. Funding for the projects or activities should be considered one time. Any organization receiving funding must agree to be audited as required by the county. Funds cannot be allocated on a retroactive basis, and funds cannot be used for political purposes. So this would be for a future budget. So obviously, because we'll be coming over with the proposed budget in a couple of weeks, so not for the 23-24, but starting 24-25. Board members may identify future projects or activities proposed to be funded with these district funds to be included as part of the upcoming budget. So, and if approved during the final budget hearing, those projects and activities that we would list in the budget book or in the budget will not require a separate board item. And then just please remember, any projects or activities not in the adopted budget will require a separate board item and be subject to a simple majority vote of the board. So similar to the process that we have in place right now. Then the process. So board members will identify the potential projects or programs and forward those to the County Administrator's Office. Then the County Administrator's Office and the Auditor Controller will review the proposals for consistency with the criteria, the requirements. Then at that time, the board member will prepare a board item which will be subject to a simple majority vote. Outside organizations receiving funding will be required to submit project status reports with each invoice if it's a longer project. They would have to submit status reports, which we will review to monitor project status and identify any issues. A list of outside agencies and organizations receiving funding will be provided to the Internal Audit Division of the Auditor Controller's Office for possible inclusion on the list of contractors to be audited. And then for allocations to county departments for programs or services, the county administrator staff will prepare an appropriations transfer form to transfer appropriations to the budget unit. Then we already come to the board each quarter to provide you with the financial report. We will include these activities of the by district in that report. So if you approve, our recommendations would be to adopt the resolution establishing these use guidelines and process for the supervisorial district funds effective July 1, 2023, and direct the county administrator to allocate $250,000 in each supervisorial district fund for a total of $1,250,000 in the 2023-2024 Board of Supervisors, Clerk of the Board proposed budget. I thank you, and the county administrator and I are available for questions.
Right, thank you very much. Bring it to the board. Looks like we have Supervisor Petty.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of things I want to throw out for us to consider, review, and get some answers on. Yesterday in meeting with Mr. Gala and our CAO Wilverdeen, and looking at different uses of funds and possibilities, one thing that we discussed was currently right now everything has to go, correct me if I'm wrong, but so far the criteria that we're putting forward is everything has to go in front of a board for approval. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So yesterday we had talked, and something I think this board may want to consider is that, let's say up to, and the CAO's office has authority of up to 50,000 without having to bring something to the board. If there's something that might be done, that needs to be done expediently, we have through the CAO to get approval of, because there's a criteria of use of funds, but we go through the CAO up to $50,000. Anything above that would come to the board for a one-time use of funds if it's above that 50,000 threshold. And there could be a mechanism that if by some reason there's a dispute on use of those funds and the CAO says, no, I'm not comfortable, or there's a question on it, it can then be brought to the board outside of the CAO if and as needed. So that would be one suggestion I would suggest that we consider and discuss. Also, couple things that stand out that might be problematic for me is it says where funds can only be used for county operated or funded programs. I think that's what I would be concerned. Like, for instance, we have today a great example of a pastor that came here, and he's got a program going in his community, and he's looking for some funds for a couple of houses that's going to use for veterans. Now, that may not be in any capacity a county program or funded entity or anything else, but if that were in my district, I'd want to sit down with that pastor, find out the use of funds, and he might need X amount of dollars. I may not use all of my money, but I may be able to do something for that pastor and something he's doing in the community for the veterans, and I would find it of good use. But again, it would come to the criteria of the thresholds and where it could be used. So I think that would be worth us, this board, looking at and opening up the horizon of what could be utilized in those funds. Through the chair, county council, there's a statement in here that says cannot be used for political purposes. I'm wondering, is that in any way, shape, or form a concern for you that, let's say, for instance, I give in my district to a pastor and I help that community projects enhance and do whatever needs to be accomplished, would somebody say that's for political gain because you've done something for constituents? and therefore I've violated the tenant and use of those funds, does that look like a trap door or no?
Through the chair. I would not interpret that as problematic. I mean, necessarily any expenditure of funding is going to have political implications insofar as it benefits your constituencies. I would interpret, if the question were asked of me, what constitutes political purposes. Obviously, you couldn't use the money to fund your campaign, for instance, or to travel about your district for fundraising for a campaign. So if the question were put to me, I would interpret it in a reasonable manner, and the scenario you just set forth, I would not say is a political purpose, because necessarily the money's going to be spent to benefit your constituents, and that's always going to be political in that sense. But I don't think it is in the sense that this is.
Understood. So would it be better suited, if you see there's no issue at all, or would it be better suited to say it cannot be used for political campaigning? Would that be more comfortable? Or if this is a non-issue, I'm fine with it.
I don't want to start redrafting it here in the board meeting. I think maybe the difficulty with narrowing it down to just campaigning is there might be other situations where it would be inappropriate. But I'd have to spend some time brainstorming in order to come up with that language, and I don't think it'd be good to do it at this point in time. To answer your question more directly, though, I don't have a problem with the language as it is. I think as long as we interpret it in a reasonable, common sense manner, it shouldn't present a difficulty.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, County Council. So also I wanted to bring up in this, it says unspent money should not carry forward if unused. But it also says right before that, it says that if we do not have a structurally balanced budget, no funds will be available for this purpose. I think we need to clean that up because, again, following that, it says unspent funds will not be carried forward into the following fiscal year. Let's say in my district I spend $30,000 and there's $220,000, and let's say, for instance, we don't have a structurally balanced budget, but it says no funds will be carried forward, but I didn't spend $250,000. So theoretically, I should still have $220,000 in that account of discretionary funds to spend, even though we may not have a structurally balanced budget. Does that make sense?
I'd like me to address through the chair. So when we met, and we went back and we looked at the history, and in that 2007 discussion with the board, the then CAO Manuel Lopez had reported, so they were able to roll over their funds. So at the time, March came around and they had 3 allocations at that point. He had reported there was about $900,000 in each of the board district funds, and only 17% was used. So we took all of that into consideration, and I hear what you're saying. If you left it, could you use it in the next year if it was rolled over? Technically, yes, if it was rolled over. Would you lose it the way the policy is written? Yes, you would lose it, but you do have the option to bring, just like we do now, bring an item forward to the board for an item that would meet, if it takes 3 votes from the board to move the item. Now it would take 4/5 if it's increasing the budget. But I guess what we took into consideration is that there are other options.
So what I would suggest is that it rolls over, so you don't lose it if we have it says may allocate up to $250,000 for each supervisorial district. In years the county budget is not structurally balanced, no funds will be available for this purpose. So, and it says then following, unspent funds will not be carried forward into the following fiscal year. So instead of losing that money, I would say, no more than a maximum, but whatever you have. So let's say I spend $20,000 in a year, so there's $230,000 unspent. If there's no structurally balanced budget, I still have $230,000. As we go into the next year, for an extra $20,000, because we have a structurally balanced budget, I now have the full $250,000 available. Does that make sense? It's just simple.
I believe I understood. So you're saying you only spend $20,000. So now you're going to roll that $230,000 into the next year, but you would only expect from the general fund allocation $20,000 to be at the $250,000 max for that
and
year.
if there's no structurally balanced budget, I still have $220,000 rolled over. I wouldn't imagine. Why would I lose it?
Up to the board.
Right, we've already allocated it, there, so I don't think that we should lose it. So I would make that suggested change, and then one more idea was through the chair, county council, would there be? I'm not sure if this is a legal issue or not, but well, okay, strike that. Back to Ms. Regala. What we saw in Sacramento is they had two uses of funds. Right. They separated them for some particular reason. The smaller fund seemed to be there was a different parameter. Could you share that with the board so we could consider if that's worth looking at and discussing?
Are you talking about the process or the policy? So I think I know what you're talking about. So you said the smaller one, though.
Yes.
So there was one for $100,000, and that's for the community services projects for Sacramento County. And then the other one you gave me was for $20,000, and it's for the TOT, so the transient occupancy tax. And that was a $20,000 annual allocation, also from Sacramento County.
What was the use of those funds?
So I'll start from the beginning. So the allocation policies and standards, the money must be used for public purpose provided by a county department, another government agency, or a nonprofit organization providing services to the community. Any project or service funded with this money must have a clear and measurable deliverable or outcome. Any organization receiving funding must agree to be audited as required by the county and to enter into the standard county TOT funding contract. Prohibited use of funds cannot be allocated on a retroactive basis, can only be committed on a one-time basis with no ongoing funding obligation, cannot be used for political or religious purposes. And then do you want me to go over the process and procedures? That's it for the allocation policies and standards.
Right. Okay, because it seems like there's a little more flexibility on that.
So maybe it's in the process. I can go over the process. The process and procedures. Board members will identify potential projects or programs and forward those on to the Office of Budget and Debt Management in written form. The Office of Budget and Debt Management and County Council will review allocation proposals for consistency with the above criteria. If proposal is approved, staff will negotiate the contract and payment method with the outside agency or organization. Contracts will be signed by CEO or designee. A list of outside agencies or organizations receiving funding will be provided to the County Finance Department's Internal Audits Division for possible inclusion on list of contractors to be audited, and the Office of Budget and Debt Management will maintain board members' individual budgets.
Got it. Understood. Well, I want to throw out these possibilities to the board, get some feedback from them. This is an opportunity for us to talk about how we can utilize, but the way the couple questions I've brought up could help us kind of vet out what our process, procedure, and utility of those dollars will be. So at this time, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Petty. Supervisor Ding.
Actually, my question was answered. Thank you.
All right. That was quick. Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you, Chair. So I just have a couple questions. So the thing we talked about, this extra pot of money annually for contingencies. So what Supervisor Patty was talking about is does that in a tough year, I get it. So, I mean, obviously if you're in a tough year and you're rolling over your own money, that money probably would be needed to use somewhere else, right? So that's one of the parameters, right, of not letting it go forward.
That would be one of the, yes. And I believe back in 2007, that was one of the reasons. So when they went back down, because as I explained, it wasn't being used in that budget 7-8, they reduced it by $2.5 million.
The pot or the discretionary money?
The pot, as you would call it. So they reduced it back down to, they let them keep it, and then there was a whole, if you go back to, I don't know if anybody's listened to it, but there's a long discussion that they were, because like we said, it was about 900,000. So at that point, they agreed that they would reduce it by 100,000 every year until they got down to the 250,000. But in the budget book, you can see that they took a reduction of 2.5 million from, I guess you would say, the pot that you're explaining.
Okay, so
yes, I think that's one of the reasons.
So if I have something to bring forward outside of the budget, I still need 4/5. So that would be the only time that this would be attractive to me, because then the 250,000 that I would have for my district would only need a majority vote, correct?
If it's in the budget, so as this would be in your Board of Supervisors budget, that's correct. You only need, when it comes back to the board, a simple majority. If it's outside the project, so let's see, did we, on the ARPA one, I'm trying to think of just the Clements one, anything that is going to increase the budget or decrease, just changing the budget at all, does take a 4/5 vote.
So this too, so if I bring something forward for my district's benefit, do I need a 3/5 or a 4/5?
So the one I can answer that question, Supervisor Canepa. So the one that we just heard a couple of weeks ago for the UOP that you brought forward, we had to increase, it came from ARPA, but we had to increase the public improvement budget because they were going to process that. We're working with the OP for that, and that took a 4/5 vote.
Right, but I'm saying I have my $250,000.
Okay, in the budget.
In the budget, but I haven't put that in the beginning of the year what this, because you don't know if you have.
Correct, sometimes, but we have appropriated it in the budget. If you approve it today, we will appropriate it in your 23-24 Board of Supervisors budget. So anytime you bring forward an item to use your portion, then it would be a simple majority because it's already included in the budget.
Okay, so you just need 3/5 of a vote as opposed to 4/5. So anything for that other pot of money that I bring forward is a 4/5 vote, and then this would be a 3/5. Okay, so that was my question. In bad years, the money's not there. So rolling it over probably wouldn't make much sense, because if you're tight the next year, then that's the reason for it closing out the year.
You
correct?
Could use that funding elsewhere, yes.
That we could use it. Okay. And then, if there is a bad year, or say something, you get a bad May revise, this money has already been allotted. So what's the use of that? So if you have the wheels fall off for some reason, and we do need to utilize this money somewhere else in the county, what's the safeguards for that?
Well, then we'd have to bring an item back to the board, and then the board would have to vote to dissolve.
Okay, and then that other bucket that we have for us to come and get the 4/5 vote, that we pick that in the budget cycle, or that's just kind of reserved for incidental things that come forward during the year?
The Supervisor Canepa, are you speaking of the provision for contingency budget?
Yeah, the contingency one.
So that you bring during the year for any unanticipated.
Okay. All right, I think that answers everything. Thank you.
Supervisor Canepa, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. So regarding one of the questions Supervisor Patty had regarding like the church, he wants to donate. Like I have a new church in there's a church in my district that just got a new community center. It's not a county funded church, obviously, but if I wanted to donate, can I bring it back to the board and we can vote on it? Can we discuss it?
So if there's a benefit, because it does say it has to have a nexus to county-operated or funded programs. Right. So we do have, I know you know the board, and you'll be hearing it in a couple of weeks, we have the non-county organizations process by which all non-county organizations can bring forward an item.
Okay.
We have an application period, but now if it misses that, then you would bring an item similar to the ones that we just talked about and bring that forward to the board. If it's increasing budget, it would take a 4/5 vote, however. Something like that, I don't know. By looking at this, it wouldn't have a nexus to county-operated or funded programs because you're right, we wouldn't fund the church.
Right. Okay, that's the only question. Thank you.
And Supervisor Villaputua, through the chair, if I can add in, we actually took some phraseology from the examples we had used previously that Mr. Gallo had mentioned, our prior one that our county had used in the early 2000s, the Sacramento and the Stanislaus one, and those had a direct tie to county facilities or projects or whatnot. And so we kind of softened that up in the language and put a nexus to, so that there could be a tangential relationship without having it be a direct relationship, to try to broaden that out. And as Mr. Gallo just said, if it's completely unrelated to the county for whatever reason, we do have the NCO process annually, or as a third option, you could just bring it back to your board, just as we did the Clements Community Center, which has really no nexus at all. It just happens to be a worthwhile project that the board could approve. So we wanted to keep some sort of, relationship there, because there are other options if it's completely unrelated.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yep, you're welcome.
All right, thank you both. And Supervisor Canepa.
Sorry, I had to follow up. So as far as can this be used for, I forget where we're discussing it, but for labor, there was one criteria that it couldn't be used for. So you're trying to fund programs. Is it programs or is it brick and mortar? Or we discussed that and I kind of scrolled on that. So can
That's okay.
clarify?
That's okay. So these would be for one time or startup, but you're correct. When you say labor, it would not be for operation. So we wouldn't pay the salaries, because what we wouldn't want is for the organization to come back and say, board, if you don't fund this again next year, then we're going to have to, turn away people. And so that's why we say not for any operations, which would include labor, any salaries, if that's what you're speaking of.
So a program like we're talking about, then that wouldn't qualify then?
A program of what?
No, so if you're trying to start up a program where they're doing services in the community, it's a community good, but I mean, if you're going to pay, if they're using it to do that, then it's not applicable.
Well, they could use it if it's a startup for their one-time contract costs, capital stuff. They need a van. I don't know. I mean, if it's a community benefit within your district, and one time startup, you could provide them with all of the equipment they need as a startup. You just can't hire the person with this.
Supervisor Canepa, if I can kind of elaborate through the chair. So we use a very similar process with our non-county organization funding, and the methodology or the rationale behind it is we don't want to get any particular entity, I'll say, hooked on the contribution from our organization. And so, for example, when Ms. Regala says startup costs, let's say we were putting up a new building or something that was assisting some organization. We might pay for the salaries to get that building built, or to maybe bring whatever it is online, and that would be the one-time startup costs. We might even contribute to the building or the equipment that's in it, but we wouldn't want to contribute to the staffing, because then what would happen is next year the organization would come back and say, well, I'm going to have to lay all these people off if you don't continue to fund it, because we're not self-sustaining. So we're looking for them to be self-sustaining, and it to be one-time or startup costs, if that helps.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Canepa. All right, we'll open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? No one. Bring it back. I think we have every member of our staff here, department heads today, so which is awesome. All right, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know that the discussion is complete at this time, but I would make a motion with some amendments based on the discussions I've heard, and see if the board's interested in it or not. I'd also like to introduce and discuss that of the $250,000, maybe $20,000 of it be set aside, similar to as there's a little more flexibility and utility of those dollars in Sacramento, how they've allocated that $20,000. It seemed to be different than the larger use of the use of funds that would be permissible with that
I'm sorry.
There's a difference.
Through the chair, if you could be more specific, because I don't know what you're.
So in Sacramento, which was one of the examples that I shared with you, and we just read about it, there was $20,000 that had a different use and allocation versus the $100,000 and the use of those funds. There seems to be a delineation between the two different pots. Is that correct, if you were to compare the two?
If I had to read it word for word, I could see they don't match up exactly, but they're very similar.
Well, then, so while you're looking at that, Mr. Gala, what I'm looking at is we're discussing and looking at the possibility of bringing on a PIO, which is great. To the full utility, I'm uncertain. But there may be each supervisor in our own respective districts, not county-wide, but in our own respective districts, we may want to have some more flexibility with a small amount of dollars, the $20,000, separate from the $250. So let's say the $250 is more for like sticks and bricks, and the $20,000 would give a little more flexibility for supervisors to engage in their community, maybe doing a newsletter out to our constituents as it relates to our district, and that's not something, some supervisorial districts in other counties have a staff of 4, 5, 6, 10 people. We have one, and the one that we have doesn't maybe necessarily cover every single base. So there may be something that, let's say I want to do a local community event to discuss homeless issues, or I want to do a community event to engage with a crime spree that's going on. What I've seen in the past is in-house, we don't really have designers for flyers. We don't have a budget to utilize any dollars to create what would be something that we would push out to the public for engagement in our district. So I'm thinking that we could have a small pot of money that would be available. Let's say I want to hire a printing company to print up flyers and do a digital flyer for me because I'm going to do a meeting in the public, so that each supervisor would have utility and discretionary funds to create some of these things that cannot be done organically in the county or through our own office. So I think I'd like to see a little bit of flexibility for us to have some use of funds when looking to engage with public in some of the local concerns that we have. And that's been my experience over the last 6 years, is that when it comes to time, it's like, that's not a flyer. That's not, it's just not something we do. We don't specialize in that. There are people that do that are highly skilled at creating things like this. So it may be something we can amend in the future. I'm just throwing out to the supervisors now if we want to entertain that idea, but I've got some suggestions and amendments if anybody would like.
All right, you yield your time?
Yeah, I'll yield my time. So.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. I've got a suggestion, Supervisor Petty. This other organization I used to work for had a similar setup of what you're talking about. It's called, it was named after Congressman Franking Budget. And the budget actually lays out monies can be used for, mailings to constituents. It gives you guidelines on what can and cannot be used. You can use it for graphic design. It's for communications with constituents. What I would propose we do is we adopt as is right now, and then we talk, because community outreach is important, and we've been talking about doing that along with hiring the PIO and bring that back as a separate, because we should be doing it. We're one of the few counties that isn't doing communication to constituents and so forth, but adopt this as it is, since it's sticks and bricks projects, and then within our PIO, let's sit down and talk about that. And I know exactly where to steal the guidelines of how to use these funds, and we can review those and set up a separate budget on that, if that works for you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Dane. Anyone else before I go? There are a couple of questions. Don't we already have a process in place to bring projects for consideration to this board, right? Because this sounds like a duplicated service, or a process, I should say. Because,
so yes.
Because, go ahead. You know, I'm sorry. Just I'll give you some example here. A prime example of what we heard today with our Clements. I mean, he brought it to the board. It was approved. He didn't need. Supervisor Ding didn't need an extra $250,000, right? Because the board approved it. And you look at our homeless shelters, our fire district. Supervisor Canepa brought UOP here a few weeks ago. We talked about the PIO. I brought that here. Establishing a human resource division within the sheriff's office, veteran service organization through ARPA funding, or community centers through ARPA funding. So those are all processes that, you know, it would come out of our this discretionary fund, but we don't need it because we brought it up and we got these things funded. And plus, what you were referring to earlier, stuff that aren't county related. We have the NCO, which is coming in, June 6th? So we have non-county organization funding request process. And I know, hey, I've been very vocal out there in the community getting people to do that. And what I understand, we have more this year than we've had in the past. And that's available to any NCOs that meet the guidelines, and dozens of them have been successful. Am I missing something here?
No, Chairman, I believe you stated all of that correctly. There are a couple of processes through the NCOs. If you don't make that process, because there is a timeline for the NCOs. We start that when we roll out our budget, so in February, and there is a deadline where our senior deputy, Susie, has to work with these organizations, and so in order for her to bring it forward, there is a deadline for that. But throughout the year, you are correct. The process is the board member would bring an item to the board, and it gets approved.
So, and we've done that successfully. So I just don't understand why, you know, we need another layer of government or another policy or whatever it may be, just to do the same thing we're doing now. One thing I did go look back on was I did watch the June 28th, 2007 meeting with the Board of Supervisors, and it was only 4 years. I think it was only in place for 4 years before the board decided to dissolve it. And one of the reasons they did dissolve it, according to that meeting, is that they already have a process in place. And I think they wanted to use that money for, hey, just take this money, we can get DA positions, district attorney positions. And, you know, and I mean, you know, I agree with the board on that. I mean, for me, you know, $1.25 million or $1.25 million could be used someplace else. I mean, we have sideshows that are wreaking havoc in our community. I can just tell you this weekend, we had a shooting in unincorporated. I mean, our sheriff's department is handling a murder investigation because of these sideshows. And it's not just confined here in Stockton, but throughout the whole entire county. Or, you know, also our district attorneys or our DAs. And I talked to our DA about some of these, you know, what money, you know, when the budget's coming up here, if he would need a separate body or whatever to go directly after those who are in sideshows or are fentanyl, those who are poisoning our community. You maybe get a separate DA that focuses on sideshows, fentanyl, and whatever, human trafficking, whatever. That money can be, you know, put toward that. Or our sheriff's department, $1.2 million can go a long way in, you know, combating sideshows and this crime surge that we're seeing, not here, well, within the entire state of California. So, I mean, I think that's money better used there. And then one thing I did see, you know, researching this is the perception side of this. And this is one of the things past boards have dealt with this matter as it garnered an unfavorable public perception. And one of those things, they looked at was our code of ethics, the Article 4, conflict of interest, which states county officials should use their best efforts to refrain from creating an appearance of impropriety in their actions and decisions. Not saying that any of us are doing, so please don't take that the wrong way, but perception is reality. And there is some newspaper articles here. And this is from the recordnet.com, and this is from June 28th, 2007. And I've heard this since my last 2 years I've been on here, and just recently when this brought up in January. And again, critics, we're not talking about reality here, but critics has called what we're trying to do here as, a slush fund. Does it meet the definition of a slush fund? I don't believe it does. But in the article it states, and this is the June 28th article, several supervisors grew increasingly uncomfortable with the fund, even after it was overhauled to limit intake and spending in March. The board on Thursday unanimously decided to cut bait using $553,000 from the fund for 8 new positions in the DA's office and funneling the remaining $1.7 million into county reserves. Others said, and this again, but others said they were concerned about the perception that the fund could be used to curry political favor. Supervisor Larry Rustaller characterized the money as a big bullseye on my back. And Supervisor Leroy Ornella said it had potential to create unnecessary friction between board members. And it says, as I quote here, I don't want to be in a position where I'll look at these other 4 districts and say, I don't like what you're spending on some of this money, Ornella said. And there was another article, December 21st, 2006, from record.net. And this was from a staff writer. But this fund doled out annually to 5 individuals is a blatant example of pork barrel government. We don't question how the money has been used, but has a program based on such favoritism even exist? However, this contributes to an atmosphere in which the wrong kinds of pressure and deal making become possible. The supervisors should realize the potential for wrongdoing and inadequate accountability. Bypassing traditional budget checks and balances is never a good idea. The supervisors should be prioritizing needs for the county as a whole. And it's 4-year-old policy. Mao, the supervisor Mao at the time, hasn't used his District 3 discretionary fund, has criticized the practice. The board of new members should, it just goes on and on. I mean, there's several different articles. So the perception side is, what I think, what I'm concerned about. This has been tried before, it didn't work. We have a process in place in which we can use funds from the county, be it from the general fund, contingency, or whatever it may be, NCO funding, that we can fund things in our district. So that's, and plus, I think we have bigger concerns in this county, like, life and safety that this money could be spent on. So with that, I'm not for this, so I'll be voting in the negative. Supervisor Ding.
Okay, so I've got some more questions here. One of the things that I was looking at this fund in a positive light is this. The county does certain things very well. Certain things we know better what's best for our district than people in downtown Stockton do, especially when you represent, I'm sitting up there, envious, sitting in my office looking at the supervisor's maps of, Miguel's little area and Paul's, and it's like, ooh, it takes them 4 minutes to drive across their district. I've got so many of these communities on the outside. My question being this, and obviously, Chairman, you had the same conversation with the district attorney I did about fentanyl crisis and sideshows, and we were talking about educational opportunities because none of the high schools have actually had in-depth training for students on what fentanyl is. If I wanted to do, and this is kind of, the whole onboarding session didn't come with a playbook, so it's not the Clements school. It's not the UOP adventure. It's your Tracy banner across the, Main Street. things that are important to the community. It's the bus for Boys and Girls Club because Thornton ships their kids to Galt and they have no after-school programs, and I'm trying to figure out what to do with them after school so they don't shoot at each other like they've been doing the last 2 weeks. You know, there are things that are good for the community, but at the same time, I almost feel, I mean, you don't really go to the board and say, hey, I need $5,000, you know, for this project. It's the little tiny projects that I need to hire a graphic designer because we're having this with the district attorney. We're going to get the high schools together, and I want to print out these flyers, and I want to go in there and explain to them that fentanyl effing kills people, which, by the way, hasn't been done in San Joaquin County yet. It's the little tiny program things. I talked to the Troy this morning, and it hasn't, which is really kind of surprising. It's the little community things, and maybe that's what we're supposed to be doing. And what you're suggesting, I should come here with a whole list of, I need $2,000 for this or $5,000, but they're all sent. It's the same priorities, and that's what elections are for. You do something stupid, your money ought to be thrown out of office. But it's so that I can take the priorities that have been set up with the board for law enforcement, for community, for public safety, and go, you know, Clements needs this. You know, we don't have a swimming pool. We don't have, you know, because we don't have lifeguards. We need to put money into lifeguards so that, you know, Edison and Franklin can open their darn swimming pools. And then instead of us bitching about, you know, it's 10 o'clock, do you know where our children are? So anyway, if you're suggesting that's why I was on the phone with, the reason I got behind this originally was Jack Seaglock and some of the old supervisors were going, you know, well, this is what the community fund, your supervisor fund is for, so that you don't have to sit there and rely on the county, you know, through and I'm not trying to beat on anybody. It's a process. You know, if I need something in 2 weeks, going through the county, I mean, by the time everybody evaluates the program on the $5,000 isn't going to work. So that's kind of why it wasn't for the Clements school, or that it was, you've got this budget for smaller projects. That's what I was kind of looking at.
No, I understand what you're saying, you know, and one of the things that we discussed here, and you'll see coming up here on June 6th, the NCO funding. I mean, we give a lot of exactly what you're talking about right there, once a year. Yeah, but there's nothing that forbids, you know, a board member to bring something back. You know, and to your point, and you're absolutely right. But what if you have a board member, say you're saying $5,000, not a big deal. What if a board member, I'm not saying that anybody up here, I'm playing devil's advocate, and again, you know, brings up, you know, 20 different things that equal up $100,000 I mean, this is taxpayers' dollars, too. And don't you think the public has a right to know what their tax dollars are? We talk about transparency and accountability. The public has a right to know where that money is being spent.
And reclaiming my time, they would.
Yes.
Because that, if I'm giving $5,000 to the Boys and Girls Club to help them with a bus, if I'm giving $10,000 to Thornton Community Advisory because there's not one single youth program in that town, that will be listed. It is all public information. And, you know, I trust that our citizens recognize, and there's plenty of examples in local elections, you do something stupid, you're going to get called on it. But to me, you always trust the elected representative at the most local level. And I trust that you know better what's best for Tracy than I do. I would hope that you would trust that I know what Thornton needs and what Clements needs and Campo and Linden and Murata, what they need to help us, you know, with the youth in the streets and keeping our public safe. That's what I'm after is local control.
No, I hear you. And, you know, and I agree with you. And as you're talking about, nobody knows what's better in, you know, in your district. And that's why I'm very territorial when it comes to district and, you know, other supervisors and jumping in. But, you know, we've done it in the past. You know, we brought stuff forward and doing exactly what you're saying. And, you know, I'll end it here and then I'll turn it over. I think Supervisor Patty wants to talk next. It didn't work before. This has been tried. It didn't work. And you talk about some of the former supervisors. If on that vote on in 2007, it was unanimous to get rid of it, so there was an issue with it, and it hasn't been used since. So,
but reclaiming my time, it didn't work because you weren't chairman.
No, true.
Okay, so now we're going to we've got a great board who's working together. You're chairman. It's going to work this time.
But no, hey, I'm just one vote. So that's just, what my hesitation is with, and I am still going to vote no on it because I can still bring it up and get what I need with the approval of the board. So with that being said, I'll end, my comments, and I'll turn it over to Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. So, and good points and concerns. A couple of things, as you mentioned, circumventing the process and that what's already in place. Well, there are some local nonprofit, there are organizations that would have to wait an entire year for something that maybe is much more in need, and there's not enough dollars. A lot of these allocations that we've made that you cited was ARPA funds, and luckily we were able to utilize the ARPA funds for some of those asks. So it wasn't really a budget thing as much of a stress on our allocated budget as it's approved. I will take homage to and I know you didn't say and accuse it to say it, but the word slush fund. The interpretation of the word slush fund is a reserve of money used for illicit purposes, especially political bribery. Now, every single bit of that is offensive. I actually had a supervisor accuse me of proposing this in the past, and it was even used in a campaign against me, as if somebody here on this board would even think that a reserve of money used for illicit purposes, especially political bribery, is what we have at hand here. Nothing could be further from the truth. Anybody even says or alleges that that's what's happening here, and taken from the source that was done when we had a divisive board, those are words of evil intent. And I know you didn't say that. I know that you didn't infer that this is being mentioned. But even the words slush fund and even the auspice, the notion that anybody is in favor of or would be accused or be a participant of using a reserve of money for illicit purposes, especially political bribery, it is offensive. And I'm glad we're not talking about any of that. And there's parameters that the CAO's office, Mr. Regala, put forward. This would go to the board, the simple majority for approval. So there are safeguards for that. And it is transparent. It's also subject for audit. So I appreciate that we all want to be good stewards, and we, of course, would not ever want to do something that would be detrimental and destroy the integrity of this board or each person and our own responsibility to the voters. So, what we have is what's proposed, and I know that you're talking about $250,000, and I know that we've talked about numbers before this came to us. So the $250,000, maybe that is a little bit high, and perhaps we consider lowering it down to maybe $100,000 or $150,000 just to get this going. Difference in the past, if I understand correctly, is you were able to build the account, and it got to very high, large numbers. Is that correct, Ms. Regalo?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
So, and we're putting in that safeguard. It's like, nope, you're not going to have 600, 800, 900, 1.9 million in your account that you've got to play with or do anything with. So I know that we're putting in mechanisms that are stopgaps, so to speak. So there is possibilities we can adopt this and make amendments to it. I don't think anybody's going to be flying money out the door, but I think there are understanding that there are parameters. When I had in my district with a little bit of redistricting, there was First Calvary Church right on Hammer Lane, right off of Hammer Lane, and right adjacent to the freeway. There was no basketball court. They had a big piece of land. They put in a basketball court. They have no landscaping. They have no park. My district, where there's high crime, high gang activity, that was my district. Now I'm on the other side of the freeway, but I still know it because the Rotarian is at the helm of that project. No community centers in any capacity in my district, and that was acting as one. And they had needs for funding to stand up and put out a food pantry, to bring in refrigeration, to do some sort of recreations for neighborhood kids, because there was none, zero, no park, no activity. And again, they were successful by many donations to put in a basketball court and part of a playground. So there are needs that are outside of county-funded and county programs that I could see this being a great utility for, and that's why it's brought before the board for us to discuss. But nobody is proposing to use money for illicit purposes, especially political bribery. This is for community-based, local nonprofit utilization. As Supervisor Ding points out, there are things going on in Thornton that he'd like to, as a supervisor, be responsive to the challenges that are faced that are not on our purview. Nobody from Thornton in my last 6 years has knocked on our door and said, hey, we sure would need some help out in Thornton. We would like to do X, Y, Z to curb the stemming violence and the growth of the gang activity. Haven't heard it in 6.5 years. So Supervisor Ding is responsive to his district because he's attentive and he's part of that region, just like you are for yours. So I would throw out, if we want to reduce the number a little bit from 250, bring it down, approve it as is with some amendments. We have a new county council on board. I've got some suggested amendments that maybe come back to the board to tweak later on, but right now there's a very small, narrow parameter. I would simply, one thing I would adjust is it's not used just solely for county-sponsored and funded programs, but it is opened up for local nonprofit projects and local community and nonprofit projects to be audited if and as approved. But any approval is going in front of the board, and we can even hold off on the CAO up to 50,000 approval. So that would be where I'd like to see this go. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair, or thank you, Supervisor Petty. I just want to rebut one thing. Is just when you say waiting an entire year, you don't have to. Because if a supervisor wants to bring anyone up here, if we want to bring something back, we can anytime, any board meeting. We've did that when I first became chair, changed some stuff that any of us could bring something forward.
And
so,
Chairman, to that point, if I could just reclaim a moment, and I agree. And listen, we have a phenomenal board to work with. Each and every one of you have been fantastic. Open door. We talk, we interact, and in a very constructive, respectful manner. However, just look back 6 months ago. We had two malicious and outright divisive supervisors here that would never approve something by a 4/5 vote if a supervisor brought it forward that they didn't like or favor. They had 8 years of divisive, malicious behavior that they incorporated from the second they were sworn in. And that was a bad history and a black mark on this board. I don't think that's current in this environment, and I don't see that in the foreseeable future. However, if we're going to establish something, let's utilize it so that there's some stop gaps, so that if you do ever receive someone that's malicious and divisive, as the two supervisors that just termed out, then let's try to prevent that.
Supervisor Patty, and I know what you went through, but like in all due respect, they're gone. I mean, it's what's happened in the past, it's gone, and we have to move forward. And like you said, we have a great board here that all gets along. And like again, we're disagreeing on this topic doesn't mean you and I aren't friends anymore. And that's the way it should be. But just because what's happened in the past, you can't drag it with you, forever. And again, I'll stop it here. This has been tried in the past. It didn't work. So with that, go ahead and make a motion. Somebody.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
I'll second.
A motion and second. Vote, please. All right, it's adopted 3-2. All right, move on to second here.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your, you and the CAO's office, all your work on this. I appreciate it. I'll move on to number 3, the CAO's office again. Receive an oral presentation regarding the illegal dumping ordinance and the 3 E's plan.
Thank you, Chair. And Susie Sayers from my office will be heading up the conversation regarding the progress on our illegal dumping campaign.
Good morning still by 3 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning.
It's all yours.
Thank you.
Right. Zoe Merrill, Deputy County Counsel, and of course Susie Sayers. We know everybody's hungry. We'll try and keep this short. I did try and get out of this, but looks like we're here. All right. So as the board is aware, and we'll just again quickly move through this, in August, the board directed the illegal dumping task force to come back with a report. Specifically at the time, we wanted to make sure that we were in front of you in regards to the status of the ordinance that was adopted and went into effect in October, and also really from a long-term planning and efficacy and data-driven project standpoint, we wanted to make sure that we were giving you a report on the effectiveness of the 3 E's plan. So we didn't make it back exactly on schedule, and that's partly because the work of the task force, but also for various other reasons. But we have been working diligently. You will see that both in the packet before you as well as in the presentation today. These are sets of plans that are moving forward, sometimes slowly, but steadily. You'll see that we both have carrots, things with the goal of incentivizing good behavior, as we say. We've got some sticks on the enforcement side, that ordinance, but we also have places where what we're trying to do is just remove the friction for compliance. People who do want to behave well, but it's hard, we're trying to make it easier. So in the 3 E's plan, you're going to see pieces of each of those things with the goal of ultimately over the next few years mitigating those really severe negative impacts of illegal dumping on the community. You're also going to see, hopefully, a pattern where an issue that crosses over departments, that we are setting up how, as a county, we can do better on moving a project forward that has cross-department obligations and goals, right? That's a difficult thing, particularly at the county level. And so we're really seeing the CEO's office take a lead, all of the department heads involved in the task force stepping up, and hopefully we're setting that up for other types of projects as well. So that is a long intro. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over for your report on the 3 E's status and progress. And if you have any questions, we do have members from all of the departments that are involved in the illegal dumping task force available for both questions and comments.
So good afternoon. 12 o'clock now. Susie Sayers, Senior Deputy County Administrator. So since the approval of the ordinance, we started the development and launch of the initial part of the education piece of the 3 E's plan. So what we've done is we created flyers, brochures, posters, all in English and Spanish, to be posted in community centers, be handed out at community events, and then and also handed out with community departments. And so what I did was I gave the clerk of the board a little sample for you guys to look at. So they're as attachments in the board letter, but this way you can actually see like how the brochure works, in the flyer, and just kind of gives you a touch and feel. So looking at the flyer first that's up, it contains the slogan, "See it, report it, stop it." So it gives the reader, like if they see the act of illegal dumping, what to do. They can call the non-emergency law enforcement number at the top if they see it in the act. If they want to report it, they can actually use the My San Joaquin app, or they can call Public Works at 464-3074. or go to the website, My San Joaquin, and they can report the act there. And also, there's another component of it, is Stop It. So that's how we're trying to slowly stop illegal dumping, is to get people involved in if they see it and reporting it. So on that flyer, you can also scan the QR code, and that will take you, using your smartphone, it will take you directly to the My San Joaquin reporting website, and then you can click and select the items that you want to report, and you can upload photos. But you can also download the app on your phone, and then anybody who sees it in the act can actually take a picture, upload directly to the app, and then it will create a workflow to Public Works. The only kick out of that, the kicker, is that it will not work if you're in the city. It only works in the unincorporated areas. So if you are in the city of Stockton and you're trying to use the app, it will it won't stop you, but it will just show this little map part, and you'll have to use this cursor and you have to do this stuff. It's okay. Yeah. So if you're here right now trying to use it, it's like a geofence. So what we would like to do is eventually collaborate with the city of Stockton and other cities and have one app for the use. And then it would create the proper workflow to that actual entity to tell that entity, here's a dumping spot, go pick it up, or if it's in the public right of way or wherever it is, to tell them that's where it's at. So to create that takes a lot of work and collaboration with all the cities. So right now, baby steps. Let's just get the message out there and tell people how to report it. The next thing I have is that brochure, that lovely, colorful brochure that is filled with pictures from our county illegal dump spots. So there's that nice picture. It's probably from Supervisor Ding's area with the couch in front of the vineyard. Another one of, I don't know, the side of the road, that's probably could be via Pudwa's area. And sorry, Rickman, we don't have anything for you up there. But
well, because the supervisor does his job.
On that brochure too, it's you don't have a couch. So I wanted to in order to we were getting this going and designing it, we wanted to really use actual photos from areas within the county. So I actually went out myself, drove around, used my camera, and took some photos, and I made the billboard. So I was pretty pumped up about that. So beyond the flyers and the brochures, we started some stuff with the radio stations. So we have 6 local radio stations, the FM ones, KJOY, Cat Country, K-Hawk, K-Win, and a Spanish radio station, K-Mix. We also have the AM radio station, KESP Sports Radio, and they're running small ads talking about see it, stop it, report it, all that language that's in the flyers and brochures, all on the radio station ads. Also, they're 30-second ads, and they run 3 to 4 times a day during the prime time commute. So mornings, afternoons, weekend times, when you're out in your yard, you're probably hearing them. I don't know if you're listening to local radio stations. I don't know. Digital ads. So we've got some digital ads too. The digital ads pop up on the social media websites of the actual radio stations. So if you're on K-Hawk or K-Win's radio station page, Facebook, whatever, you're going to see this little display ad that pops over. You know those annoying ads that you get on your smartphones that kind of pop up and you want to hit that X and get them off? Well, illegal dumping's popping up and people are seeing it. So that's us. That's our hard work. So right here we have made, since January 1st, when we started launching this, 806,607 impressions. What does that mean? Well, in the digital ad area, it means it's been seen that many times. People are seeing it. Then we have 1,113 clicks. That means when they've seen that ad, click, they've clicked on it, and it's gotten straight to the My San Joaquin website, which means they're hopefully reporting it. So more on that later. Next, we have my favorite part, the billboards. Right now, we've got billboards throughout the county. I don't know if you guys have seen them. Have you seen them? Anybody? Yes, you better, because I know I chose one specifically in your area. I said, oh gosh, please. And I even saw it coming into Tracy. I'm like, yes, I was so happy. So 15 junior-sized billboards placed near hotspot areas. Sometimes with the billboard, as I'm finding, it's hard to get the one you want. If you want a specific one, it's going to cost you. So right now, what we've done in this small amount of time for 6 months with our 400,000 is we've kind of worked with what we had, and then in the meantime, starting July 1st, big robust plan coming down the pipeline, and more on that in August. So 15 junior size means those are those vinyl posters, the billboards you see out there in the community. Then we have 6 digital that are out there. The digital ones, we've got one in Lincoln Center, one over there, I think, by Highway 12 somewhere, and one down in off 5 or 99 if you guys have seen them pop up. Bus ads. We started with the bus ads. We did 3 king-size bus ads, had them driving around the place. We only used them for a couple of months because they're going into the city of Stockton, but what we want to do, we want to spread the message, but we also want to focus on the unincorporated areas because we are seeing a lot of dumping, especially in Supervisor Ding's district, and you'll see hot spot maps later for that. We also included 3 bus shelters in Manteca, and those were areas near hot spots because I looked at a map, chose them strategically, and then 5 shelters in Lodi. That was strategy in that one too. So I just want to show you some samples. So that one on the top left says K-Hawk up there. That's one of those digital ads that pop up. The one on the right where it says see it, report it, stop it, that is a panel, and that's what the bus shelters have. And we also have, I wanted to mention, malls. We've got 4 locations that we are using that are going to have panels like that that are in malls. 2 in Tracy, 1 in the Park West Mall off of Trinity Parkway, and then 1 in Weberstown Mall. So we're just kind of using that just to kind of get the message out. I know it's in the city of Stockton, but you know, we've got to spread the love somewhere. So next I want to show you my favorite part here because I am in a picture. Well, I took a picture. The top one, you see that's one of the billboards, the very top left, and then the bottom right is one that's in Spanish. So my photo is the one on the far right with the stuffed animal horse. That was on the side of the road, going down Center Street all the way down, or is it El Dorado? Whichever one goes south, and then you just keep going before you get to Lake Grove.
A personal issue for Susie. I want you to hear that.
Yeah, you see that? So
this task force is enthusiastic.
Well, here's the thing. Can I tell the story of the
yes,
piano?
Tell
Okay,
it.
you guys want to hear something funny? Where's David Tolliver? Yeah. See, they laugh because they know it's a hot topic with me. So I live right over the county line in Calaveras County, like just off.
You made an exception for Susie.
Well,
it's fine.
I'm homegrown. I just kind of went over the line. So I live on the outskirts of Valley Springs, right over the county line off of Hospital Road. So every time going home from work, there's this one side that's some people just dump stuff, right? One day I'm driving down, there's a piano on the side of the road. No, I mean, really, on its side with the engine block. And I'm like, what? What? So I talked to David Toller, it has to be in the public right of way. And I'm like, well, I hope it is. So finally I get a picture, show Fritz. He's like, yeah, that's in the public right of way. So I get my phone out, take a picture, using the app, looking around. Oh my gosh, I have no service. So luckily, when I got to my house, did have service, uploaded the picture, got this stuff taken care of. The piano was picked up within a couple of days. So when I'm driving home down 26, I'm seeing stuff on the side of the road that's right there past Franklin High School. You know, there's things just like dumped, to the point where once these flyers got done, I was ready to go stick flyers in people's mailboxes across the street. And being like, do you know you can call, you can report, there's these things you can do about it. Like, we have the tools, so let's do it, right? And that's just me driving home and seeing this. So I've seen the hotspot maps. I've seen what else is out there. So let's get something done, right?
Well, if you want to see a clean district, just come to District 5.
Oh, okay. Well, next time when I'll just load it on up, push it on out, just dump it all down. So, okay, so do we have any questions so far about the media campaign? Because that's just my part.
No, let's just go ahead and we can finish it all up, then we'll have questions.
Okay. Okay, so next I'd like to invite Lieutenant Terriel. He's in part of the enforcement side of the task force. He's from the Sheriff's Office, and he's going to update you on the enforcement side.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Lieutenant, question? I haven't even
I
started.
just said good afternoon.
Okay. Lieutenant Nick Terrell, Sheriff's Office. Currently working with this lovely lady over here with the Illegal Dumping Task Force. Our role is to obviously enforce the ordinance. There is a penal code section on the books that we can do as well, but the purpose of the ordinance is for when we can't find someone in the act. Penal code only applies when they're in the act, and the ordinance deals with going after the registered owner of the vehicle that is being used for the illegal dumping. So in order to do that, we had to identify how to go about this. Obviously, if a deputy sees it, we don't need anything else, so we're worried about the times when a deputy isn't present. Large county, a lot of rural areas, obviously District 4, we're aware of this. We had to get cameras. So our plan was to go with game cameras so we can identify the vehicle, get people in the act, follow up with the ordinance, and take care of business that way. We quickly found out that in dusk and nighttime hours, the game cameras weren't working. The headlights would obstruct the license plate, so we had to come up with another solution. So it's going to be two-pronged. We have game cameras, and we have 10 flock cameras coming in. They've been ordered as of March. Due to supply chain issues, they have not yet shipped, but we'll have a game camera paired with a flock camera. Flock will get the plate, game camera will get the act. There's your solid case on the ordinance itself. Any cases involving the ordinance will be followed up exclusively by the Community Revitalization Unit, also known as CREW, and they'll take care of making contact with the registered owner and issuing the citation for follow-up. Currently, there's been one penal code violation issued by our CREW team. There is one known case where follow-up is still being continued. The issue we have is California Department of Motor Vehicles has not updated the registered owner's address, so we don't know exactly where to find them. And there are currently 8 investigations that we are trying to establish if they fall within the guidelines of the ordinance itself. The main point, the main resource we'll be using is the data collected and provided by our crime analysts, our RAID division, and the information we get from Public Works. Share that information, identify the hot spots, and identify where to deploy the cameras. There.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next we're going to have David Tolliver come up and talk about the eradication piece.
I'm trying to match our friend Susan. Good afternoon, Chair Rickman and members of the board. David Tolliver, Public Works Department. Eradication is the remaining component in the plan to curb illegal dumping. Light conditions negatively impact residents' quality of life, and removing debris has been shown to deter illegal dumping. Public Works will continue eradication of illegal dumping in the county right-of-way and in county-maintained roads using existing budgeted resources and funding allocations. But there are several other task force eradication strategies underway, and these include Adopt a Road, where we are using a program modeled by Caltrans and run by our Public Works Road Maintenance Division. We are focusing the program near hotspot areas. Another strategy includes the Board of Supervisors authorizing a pilot project allocating $100,000 to the Public Works Department last June for the targeted cleanup of debris near waterways. This filled a gap as county channel maintenance employees are funded through assessment revenues, which are restricted for the purpose of levee improvements and channel maintenance, with an exception for emergency storm response. These new resources have been used this year to mitigate 6 abandoned homeless encampments, 1 fence, and installing 1 gate. At this time, none of the 6 cleanup areas have reverted back to their previous condition, and this is due to the vigilance of community groups, private citizens, county employees, including the channel maintenance team, and the Sheriff's Office. An additional strategy promoted by the Community Development Department has been to increase the number of planned community cleanup days from 12 in 2021 to 17 in 2022. The Greater Valley Conservation Corps has been brought on to collect waste directly from elderly or disabled residents who live near the event. Information is shared with residents on e-waste drop-offs, household hazardous waste disposal, the Sharps and Medical Container Program, and the county's free mattress and box spring recycling program. Eradication efforts also focus on extreme, one-of-a-kind situations. While multiple county departments were involved, the Sheriff's Office undertook the lead on an extensive cleanup at an abandoned mobile home park that had become a hotspot for unlawful tenants and illegal dumping. And finally, the state owns many properties in the county which border on waterways, and the county often has frequent conversations with the state to resolve cleanup issues. A pilot program was developed that allowed for the county to clean up these properties and receive reimbursement from the state. Since the pilot program has now expired, the state has shared an interest in increasing the funding, and we are continuing discussion towards an agreement. Next, we have hotspot maps. Susie. This slide represents our illegal dumping work orders plotted on a map of San Joaquin County for the last 3 quarters. Just some quick statistics. This year we are anticipating removing 2,800 tons of debris, up from 2,000 tons 5 years ago. The unincorporated county area has an average of 1,236 work orders to mitigate illegal dumping per quarter, and this averages 13 per day. Starting in July 2022, we changed our data collection methodology, and this will allow us to complete meaningful data comparisons over similar periods of time. Currently, Public Works and the Sheriff's Office are sharing information on a regular basis and have identified a number of hotspots to track and assess. As we are learning what works to deter illegal dumping, we want to apply that knowledge to other hotspot locations. This concludes the presentation, and at this time I will turn it back over to Susie.
So we're finished now. So questions, comments, concerns?
Well, we will find out. Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to tell you how well this is put together, and you guys did a great job, great teamwork, and appreciate all your help with this. This is really nice, and I think it's going to make a big difference in the community.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Canepa.
So unfortunately, my whole district is the city of Stockton.
The source.
So
That's the source.
So yes, so we need that. We need that little partnership to grow a little quicker. So I might understand baby steps, but I think the communication and collaboration is the most important part of it. I was at a meeting yesterday. Shopping carts is the mother of all evil amongst things that are dropped, homelessness. What in the ordinance, because I mean they're trying to switch it at this city. I went to a meeting yesterday evening that kind of talks about blight and how we go about fixing it. And I mean, this is a huge, great tool, and I've seen it around. I mean, it's amazing, and you guys are doing a fabulous job. But my little district is the city of Stockton, so for me, you know, carts partnership, how do we do it together? Because it's always, you know, the MOU and Caltrans, and there's all of these different moving parts. And every time we go somewhere, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? And I said, it's absolutely alarming how much stuff we do take to landfills and dumps that we're hauling. And what was the number that you gave? And I mean, that's our number at the county. That's not including the city. So if you put them together, especially with all the ARPA money and the resources that we've had recently, if those go away, this problem is going to look a lot worse than it does. So I want to applaud you guys on that side of it, because a lot of people don't understand the hard work and the effort, you know, through all the fun, you know, the apps and the people and the quick response from folks. So thank you so much. So I don't know if that was a pretty broad question, but carts, where would be probably the most important part.
What I'll do is I'll start, and then everybody has a piece of the answer to your broad statements.
Perfect, thank you.
I apologize through the chair. Zoe, if you could grab a microphone.
Oh, sure. That's something you never hear. Zoe, could you grab a microphone? In fact, we had a department heads meeting, and I think I broke it, so we had to. Yeah. This is an enthusiastic task force. So to address your question, when this task force originated, not the 08 or 06 task force, but this most recent permutation, it really was in part initiated by District 1, and there was a very strong push from District 1 and all the task force participants to, from day one, get that partnership with the city. All the cities ultimately, but initially as part of the pilot project with the city of Stockton. And that's partly one, we joke about you being the source of all things evil, or at least illegal dumping. But that was kind of the idea, was that we had a source, and then we had really where those impacts were happening. That partnership, really, we tried, and the city just wasn't ready. I'll put it that way. Didn't reciprocate that, really wasn't ready for that partnership. So what we opted to do was to move forward with what you have in front of you, our ordinance. But the ultimate goal is that the cities and the county have a similar, if not the same, ordinance, so that we can have the reporting tool be uniform. In fact, we had a tool during COVID where you could ask questions and report things on a map that was in fact uniform. It's something we know that we can do, and it still remains our goal to have a somewhat consistent ordinance throughout the incorporated cities and the unincorporated county, to have the reporting tools be consistent, and to have things like the MOU that we do have with ERT, to have all of those things be essentially borderless from the standpoint of reporting, enforcing, eradicating, organizing, all of those things. As a task force, we continue to reach out. Specifically, Public Works has established a very strong relationship with the City of Stockton. Our office remains committed to when there is an ordinance change or an ordinance adoption, we're willing to work on that. So we expect our ordinance to be a living, breathing document that hopefully becomes consistent with the City of Stockton's. In response, specifically on the shopping cart ordinance, this board did direct many of the same departments that are on this task force to review a sample ordinance. Our office is committed when that group does come back to this board. I believe it's expected in July, August, maybe early fall. When that group reports to the board with how they want to move forward on a shopping cart ordinance, our office is committed to, whether that's an ordinance or how we want to do that, making sure that there's clear legal authority, and we're ready to do that. So that's kind of where I think we are in terms of the partnership broadly. On the shopping cart ordinance specifically, that is planned to come back to your board in July or August, and we remain committed to any changes to the ordinance that may make it smoother. So from there, I think there are other aspects that may answer your question.
To that point, I mean, the critical infrastructure part, the city, used the county's, language to try to match that. And I think that's the important part, because they're looking at it now to go to the Ledge Committee. So if we could at least talk to them and get on board, because it's just, out there by Trinity Parkway, it was a state property, and they're trying to set up MOUs and who owns it and who's got it and who, do they want the carts back? How do we hold these corporations accountable for, what I mean? What's not totally their problem because people are taking it off. But I mean, like somebody said, do you ever see Costco carts? No, because they go and fetch them all day long. So, I mean, certain areas obviously are more conducive for people stealing carts. But I mean, if we collaborate, we make it a little more difficult for in the corporations so that say, hey, this is not acceptable anymore. You know what I mean? Warning after warning after warning. And then, you start hitting their pocketbook, and then maybe we'll get some correspondence from them. So
I would love to see a joint administrative program with that, because when we look at the number of businesses that use carts in the actual unincorporated county, there are very, very few. But when we see the impacts of large, and you're right, I think Costco is a good partner. I think David can kind of tell you there are probably problem children in whose carts we're finding. But what we see is, again, the source is in the cities where the big box stores or the grocery stores are. We see very few of those in the unincorporated county. So from a program standpoint, in terms of setting it up within our code, it's difficult. That said, in terms of mobilizing to take actions consistent with an administrative program, we have departments that are committed to doing that. And this is a constant conversation. David can't miss me because I won't go away. A constant conversation on how do we do that. So I really like that idea. Do you know, or maybe what I would recommend is if you can reach out either to me or to David or to Susie with who it is you're talking to at the city, then we can continue those conversations.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. And just to remind the board and staff, we are on item 3 of 10. So
sorry.
Just reminding people. Supervisor Ding.
I can slow this process down to get everything I want. I think staff is being, here's what Supervisor Canepa, one of the things that maybe we can work on, how do I do this delicately? I think we have a failure to communicate. There's a little breakdown in communication between, there was a great collaboration going on, and we can talk about this later, between the city and the county on some of the activities, and we need the city fully at the table, and you're kind of our Boy Scout over at the city. So we'll talk about that after the meeting, but we could really use your help. I've asked for something for the last couple of weeks. I want to know, On the what do you call them? You don't call them fees. You call them tolls. Or when people go to the garbage dump, what do you call those? Tickets or
Gate fees.
oh, somebody used a different word.
Tipping fees.
Yeah, tipping. Yeah. My world that means a whole different thing. Okay, so I want to know how much we collect a year. Period. In tipping fees.
Collect on very close to 36 million a year.
At $20 a car.
It varies if it's a van, if it's a truck.
But it's 36 million a year.
Correct.
Okay. That's well. My next question is a lot more difficult. My next question, which I'll later, is how much are we paying to clean all this stuff up from the county roads? No. So I'm going to go back to Paul. We'll get together on setting up that meeting. That's kind of an easier subject right now. All right. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you, Supervisor Dean. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I noticed there's some reluctance to call on me. Since I'm the one that gets most things done on this board, I don't mind. So, question: we didn't talk about what's the penalty for the illegal dumping if somebody's caught? It was we escalated to the highest point possible, right? That's correct? So we weren't really talking about that, but we've got it to what we maximum could by state law. That's correct?
That is correct.
Okay, excellent. So here's my concern of the whole thing is, as we looked at the numbers, we do these dumpster days, free dumping into the recovers, thanks to Supervisor Villapudois and initiating this. However, we've seen illegal dumping escalate at the same exact time that we're doing free dumpster days. So something's not working, and obviously we want to keep doing what we're doing and all hands on deck and such. But I'm wondering what, much to the dismay of others, I always ask, what more can we do? What else is going on? So I'm wondering, through the chair, I'd like to call somebody from the Sheriff's Department down. I'm wondering if there's probably been thus far an inability to track if there's repeat offenders that are doing this. And some people have suggested to me that, let's just imagine that somebody's advertised, pick up, haul, and throw away garbage, and they're paid, and you find them on Craigslist. They come in and they tell you, okay, I'll grab all this for $100. It's going to cost me $50 to dump it. So blah, 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 $200, I'm out the door, I'm on the way. Well, they collect the extra $50 for the dumping fee. They go 5 miles down the road and they, toss it out. So knowing that you guys are resourceful and as diligent as you are, I'm wondering if there's something we can do. You see, there's little GPS trackers you could put into trash and find out somebody picks up, we do a little sting operation, and we get these repeat offenders that are doing this, that you do this as a trial run and see if we can find people that are the professional dumpers and enact the penalties on them so that we're catching them at the source, and the word spreads rather quickly, like, yeah, got his car repossessed, impounded, cost X amount of dollars, $1,000 fine. This is not a good idea in San Joaquin County. I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility if we can incorporate something like that.
We can definitely look into it. As we mentioned earlier, the goal of this is the ordinance specifically is to go after the vehicles that are doing the dumping. Searching Craigslist and things like that, that's something our crew team will be looking into to identify if someone is using those means, and then we would coordinate with Public Works to see which vehicles are coming in, see if they're actually contracting on Craigslist, and then result. As far as putting trackers in, once the trash is on the side of the road, no one wants to come pick that up anymore. Works comes in, and
sure. So the Sheriff's Department, as you know, in setting up crew, one thing I think we said at the last meeting, and it's kind of a theme when I come before you, is we always ask for some patience. Because what's happening with the 3 E's is the idea is they are supposed to be and they are designed to be synergistic, right? So education, enforcement, eradication, all of those things are slowly building. So for enforcement, we've seen an incredible amount of man hours put in by the Sheriff's Department in terms of what is the right camera, what is the training, all of those things. But we've only actually seen a couple of, right? The report is only a couple of times are we actually seeing a citation. We expect that number to continue to grow as Susie's education campaign report continues. People are reporting more. People are right? And then as we go to eradication by having those free dumpsters. So I expect all of those things to grow just in a huge amount, right? So to your point, I think what we're doing is we want to get some data. How many are being reported? Where are they? When we pick it up, do we not see those in the same area? Are these repeat offenders? We don't know the answer to that question yet, but the hope is that over the next year we get there. And so when we see repeat offenders, how do we treat them differently than a one-time person? And if that requires, for example, an ordinance change to give more tools to the Sheriff's Department to treat those actors differently, then we want to see that happen. One of the things we've got on your timeline that speaks a little bit to what you brought up was that in the it's actually in the enforcement part of your timeline, but it's on that back page, is when we do start to see the 1-800 junks, the on Craigslist, is Craigslist still a thing? Anyway, wherever you're at the Google-inator, chatbot GT sends me to 1-800 junk, is that if we are seeing those people be repeat offenders or those people not going to the landfill, what we want to do is set up a local permit program. And we have seen success in other jurisdictions, Oakland's one of them, that you require, it can be a $5 permit, but what it says is when you've picked this up, you now have to check in, you can do it electronically at the landfill station, and they're actually going to sign off on that. Or alternatively, if the sheriff pulls your truck over and you have a load of dump and you haven't checked in as being someone who's locally permitted, either a one-time permit or an ongoing permit, to haul commercially, meaning junk that's not yours, then you'll get a ticket, using air quotes, and you'll then have to sign off that ticket actually at the landfill. So that kind of local permit program, we're looking at early 2024 or September 2024. We don't have enough data to know whether setting up that administrative program gives us the return on investment, whether it's actually cost benefit. That's why we're sort of setting that out farther in the timeline. But you're exactly right. We want to do more, but we've got to get some data in order to make sure that what we're doing, we actually are going to see an impact on the back end. So return on investment is something we're trying to integrate into the steps that this task force is bringing to you.
Understood, and that's great. All tools and all ideas and to be fleshed and vetted and incorporated is great. But clearly something's not working if it's only escalating, and that's what tools do you need, and all of which you're doing. I'm not saying anything new and inventing any new ideas. So I just want to see what we have in motion and what we're doing as far as I get the camera part, but maybe a couple sting operations if we can muster that together or put some trackers on somebody's trash that we know is going to be hauled and see where it goes. And this may be, an act of futility, but there are some very bad actors doing this, and it has to be repeat offenders, in my opinion. I might be 100% wrong, so I'm just throwing out there. To that point, I'm sorry, did you have something to add?
Say, we do believe there are serial offenders, and I just wanted to touch on, in the ordinance, it does have an increasing fine for each violation, and stings are something that we will be looking to in the future, but a lot of it is going to be coordinated with county council code enforcement for who does have permits for that type of activity, yard waste, things like that.
Why did we stage an increased fine if you've done it 1, 2, 3, 5, 25, 125 times? If you do it one time, there should be the maximum penalty so that you know not to be offender number 2, 3, 5, 8, 10, 20.
That's a government code limitation on the
Rats. Okay.
I know.
So then the thing I was going to add is I'm wondering if it's possible, simple, easier memory, if I'm catching advertisement, reporting people that are dumping, I may not catch the number. I may not download the app, but I'm like, oh, wait, there's somebody dumping right there. I remember, let me call 211 and report this. I got a number. Can we incorporate something like this right into a mechanism where people are answering phones on 211 as it is, I think, around the clock?
I would say we can look into it. I do know we've explored 211 for a few different things, and sometimes there's a cost depending on the volume, but it may very well be a really good tool that we'll want to integrate. And I love that what you're hitting on is exactly what I was talking about, which is sometimes we want to incentivize, sometimes we want to punish, and sometimes we would just want to remove the friction, make it as easy as possible. So we'll definitely look into that as a task force and make sure that If it's appropriate, we'll bring it back, or also we'll just go ahead and integrate it in.
Okay, and then lastly, as we just talked about, the shopping cart will be coming in the future. So recently, going to a couple sites, some of the homeless people saying, look, Walmart won't take them back. Once they're here, they told them that they've already budgeted in replacing shopping carts. So if it's legal, maybe we can put in something along the lines of, we can recover, we can rebuild, and we can return $100 buyback per unit that you're not monitoring, you're not keeping possession of. You can return it for $100, or you pay a $200 disposal fee. And that's enough. So we can have ready for work. We can have programs that are right here that, hey, they'll go out, they'll recover every shopping cart they recover. That's a minimum $100 or $200 to start to fund. You can put in new wheels, you can rebuild them, you can disinfect them, clean them, power wash them, and return them in better condition than maybe how they were received. Just a suggestion.
That's a great idea, and I will make sure that gets to the group of departments that is reporting back on shopping carts.
Okay. So I'm sorry, what was the first part you said? That's a great idea? Yeah, thank you.
Sorry,
thank you.
Chairman. It's a great idea, Supervisor Patty.
That's something Supervisor Rickman hasn't heard yet today, right?
I'm sure you'll say it if there's something in there. Supervisor Ding.
What was that, Tom? When we were growing up, back when we didn't get swimming lessons and we had to stay outside until, all hours of the night because we couldn't come in the house. That on Pacific and Ave, that store that is now Target. Gemco. And they would give us, you remember they'd give us, our moms would go in shopping and we'd go retrieve the carts and we'd get a ticket and we'd enter and do a raffle. And if you won that raffle that week, you'd win a bicycle. But we'd spend all the time collecting all the carts for Gemco. So anyway, we want you to institute a free bike.
I'm ready. That was Gem with a G. Gemco. Yeah. Okay, raffle.
Yeah, Chairman, do we need a motion to accept or do you need a motion to approve?
Or?
This item?
Well, we still have to do public comment. We haven't even got out of the first phase yet. If we have anybody else, seeing none. Public comment, anybody from the public wish to address the board? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Just real quick, thank you all very much, and thank you very much for your passion. And you guys are doing a great job. And I know myself and my wife, Karen, she always sees it on social media, and I see it too on Facebook and stuff about what we're talking about here today. So the message is getting out there.
That's good.
And please let us know what we can do in the Sheriff's Department. I mean, I know this is a tough thing to enforce, like you said. And it's great to see you're doing the cameras and the surveillance and stuff like that. You guys are the experts. We'll leave it to you what you need to do. If you need more tools or resources, then please come back and let us know. And same thing with our attorneys. But you guys, you're
one more thing.
You're very.
I was just waiting for you to finish.
No, you're doing a great job. Again, we kind of joke around, but your passion is awesome. It's cool to see you come up here and you're very passionate about it. And we need people that are passionate to solve this problem.
I'll be back June 6th to talk about the NCOs, so just wait for that one.
No,
that's going to be a good one.
No, I'm looking forward to that.
One thing I wanted to say, the task force, everybody comes from each area, and I've been the cheerleader. I've been herding all the cats and trying to push everybody and get things going and getting these ideas out there because I'm a doer. I lead, I do, and I make things happen. But I can only get to a certain point, and then I have to jump to budget, and I've got to jump to the rest of the stuff that I do. So I think we're trying to explore some sort of project manager to drive it, to be the driver of the bus. We've got all the right people on the bus. It's just I can't drive the bus anymore. I mean, I can get to this point and get the media campaign out there and get all, and try to collaborate with and do the partnerships, but I also have, the CAO job. So it's kind of
all right.
I know, right?
She has the floor.
So, I can do my part, and I don't mind doing it. I'm just juggling everything. But it'd be good if we can have a main point of contact to just gather everything and get everything going, and just kind of, it's not hard, it's just a lot. It's a lot, it's time consuming. But it'd be good, and we've explored it, we're using the ARPA money. We've got $2 million designated to ARPA. We allocated this year in 6 months, $400,000. Next year it's gonna be a little over $1 million, and the million, and you'll see that in the budget coming up, but the $1 million is gonna be a little over $600,000 in the media campaign, and we've got eradication efforts that involve like Public Works, EHC, the Sheriff's Office. We have some equipment that it will be paying for as well, like the cameras and a trash compactor and some other stuff. But, that's just one time. And so it takes a while, and we only have, until June of 2026 to fully spend the money. And then what? Then who's going to keep driving that bus and creating that momentum of getting that done? We've got the messaging, and that's fine. We can create different messaging, switch it out. But who's going to keep the partnerships going? Who's going to keep those collaborations going? Who's going to get into the schools and teach about illegal dumping and the effects and how it hurt, the environmental impacts and the things that it does?
All right,
that's what we have to start thinking about.
I think we got it. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm hungry. It's past 12.
All right, Supervisor Petty.
Thank you, Chairman. I just volunteer that since we know all this originates out of Stockton, Supervisor Canepa would be a great person to take this over. Thank you.
Yep, I was thinking the same thing.
One thing, real quick, like in Tracy, one of the reasons, we do a great job in District 5, well, at least in Tracy area, we have like United Sikhs. United Sikhs does a monthly cleanup. They pick a road and they go out. There are tons of volunteers, the DARE students. So Manpreet and the United Sikhs, thank them very much. They do a great job. But do we need a motion? Do we have anything to?
I don't.
We're good. We're just accepting the report. So, well, thank you very much again for all your hard work, and please let us know what we can do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to break for lunch here, but before we do, Attorney, a motion to limit debate. Can you do it for the rest of the items, or do you have to do it on an item-per-item basis?
I don't see it in the rules. You
have parliamentary procedures, so under Robert's rules, you can do a.
And you've indicated what you're understanding with respect to Robert's rules.
Robert's rule, you can do a motion to limit debate, but I'm just not positive you can do it you have to do it on each individual item, or do you have to do it, can you do it for all?
I tell you what, since we're breaking for lunch, I'll have the answer after lunch.
All right. Well, thank you. How long do you guys want to take for lunch? No, let's go come back at 1:15.
Perfect.
All right. We'll be back at 1:15. All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're back. We're waiting for the other two. Yeah, so if we want. We're on item number, 4, and we still have up to 10. So I'm going to make a motion to limit debate for each board member to 5 minutes.
Is that a motion?
Yeah.
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Vote, please.
Supervisor Ding absent. I'm going to have to do a roll call vote.
There he is.
I'm actually, my
Point of clarification.
I might have to do it also. No, please. My screen is down.
All right, let's do a roll call.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Point of clarification, maybe I'm just the only one who didn't understand. Are you doing this just for the next item or for all items going forward?
All items.
So the motion on the floor is to limit debate of the board members for all items for up to 5 minutes. Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
Supervisor Villapudua? He answered yes. Supervisor Patty?
Yeah.
Supervisor Ding?
No.
Chairman Rickman?
Yes. All right, so that's 4-1. So debate will be limited to 5 minutes for each board member. All right, move on to item number 4. Accept a presentation on the launch of the Acela digital permitting and licensing system in July 2023. All right, Director Thomas. There he is. It's all yours.
Through the chair, we'll need just a moment to bring the PowerPoint up. The computer's frozen at the moment.
We have a little bit of. It's just board.
Rochelle.
It's just board. Hey, we got to get through this stuff. It's a.
Okay, Chair Rickman, members of the board, thank you very much. I'm Mark Thomas. I'm the director of the Information Systems Division, and I'm here with Pam Sauceda, who's a member of the Information Systems Division. She's an information systems analyst and a project manager. So we are here to talk to you about an exciting project that's designed to essentially streamline and make more efficient our digital permitting and licensing processes throughout the county. While it is the Information Systems Division who's up here making the presentation, I'd like to stress that this is a very collaborative project that has involved leaders and subject matter experts from numerous departments, our community development, environmental health, public works, and our treasurer tax collector. So a little bit of project background. So last year, in March 2022, your board approved the procurement and implementation of a new digital permitting system, the Acela Civic Platform. At a high level, here's the project scope. As I said before, it's all designed to streamline the permitting, inspection, and business license processes for the public and for the staff who process those permits and licenses. It effectively is replacing 2 end-of-life or end-of-support software systems, but it also essentially rationalizes the permitting and licensing processes in all of those departments. It expands the functional capabilities for both the public customers who are making applications for permits and licenses, as well as for the internal staff. And it increases our organizational efficiency and accountability. With that, I'll turn it over to Pam.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. I was told you have the presentation in front of you, so I'm just going to go ahead and go through my points here. Again, my name is Pam Sauceda. I work for Information Systems Division as an analyst. And I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to our update. So some of the benefits of the Acela Civic Platform is it provides a one-stop permit shop digitally for all of the residents within our county. The objective of the project was to improve residents' experience with the permitting and licensing process by fulfilling all permitting and licensing needs through one online portal. It provides a modern online experience, and it gives timeliness of inspections in a convenient mobile app for the customers, so at any time they can check the status of where their permit process is. This also helps improve our transparency for the public into the permitting and licensing processes that we have here at the county. Some public benefits of the New Citizen website is it provides a quick and easy way for residents to find the information they are looking for by providing relevant information and guidance about the online services. Each customer will have a dashboard upon their logon into this New Citizen Access portal, and it will give them all the applications viewable that they have processing with the county. It empowers our residents to accomplish more online, pay fees electronically, and access on a 24/7 basis. It notifies them of actionable application items and provides up-to-date status so that they can continue to do their business with the county. The next page in the slide shows our new county website. That will be the one-stop permit shop for the county. It's a preview of what the landing page will look like and what the citizens will go to when they want to apply for applications, submit a fire enforcement complaint, or submit for a business license. The site will have landing pages for each department and will provide a step-by-step process and give documents or title links to assist them in their application. The project timeline. So for this project, it was broken down into 5 different stages. There was a defined stage where the departments went through all of the requirements that they had during their procurement process. Then on to the development stage, where the software was tailored to the department's specific use and needs based on their internal business process and workflows. Data conversion was for 3 different data sources that included community development, public works, environmental health, and the treasurer tax collector departments. User acceptance is where we currently are at with our subject matter experts training, testing, verifying configuration, and getting ready for our final deployment, which will meet our go live date of July 17th, 2023. Based on the go live schedule, at noon on July the 13th, the legacy systems will be taken offline. During that time, backups of the data will commence, and our internal users will not have access to their software to do normal everyday activities like take in payments or take in new applications in their software. However, their counters will be open and they'll be able to continue to assist the public by taking in either a paper application or telling them that we'll be able to enter it the following Monday. So this process will take down the counters from noon 7/13 to July 15th in the morning. On July 15th and 16th, staff will review the software prior to us going live again on that July 17th date. Some of the customer impacts that will happen is that the last available transaction date in the old software will be the morning of July the 13th. Only emergency permits and manual processes will be available during the transition, July 13th and 14th. And most counters do close at noon on Fridays to lessen the impact to the public. Each new or existing customer will need to create an Excella Citizen Access account to use the new online services. And new applications and permits will have a new online submittal process. In coordination with the County Administrator's Office, a communication plan was developed for the launch. In March and April of 2023, all departments added a signature banner to outgoing emails that there was a new software that would be implemented. Signage for each physical counter and location was developed for deployment. In May of 2023, banners were added to the department web pages with the coming soon message, and a social media messaging plan is in development. Mailers will be issued to current customers, citizens, with instructions on how to link current applications to their new user account so that they don't have to recreate an application with the departments. In June, we will release a press release through the County Administrator's Office announcing a go-live date. We do have a go-live citizen and staff support plan that we will be implementing starting July the 17th. For the public, there will be a phone number set up that is for the public only to our help desk, and it will be open during our normal business hours. Links to the new website will be placed on each department's landing page. How-to videos will be created for the public in case they need some additional instruction. Flyers and posters will be provided to the departments for printing and display. For internal support, we'll have a Go Live Command Center, which will consist of our implementer as well as County ISD staff to address any internal questions. Along with that, throughout this process, we've had subject matter experts help us build out the solution, and they are well versed in helping their internal staff. All department staff will receive a one-sheet guide prior to go live describing the tiered process for internal support and where to direct the public so that we all share a message that we can put out when we get questions from the public. With that, that is our update. Please let us know if you have any questions.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for the handout here, very detailed, so we appreciate it. All right, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Real quick question. I noticed that the date it's going down is July 13th. That's a Thursday. And then it's back up on 17th. Do you need those days, or could it go down on the 14th, Friday, after work, so there's no disruption in people's known process for something they may need? So we go down on the 14th and then open on the 17th. What's that look like as a possibility?
Yeah, the primary reason for that period of time is for data migration. It literally is going to take many hours to migrate the data from the current systems into the new platform.
Okay, so it's a necessity to integrate.
Correct. That is correct.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Chairman, I was under the 5 minutes, correct? Way under? Can I bank those extra minutes? Can I bank the extra?
You'll have 7 more to go, so. Supervisor Canepa.
So this is all new website for everything. So when people go in the public portal, right? Because I remember somebody was complaining that ours wasn't user friendly and that they couldn't change anything on it. So this will fix that?
Yes, it'll be a single portal for all permitting and licensing functions.
For that, but I'm just talking about when somebody logs on Google to go to this site, this isn't that.
Yeah, no, this is the Acela permitting system has essentially a front-end website that is hosted by a vendor, and all of our departments and their departmental websites will refer to this site, so they can direct their existing customers to this new portal. But it's essentially a one-stop shop for all permitting and licensing activities.
Okay, so it's linked off of our main portal. When you click on to the portal, then it's going to direct you here.
Correct.
That will all be new. Okay.
That is correct.
All right, so it's not going to fix the problem with the user friendliness of our original website.
Well, every department has its own website and look and feel, but they will refer to this new Acela platform for the licensing and permitting functions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Seeing no one else in the queue, we're open for public comment. Anybody from the public? That is not our staff. Or staff can talk. And no one, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. If not, entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
We're just receiving a report. There's no motion. This is a motion.
We'll second the motion.
Thank you, Chairman Patty. So we got a second?
Motion by Canepa, second by...
Information system, doesn't say motion to...
All right.
Banking my time.
And what's that, you want to talk? We haven't got a vote yet. Sure, you can. You haven't used any of your 5 minutes.
Carrying
All
it
right.
forward for the
And
next item.
A vote, please. All right, adopted 5-0. That too fast for you, Supervisor Dean? Item number 5, accept a presentation on proposed enterprise resource planning procurement and approve an agreement with Lecky Consulting, Inc. for professional consulting services from June 5th, 2023 to June 28th, 2024. The amount not to exceed $632,800 and related budget adjustment. This does require a 4/5. So with that being said, welcome back.
Thank you, Chair Rickman, members of the board. So I am joined by Steve Lecky from Lecky Consulting. So I'm going to begin the presentation, and then I'll ask Mr. Lecky to contribute. So good morning. So again, Mark Thomas, Director of Information Systems Division. I'm here to present a significant opportunity to enhance the county's administrative operations and service delivery. Specifically, a proposal to procure and implement a new enterprise resource planning system, or ERP system. So our presentation will provide some background information on the county's use of ERP systems, our current state of operations, the development of a new ERP strategy, a review of the costs and benefits, and finally our recommendation. So currently, the county utilizes the PeopleSoft Enterprise Resource Planning System to manage its core administrative processes. PeopleSoft is a comprehensive suite composed of two primary systems. The first is the Human Capital Management System, which manages a variety of personnel functions, such as the personnel file management, time and labor accounting, leave or absence management, payroll, benefits administration, and open enrollment. So all things human resources. The second system is the Financial and Supply Chain Management System, which manages the county's core accounting and financial processes. These include the general ledger, the inventory, accounts payable, asset management, project costing, accounts receivable, supplier management, and purchasing. Both systems are hosted in our county's data centers. One is located in the admin building here, and the other is at the Nautilus Disaster Recovery Facility. The Information Systems Division provides technical support of the system, while the Auditor Controller, the Human Resources, and the Purchasing Departments provide the functional business process support for their respective areas. While PeopleSoft has met the core administrative system needs of the county, it's important to continually explore new opportunities to improve our operational efficiency. So PeopleSoft has a long history with the county. It was first purchased in 2002 and has been upgraded approximately every 5 to 6 years. To ensure the efficient and effective use of PeopleSoft, the county established a governance committee to provide oversight and direction to ISD for the system's enhancement and operation. In 2016, the governance committee undertook a comprehensive review of PeopleSoft functionality with a wide variety of stakeholders. Based on this feedback, the committee recommended a series of enhancements to further optimize our ERP capabilities and derive more value from the system. So between 2017 and 2022, we completed several projects to realize these recommendations. We upgraded the system in 2017 to the latest release at the time, and then implemented the project costing, electronic timekeeping, and absence management modules. We also digitized the interdepartmental charge processes. Additionally, we extended the PeopleSoft financials and supply chain modules to the general hospital, further integrating the hospital into the county's financial operations. This 5-year cycle of upgrades and enhancements met the highest priority needs as identified by the governance committee at the time, but many requests for additional functionality and automation were deferred for a future upgrade cycle.
And I just wanted to add that when I came on, a lot of these enhancements that came about beginning in 2016, and the commissioning of the governance committee came about when I came on board as auditor in 2013 and took a look at the system. I noticed a lot of what I perceived to be shortcomings from systems I had worked with in my numbers of counties that I'd worked with in the companies in the private sector beforehand. And I sat down with the prior ISD management, and we were ascertaining that we were utilizing about 20% of the delivered functionality of the system. So that was quite a bit of a shortcoming, and we wanted to see what we could do to bring that about. So that's kind of how we got to where Mark was just describing. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, in 2022, the PeopleSoft Governance Committee met again to initiate another review of the state of ERP system utilization and stakeholder satisfaction, and directed a working group to develop and recommend an updated ERP strategy. So you may ask, why take a step back and look at our overall ERP strategy? Why consider a change now? Firstly, PeopleSoft, while a market-leading ERP system when it was introduced back in 1989, has in recent years seen a decreasing customer base, market share, and investment since its acquisition by Oracle. This is an important consideration as we want our critical business systems to have a future of long-term vendor support and feature enhancements. Secondly, our departments have expressed a need for additional ERP functionality, which would require a significant new investment in PeopleSoft. Some of these desired capabilities include self-service management reporting, dashboards, grant administration, recruiting and onboarding, and performance management. We want to ensure that new investments are made in a system that has a long-term future. Thirdly, while PeopleSoft has met the core needs of the county, there has been partial adoption of PeopleSoft by some departments. Some departments continue to maintain redundant systems for accounting and other ERP functions. This has led to unnecessary complexity and inefficiency in some of our departmental operations. Finally, the cycle of upgrades and enhancements of PeopleSoft has been lengthy and costly. Significant new enhancements can take years to procure, design, and deploy additional modules, while implementation of new features wait for the next system upgrade.
So just to kind of put a summary on it, we went through a lot of work over the last 5 or 6 years trying to give our system a facelift to the best that we could with what we had. And the 20% I mentioned earlier, we brought all the way up to about 40%. And that's about where we are. And right now we're faced with, we're going to need major surgery in order to get past where we are. We're kind of at a fork in the road.
All right, Mr. Overday, can you wait till this is done, then we can comment then so we can get through this? All right, thank you.
Okay, to formulate a new ERP strategy, we assembled a working committee comprised of representatives from the ACO, for the Auditor Controller's Office, the County Administrator, HR, and the ISD teams. And we contracted with Leckie Consulting to provide independent analysis and expertise with ERP systems in the public sector. Our process was methodical and thorough. It involved a review of prior PeopleSoft gap analyses to identify areas of improvement. Interviews were conducted with county department directors and senior staff to understand their perspectives on PeopleSoft utilization and satisfaction. Working sessions were conducted with county subject matter experts to observe their use of PeopleSoft to perform key administrative processes. This was coupled with ERP system market research to understand the latest technological advancements and trends. Based on these insights, we analyzed 3 alternatives for our ERP strategy, each offering its own set of advantages and considerations. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Leckie to speak to his independent analysis of our current PeopleSoft system and its utilization and the strategic alternatives that we considered.
Good afternoon, board members. Again, my name is Steve Leckie, and my firm completed the ERP assessment, and I did 100% of the work. It's around 85 pages long, and there's a lot of attachments. So I'm going to do my best in the next few slides to summarize what's somewhat of a complex topic and try to make it as simple and straightforward as possible. But a few words on my credentials. I've been doing this for over 25 years, specializing in ERP systems, and including the public sector. And most of my experience has actually been with California counties. For example, my last project I just finished was Contra Costa County, where I was the project manager implementing the Workday financial system. And then prior to that, I worked at Placer County, Sonoma County, I worked for San Mateo County. There's a whole host of them. I'm also a management consultant by profession, but I'm actually also a CPA, and I am a certified project manager professional. And really important for doing RFPs, which is part of the scope of the contract that I'm asking to do, I am also independent of all the ERP vendors. I mean, I'm just a single shingle, my company, and that's it. All right, enough on my credentials. Now let me get to summarizing the assessment work that I did of the county's ERP system. The first thing I want to start with is the functional analysis of the current state, if you will. Essentially, I just went in and I interviewed a number of people at the county and also walked through the different systems, if you will. In big picture, what you start to figure out pretty quickly, and I've done a number of these assessments, is PeopleSoft has met the basic ERP needs for the county for over 20 years. I mean, it has to have met the basic needs or the county wouldn't have used it for this long. And by basic, I mean the mandatory requirements by what I call the process owners or the departments that are responsible for the functions of ERP systems like accounting, HR, and whatnot. So that'd be the Auditor Controller's Office, the Human Resources Department, procurement, and even the CEO's office in terms of budget. So it's met those basic needs for them, but the needs of all the other departments that I'll just call operating departments for simplicity reasons, it hasn't met many of their needs, and those needs have changed over time. And it was very evident as when I did the interviews and I walked through them showing me, show me how you process a vendor invoice, show me how you do a timesheet, or how payroll gets done, or personnel actions. It was really clear where it was lacking for some of the departments, and it's also lacking for some of the process owners. It also lacks PeopleSoft in terms of a modern day reporting solution that is ad hoc in nature, easy to use, and doesn't take a lot of time to build a report, because departments are getting asked to produce reports all the time, and you don't always have the reports you need. You have to build them, and that's just how the world is today. Another symptom of the issue with PeopleSoft not meeting some of the key requirements is there's a number of standalone systems at the county, and standalone systems in administrative area is not uncommon. I mean, Mark just got done summarizing the Excel permitting system. That's not uncommon to have a standalone system for that, or a standalone property tax system. But here, there were more standalone systems that I'm used to seeing that a typical ERP system would address, and that really also stuck out. There's a few departments, as an example, that have their own makeshift general ledger system that they're rekeying information into, or they have some spreadsheet uploads or some interfaces just to be able to create the reports that they need because they were never met years ago. Again, another symptom that there's issues with that. And then also another problem with PeopleSoft in terms of from a functional perspective is improving PeopleSoft functions over time has also been really slow. This is due in part to the level of customizations that PeopleSoft has, including the payroll system, which I'll discuss a little more in the next coming slides. Want to go to the next one? All right, so that's the functional or business perspective or analysis that I did, and then now I want to move to the technical analysis.
May I interrupt you real quick? I'm sorry. I know each of us were briefed on this topic, so what I'm trying to get at, can you move it along a little bit faster instead of, we don't have to go through every minutia of it. We have a general idea of it. Oh, it's all yours again.
All right, so let me try to, I can summarize a little quicker. So on the technical aspect, PeopleSoft was customized a lot, and it wasn't uncommon 20 years ago. I've been doing this for a long time. I also was on projects where we customized systems. So it's a pretty common technique, and payroll is customized a lot. That really has caused some issues with performance, staying up with upgrades, and making it just a lot more costly to address those issues. And then disaster recovery is very minimal, and that's also another weakness. Let me go to the product analysis, which is basically just talking about the state of PeopleSoft. It really is in the latter stages of its useful life. I mean, 20 years is a pretty good length of time to get the value out of a system, and the county has done that. But all software products, all assets have a certain useful life, and it's just getting to that point. And even Oracle, the vendor, acknowledges this. They have a new product, the Oracle cloud-based ERP system, and they're even pushing their customers to move towards that. And also with resources, I have friends of mine that have been in this business for years, and they were consultants with PeopleSoft, and they've recently, in the last 3 or 4 years, started to move to other products. They see the writing on the wall. The product's aging, they're getting out, and there's just a lot of signs for it. And in big picture, years ago, PeopleSoft was a really good product, and I've actually implemented it for another county. But everything's relative, and I think we're just getting to the point where it's just aging too much. The next slide on support analysis, I'll cut to the chase on this one. I was really, and by support, I mean just the staff that ISD has to support PeopleSoft. It's really about half of what it should be, big picture. And I recommend support organizations for a lot of different counties and different ERP systems. So it's really just a lot less than it should be, and that's been part of the problem. So moving forward, that needs to be rectified also. In terms of, I'll move to the next slide. Again, I'm trying to go fast for you guys.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to stop discussion and move the previous question. You've already made the sale. Don't talk yourself out of it. First rule in sales. Yeah, which is the previous, which is the stated question.
So I don't think we made a motion, so we would have to have a motion.
Making a motion to approve?
That would be the motion.
That's the motion.
So you have a second on that? So we still have to do public comment on that, correct? Yeah, we still have to do public comment.
Make a motion to cancel public comment.
Unfortunately, we can't. So, well, that's what he's making a motion to approve the recommendation. So, we can vote. We can split the question, split the motions if you wish. Right. The motion to approve the recommendation, which would be those two. We have a second. Let's go to public comment. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? And now we'll bring it back to the board. So let me pull this up here real quick.
Chairman, no disrespect to the presenters, but we get that it's a 20-year-old system and it's an upgrade that's being brought to the board, so we got it.
Right, for all the recommendations. So we have a move and second. Before we go to vote, just like Supervisor Patty, no disrespect to, we've been briefed on this already, to some great length. So, we have, unless there's something that's, that we weren't briefed on, we read the packet, we have the packets here. So, I just want to apologize. It's nothing with either of you.
Oh, certainly. Thank you for your attention, Chair Rickman.
And we know
I think it's efficient.
We're trying to be, and we do have a very busy day. So with that being said, we have a motion, we have a second. I'm going to vote, please. It's adopted to 5-0. If we are just for the board, if we are going to have, call the previous question, call the question, we have to have a question. So if you think you're going to do that, make a motion at the very beginning, which, we'll read out like item number 6. You can say, hey, I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations and, recommendation 1 and 2. Somebody can second it, and then we can debate that motion. So if somebody does call, and then. All right. We haven't started debate yet. This is a pre-debate. So item number 6, ROV.
Yeah.
What's that? Provide direction to the Register of Voters regarding Election Code Section 9170 and the options therein pertaining to the printing of supporters and opponents for local measures on county ballots in all future elections. Ms. Hale, welcome.
Good afternoon, Board. How are you today?
Good. It's all yours.
All right. So we'll try to make this brief. It's about an 8-slide presentation. As we get started, just to give some insight as we're going through these slides, we've had 13 counties in California have opted out of printing this on the local measures and ballot, or on the local measures. We've had 4 counties opt in to keep it on the local measures, all the additional information I'm going to go over. And so far, 41 counties have not made a decision. So just to give you a little insight as we move into this presentation. So Assembly Bill 1416, the Ballot Disclose Act, took effect January 1st, 2023. The bill requires the inclusion of supporters and opponents on all ballot labels for every statewide measure. For local measures, Election Code 9170 offers similar guidance. However, the board can opt out of this requirement to print that additional language for local measures only. So board action that we are asking for is to provide direction to the ROV as to whether or not a list of supporters and opponents for all local measures will be printed on county ballots for future elections. The advantages and disadvantages of printing supporters and opponents. So the advantage of printing this brings transparency to the local measure campaigns, provides voters with critical information in a clear manner on the ballot itself to enable voters to cast an informed vote, prevents voters from having to navigate through the lengthy voter information guide to educate themselves on the local measures. It promotes consistency between the appearance of the statewide measures and the local measures on the ballot. The disadvantages it will increase the length of the county ballots potentially. We don't know if adding this to the state measures it's a shot in the dark on is this going to add additional ballot card. And of course, if we're printing an additional card, there will be incurred additional costs. The potential increase in costs are associated with the printing and mailing of the ballots because they could potentially weigh more. The additional staff time needed to process an additional card once the ballots are voted. And it imposes additional duties upon my office, the Registrar of Voters Office, with respect to confirming documentation submitted by supporters and opponents. So there are requirements of what constitutes a supporter and an opponent, and it'll be up to our office to make that determination. Advantages and disadvantages of not printing the supporters and opponents. So it avoids inconsistencies. The advantages are that it avoids inconsistencies across counties for those districts with boundaries that span multiple counties, maintains impartial, neutral, and non-political ballots. It eliminates opportunities for voter confusion. It may result in a cost savings, maintains a ballot format for local measures that voters are familiar with and comfortable with. The disadvantage is it requires the voters to rely on the voter information guide for that critical information related to local measures. So just to show the fiscal impact and what the data looks like, we pulled numbers from the last election on what it costs to print the ballots. So if we add an additional card, we're looking at approximately $148,000 if we were looking at the sample of the 2022 general election. So just to give you an idea of what costs we could incur if we went to an additional card. Keep in mind that just because we're not printing on local measures doesn't mean the additional characters that are being added to the state propositions isn't going to extend us to that third card. The ROV recommends that the board not opt out of printing a short list of supporters and opponents on the county ballots as part of the ballot label for local measures. The ROV firmly believes that the inclusion of such information on the ballot will enhance transparency in local measure campaigns and equip voters with essential information necessary for making informed decisions. So there's two things here that I'm looking at. Is the fact that we're looking at election transparency. That's been such a huge thing for us. So if we're choosing to not provide this information, is that going to cause the public to be concerned. But then there's the fiscal responsibility, and for me, we also have to look at that factor and the fact that it could cost additional money to print the additional card if that results in it. But it's, again, we're assuming that only the local measures are going to cause this additional card, and so is the cost worth the transparency that it's going to create? So the action after approval, if the board elects not to list supporters and opponents, the ROV will present a resolution for adoption at the meeting on July 11th. If the supporters and opponents should be listed, there's no further action by the board, and we'll just follow the 9170 as it's written in election code. Now for questions. I try to be quick.
All right, thank you very much. Supervisor Ding.
Okay, this is where my 5-minute rule is I'm going to be full piss and vinegar here. This is a horrible, horrible idea. There is no transparency. You read your language. You are the judge and the jury of what constitutes a supporter or an opponent of a measure. The groups you use, I'll give you a great example, League of Women Vipers or Voters, which is a DC lobbying organization. Everybody believes that they're this neutral, good government party. Nothing could be further from the truth. In your own documentation, it talks about at the voting booths, not that we're doing anything to expand polling places right now, that it might lengthen the lines, that it might reduce the amount of people that are going to vote because it's going to lengthen ballots. But I'll give you the number one reason. This is an unfunded state mandate, and that's something we eliminated in D.C. on the federal level a long time ago, which is why we get federal funding for all this crazy ideas they have up there. But they passed something like this so some assemblyman could put it up on his wall and say, look what I did for good government. I created transparency. He didn't have to pay for it. We do. This costs money, and it's not just the printing, it's the staff time involved in this than when we should be worried about an election and putting polling places together and making it about people and community. You don't vote for things the state tells you to do unless they're going to pay for it. So absolutely not. There's it says we can opt out, let the other counties do it, and in 3 years we can look back and say, hey, maybe that was a good idea. I think we're going to look back and realize we saved ourselves money and embarrassment and a lot of political fighting. When we start fighting over what's a real group and opposed, and when we get sued because somebody said I supported this and you didn't put my name on the ballot, you've opened up a Pandora's box. Get out while you can.
I vote for him.
You good, Supervisor Ding? You still have time.
Bank it.
All right. You yield your time there? Okay, well, so you yield your time. Supervisor Patty.
I agree with what he said.
Do we have this on video? This is probably the quickest Supervisor Patty has talked in.
Oh, you getting a phone call?
I am actually.
Take a break? That's a $20 fine, isn't it?
What's that? Somebody must have messed with my phone.
And through the chair, I do agree as well. I know my recommendation was based on we don't want the public to be upset, but I completely agree with both what Supervisor Ding and Supervisor Patty. I know in our board material we were presenting it for the transparency perspective, but the fact that I'm going to be having to make that decision and county council is going to have to assist me in making sure that is this legally compliant with what we're doing. I will say that it's definitely why most counties that have went to their board have opted out is for those reasons exactly.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Canepa.
And I just get clarity. So we're doing the first part, the board elects not to list the supporters and opponents, then we need to bring it back.
July 11th, I'll put a consent item with the board material for you to adopt at that point to opt out.
And the advantages to this is so that it doesn't open us up for challenges, and it saves us potentially $148,000 by not doing it.
And that's just printing the ballot. That's not including, like Supervisor Ding brought up, is staff time. We're going to have to pour through those documents and do research and all of that. And so what I gave you was the base cost on just what it would be for an additional card. But yes, there will be more staff time, so it could go beyond that $148,000 definitely.
And it can be changed in the future.
Absolutely. If we decide later on we want to change our mind, we can.
Okay. Thank you, since you guys are talking in circles. Thanks for clarification.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Seeing nobody else in the queue, open it for public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? And none, we'll bring it back to the board.
I'd like to make a motion that we opt out.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Going to have a vote, please. All right, adopted 5-0.
Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, move on to item number 7. A discussion of the Health and Human Services. Accept the San Joaquin County EMS Agency 2022 Annual Report. Gentlemen, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Rickman, members of the Board of Supervisors. I have Jared Bagwell here this afternoon, members of some of the EMS staff also in the audience, but wishing to discuss our EMS annual agency report for 2022, and also thank the board for the recognition this morning for the EMS, because this really takes a system, and I hope the systems approach comes out in Jared's PowerPoint.
I agree. Thank you, Greg. Chair Rickman, supervisors, thank you again for your time. We are going to kind of just go over some highlights to the annual report. We've been doing this for a couple years now, just to kind of focus on some of the performance metrics and coordinated activities in our EMS system. So we'll just kind of go over how our current system looks like, some demographics. California is a little bit unique in that it is a two-tiered governance where the EMSA regulations are kind of handed down to the LEMSA, the local EMS agencies, to oversee. As you know, some of the demographics, we have approximately over 1,400 square miles to cover, population of about 790,000 now. As you would expect, most of the population is centered into the 7 major cities, with 20% in the rural areas, and that resulted in over 93,000 calls last year. Part of that coordinated efforts, like some of the supervisors mentioned earlier today, it takes a village. There are several healthcare sectors, public safety sectors that participate in EMS, many of them all touching the same patient, from dispatch to first response, ambulance transport on scene, MICNs at the hospital, trauma surgeons, specialty care designations. So a lot of resources go into a single patient. These are some of the resources that San Joaquin County has. We as the EMS agency have over 60 agreements, permits, and designations to coordinate these efforts. They include 2 EMS 911 call centers, over 18 fire districts. Many of them are BLS. Some of them have advanced life support capabilities. 4 emergency ambulance providers, 3 air ambulance providers, 6 non-emergency ambulance providers, and they provide key transport, interfacility transport from facility to facility, creating throughput for some of the patients that need to be admitted upstairs, et cetera. 7 acute care hospitals, all 7 of those provide receiving emergency department services for us. 1 trauma base hospital, San Joaquin General. 2 of those 7 hospitals are designated as our STEMI receiving facilities. All 7 of our hospitals are primary stroke designated facilities, and that's a pretty good distinction. A lot of other counties don't quite have those resources. So any of our 7 acute care hospitals are designated as a primary stroke center, and they have specialty diagnostics and training and processes to receive those stroke patients. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. 11 CE providers and an EMT training program. Just kind of an illustration on how the call process works. It's a little bit of a busy slide, but you can see the call for service comes in. Determinations are made at the dispatch level where they identify the acuity of the patient. They give life-saving pre-arrival instructions prior to first responders or ambulance being on scene. The first responders and ambulance resources will be dispatched. And then once on scene, they follow local medical control with our protocols. They do have access to MICN-based contact for physician consultation if needed. The ambulance transports to, as I mentioned, general care, acute care facilities, trauma centers, STEMI centers, or stroke centers, kind of based on those patients' needs. Definitive care is provided at those specialty care facilities, and discharge to other facilities or home, so you can kind of see the life cycle of the emergency medical service patient through that illustration. Just some more data on our responses. As I mentioned, 93,000 calls for service between the 4 emergency ambulance providers. A portion of those are transported. Not all calls result in a transport. Some of those lower acuity calls, there is opportunity in the future working with alternative destinations, and that's a project we'll talk a little bit more about as well. The fire districts, as mentioned earlier today, Chief Edwards talked about Stockton Fire's call volume. You can see here listed the call volume between the 18 fire districts. Again, the cities, provide a lion's share of a lot of the calls, but you can see the breakdown here. A total of 71,000 throughout the whole county between the 18 fire districts. As mentioned earlier, our resources in acute care facilities in this county is pretty robust. We have 7 receiving hospitals, emergency departments. All of them are stroke designated receiving centers. 2 of them STEMI, and then our trauma center, San Joaquin General Hospital. Going into some of the specialty care, our major trauma, falls and motor vehicle accidents accounts for a majority of those types of traumas, but they are broken down as you can see. The major trauma criteria that we report on, there was about 3,600 calls last year. Most of those going to San Joaquin General. This slide illustrates just some of the past history of our trauma. You can see during the pandemic when things were shut down, trauma services kind of slowed down. People weren't traveling, they weren't doing things, they weren't getting hurt. So we did see a dip, but you can see as of 2022, we're back to pre-pandemic trauma levels. This slide illustrates some of our stroke designated facilities and the performance that we have in the field. Some of this is both field and hospital performance. The key takeaway here is that these are AHA numbers that most other counties and institutions track. Your hospital door to CT measures the average time a patient arrives at the hospital before they have some type of imaging to determine what kind of stroke they may have. We're at 11 minutes, which is pretty good. Another average AHA and regulations want 60 minutes or less on average for your hospital door to TPA. We're just shy of that. And our EMS patient bedside to TPA delivery of an hour and 22 average is also within the AHA guidelines. So overall performance in recognizing these, low on-scene times, transporting to the appropriate facility, and getting that definitive care, you can see we're doing very well. STEMI, or certain cardiac events here in San Joaquin County. I think the takeaway here is that AHA goal of your definitive care for STEMI patients of 90 minutes or less to be at 75% or more. We're well above that at 91%. In addition to the STEMI receiving facilities, the takeaways here is the outcome alive. This once a PCI procedure is done and they restore blood flow back to the heart, that time is measured and reported. But the outcome alive of 94%, I think, is a good number to focus on. Most people who get to that point where they have a blocked artery and they need that surgical intervention, most of them are surviving. I did insert this. It was not in the actual annual report, but this was our 2022 CARES data, cardiac arrest survival rates. This portion I wanted to kind of point out that San Joaquin County has done some great moves with our Utstein survivability rates, as you can see, compared to California and the nation. This information is kind of emerging. We started collecting this data in 2019. Again, pandemic kind of gave us some odd numbers, but the last 2 years we have seen a survivability rate as defined by CARES for patients with a witnessed arrest by a bystander found in a shockable rhythm and received some type of CPR or AED intervention prior to first responders getting there. We have a 51% survivability rate, which is double digits above California and the nation overall. We think, again, because we're still going through this data, that 2 years ago, through the board approved through the EMS agency the purchase of these Lucas devices, which are the compression CPR devices. And we deployed those throughout all of the fire districts. So all those first out engines have these Lucas devices, which perform sustained proper depth and rate of CPR and does not require manpower to do it. So we think that there's a lot of contributing factors, but we think that that one single event has really affected our survivability rate in that section of type of patient. So more to come on that, but I thought that was a very good slide to illustrate with our healthy index in the San Joaquin County. Doesn't necessarily have, the highest cardiac health, but in these regards, we have some good news. Disaster medical training. This is just to illustrate that the EMS agency administers the hospital preparedness grant. And one of our missions here was to provide increased training to our healthcare coalition and build that coalition so that we have access to healthcare folks in times of disasters, everything from, dentists to nurses, et cetera. Some of the training activities that we participated in last year, everything from our ICS courses to ham crams, ChemPack training, and exercises as well to incorporate that healthcare coalition into our resources if we need them in the future. And some of the things on the horizon working in the short and intermediate term is the local paramedic training. We do not have a local paramedic training program here locally or close. So the agency has made efforts to bring NCTI in to teach a course next spring, but also administer our own paramedic training through the EMS agency annually moving forward. Some other efforts in data integration. EMS is very data-centric, so collating, validating, and ensuring all that data is accessible for reporting and accuracy is another effort we'll be tackling on. We do have EMS assessment, system assessment RFP that we will be working on this fall or later on this summer, with a subsequent emergency ambulance RFP development. So in 2026, the current emergency ambulance EOA will expire, and so we hope to have an assessment done with a new RFP and award process done sometime before that 2026 timeframe. So with that, that is the conclusion of my report. And if you have any questions.
Supervisor Rickman and the board, I just want to mention the system, when that 911 call comes in, if it's not a law enforcement or it's not on fire, it goes to one of the two dispatch centers for EMS. Those are both accredited, but they go through a medical priority dispatch kind of triage, working with the reporting party to get a determinate what resources need to be sent. As Jared mentioned, pre-arrival instructions. Part of our success rate in having those people coming out of the hospital alive with cardiac events is promoting hands-only CPR by lay providers, working with our fire departments to inform the public on how to do hands-only CPR and also automatic electronic defibrillators. Then when they get in the transport rig, Jared mentioned MICN, which is a mobile intensive care nurse, working with the hospitals on pre-arrival instructions and then coordinating that care. So when they arrive at that primary stroke center, those parties are ready to receive that patient, get them quickly into the CT if it's a hemorrhagic type stroke, what they need to do, and more importantly, I think we had Mary Nichols from Healings in Motion here a couple meetings ago. Time is brain, and we have some very positive outcomes, and I think it really takes a coordination of a system, and EMS really plays a hand in that overall coordination, but ultimately it's all of our partners working collectively together for the benefit of our constituents.
Thank you, Director Diedrich and Director Bagwell for the presentation, very thorough. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Canepa.
So I just have one question. The behavioral mental health side of it, does that get screened out before? Because now I see, we have an overlap where the city's got a program and then we have a program, and then how does that get addressed?
The Stockton pilot that you mentioned, I believe, those calls get screened out before they enter our EMS system, so we're not even aware of them. But there are efforts in the future. We're going to have to deal with the mental health component and create alternative destinations for those folks from the field as well. So we will be working in concert with all those types of activities to get people to the right place and not bog down the EDs that we see right now.
That's a WIP, work in progress.
Yeah, the problem is there's no destinations to take them right now. There's staffing issues on the behavioral health side. So integrating these efforts, you can't make people, go places they don't want to go. So the efforts will be kind of a drop in the bucket at first, but the regulations are changing that allow ambulance personnel to transport to places other than EDs, community paramedic programs and stuff. Those regulations are being worked through the system as we speak and extended, because the current community paramedic program regulations were to expire January 1 of 24, but they're going to be extending those and adding some additional components to a community paramedic program. So we'll be looking at ventures like that.
Definitely work in progress. It's something we're focused on. I know you're on the Health Commission. We talked a little bit about San Joaquin, Be Well in a proposal, but as Jared mentioned, we ultimately need alternative destinations to take them to, be that a sobering center or a psychiatric health facility. Some of these individuals, if it's a 5150 hold because it's mental health and we can take their rights away, it has to go to a designated facility. So we need more of those brick and mortar and a coordination. But I'd also like to point out when you saw some of the statistics of the different numbers of 911 calls. I think one of the slides was 98,000, but you saw the fire response that was closer to like 80,000. So that delta, when those 911 calls come in, I mentioned medical priority screening, those are kind of categorized. There's on the order of 1,300 determinants, but there's Alpha, Bravo, Echo, and Delta, and the Alpha and Bravos are lower level calls. And some fire departments do not send their EMR resources that it's an ambulance. And if they are not willing to go, we can't involuntarily transport them. But ultimately in our system, I want to get to the point where there are alternative destinations. And when I say that, it's a definitive destination. Somebody doesn't need to set in an ED and clog up an ED, but we need to build that capacity. And it's something that we're definitely working through in our system, because that does clog up and take up valuable fire resources that would be dedicated to fires and higher level emergency calls.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. All right, don't see anybody else in the queue. Open it for public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? And then bring it back to the board. Since we have nobody in the queue, just real quick, thank you very much. Like we spoke about earlier, we have a great EMS team, EMS, you guys down there, and bringing out the rules. So thank you, of course, our allied agencies. I believe one of the reasons we have such a good EMS survivability rate and response time and stuff is, and you guys know how I feel about local control, right? The best people that know their community or the people that should be setting at least the policy as it pertains to response times and so on. Of course, the EMS agency as a whole, the county, we have our role too, just being careful not to overstep our bounds as a county to interfere with the local control. But with that being said, great job. Kudos to both of you for all you do. We appreciate it. And again, what you guys do saves lives. And again, we all have loved ones, including ourselves, right? We want to see live in old age. So
we'll all use the system at some point.
Exactly. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Supervisor.
And this is just. Do we need to do a motion to accept or no? We're good.
I have a board order attached to this.
Okay,
Were you wanting action on this?
Well, let's go ahead and do an action. It doesn't hurt if we do one. So
Move to approve.
Second. Motion and second. Go ahead and let's vote. All right, adopted 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Move on to item number 8. Accept an oral report on the operation of the Office of the Medical Examiner and approve an agreement with Forensic Doctors Group LC FDG to provide chief medical examiner services and pathology/autopsy services totaling $7,250,000 effective July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2027 for a total term of 4 years. So, Mr. Diedrich, you moved.
I moved to make room for the important people in the room. So with me today, I have Paul Graves, our operations administrator for the Office of the Medical Examiner, and also Dr. Michael Hunter, who is our chief medical examiner, who's been with us just shy of 4 years. So we want to do a presentation on the transition from the sheriff coroner model over the last couple of years, some of our challenges, where we're going in the future, but also the renewal of Dr. Hunter's contract, who I think has served our county well, not only as the chief medical examiner and a pathologist, but I've always been appreciative of his demeanor as well as his work ethic.
All right, thank you, Director Diedrich. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to who would like to go.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rickman and the board. It's our pleasure to give you a little presentation here, and then we'll take questions afterwards. The mission of the Medical Examiner's Office is to serve and protect the interests of the community by determining the cause, circumstances, and manner of all sudden, unnatural, unexplained deaths occurring in the county. We identify the deceased and notify their next of kin regardless of where they may live in the world, while ensuring the deceased and their property are treated with utmost respect and dignity. We accomplish our mission through the use of forensic pathologists, trained death investigators, professional consultants, and other methods of inquiry. We serve as an independent finder of fact in a manner that prescribed by law. A little bit of the history on our office, where it came from. On May 15th, 2018, the board here adopted Board Order B-18-292 and Ordinance 4507 establishing the Office of the Medical Examiner, which is now a division of the Healthcare Services Agency. Following an extensive recruitment process, Dr. Michael Hunter was appointed as the county's first Chief Medical Examiner and started working July 1st, 2019. July 1, 2020, the newly established Office of the Medical Examiner worked closely with Sheriff's Office personnel to handle the death call volume in San Joaquin County until we can get up to speed. This joint effort continued until we did finally hire 100% of the death investigators needed to get the job done. September of 2021, the administrative investigative divisions of the Office of the Medical Examiner relocated from the Sheriff's Office to San Joaquin General Hospital. On January 3rd of 2022, The Office of the Medical Examiner had enough trained staff to take over 100% of the death investigations reported to our office. To give you an idea of the significance of having a medical examiner's office in this county, there are 6 counties in the state out of 58 counties that have a medical examiner's office. You're looking at San Diego County, you're looking at Ventura, Santa Clara, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and of course San Joaquin County. So we are unique. I think it's the direction this profession is going. It's kind of an East Coast to West Coast thing that's happening, and I think the county did a great job adopting this early. I wanted to show you this slide. There's a lot of numbers, but we're going to focus on the yellow. Our office, as you know, started July 1st of 2020. Every yellow highlighted number represents a high water mark for this county. So if you see a yellow number, that was the highest death count in the county for that year, for that month, reported to us. So if you see, you can see what we walked into. We started out handling more volume in this county than anybody had ever done from day one. So we hit the ground running.
Yeah, let me just comment a little bit. 2019 is when we started. So look at January. Our numbers kind of stayed consistent up to July of 2020. And then we were seeing a huge volume of cases that were being reported to us. So this was during COVID. So we had a dramatic increase in the number of work that was coming our way because of COVID. Our numbers have kind of come back down to the level near 2019, but there was a huge boost in the workload that we had at that time.
What I wanted to highlight on this slide, it kind of explains what a medical examiner's office does to a degree. There are a lot of deaths that occur in a county that never, ever get reported to a medical examiner's office. For instance, if you look at the very top line, public health recorded that number of deaths in each of those years. And if you look at the line, the second line down, that number is how many of those deaths that were recorded by public health were actually reported to our office. So you're looking at approximately 55% of the deaths that occur in a county are ever even reported to a medical examiner's office. You can look at natural death counts. It's good that our natural death counts are the highest number that we deal with. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble. Your autopsy counts, you can kind of see how those changed from 2019 through 2022. Homicides, kind of hard to put a finger on that. Not sure why they look like that, but that's the homicides. There is an uptick in suicides. Doc, do you want to?
Who knows about homicides? I think we're seeing a kind of a jump in the number of homicides recently, maybe the last end of last year and currently. As far as suicides, I think it's too early to say where we are. A lot of these numbers are based on what happened during COVID. You can see that the cases reported to us in 2021 were increased, 2020 increased. And we've kind of moved past that now. So I think we're going to reach a new baseline and maybe have a better idea of where we are and what's coming to us.
All right, this slide also has a lot of numbers, but what it is, it's a bigger slide of the prior slide I showed you. What this does is give you kind of a decade spread of how many cases were recorded in the county on the very top line. And what I did is I took the liberty to take averages on the far right line. If you're looking at the red numbers on the far right column, it gives you a really good picture of the volumes in this county. So going down from the top, you're looking at 5,440 cases were recorded on a death certificate by public health in the county over a little more than a decade average. Of those 5,440 cases, 3,037 cases are reported to our office. The rest are signed off. We never see them, never hear about them. A certified death, which is the next row, 821, is a case where one of our forensic pathologists either conducts a full autopsy, an external examination, or a record review. And when they do that, they certify the death. So if you're looking at the bottom 3 rows, the numbers in each year add up to the 3rd line up top. So 994 is how many deaths we certify. I don't know if it'll work. I tried this yesterday. There we go. 994 is made up from these 3 numbers on this right here. So they auto-formulate. You can kind of see how many cases our forensic pathologists deal with on an annual basis per how many cases occur, how many cases are reported, and how many actual examinations we conduct. So going down that far right row in the red, 55.6% of the deaths that are recorded in this county are actually seen by our office, which is contrary to some people think it's just 100%, and it's not. So we see, and I'll tell you that in surrounding counties, the numbers are closer to 40%, 45%. I've called a lot of counties. We're very high, and we'd like to see those numbers come down a little bit. In terms of reported deaths that are certified by our office, 27% of the deaths that are reported to our office are actually certified by our office, meaning the other portion are certified by outside physicians somewhere in California.
Yeah, and just to point out, so the cases that are reported to us, we make a decision whether that's a case that belongs to the medical examiner or not. So you see the cases that deaths certified by the medical examiner. These deaths fall under our jurisdiction. So we've taken responsibility aggressively to conduct an investigation and an examination how we see fit.
And those are very spelled out in California law. Government Code 27491 and Health and Safety 102850. Some of the accomplishments the medical examiner has achieved since coming on board. I think the greatest thing this county did was bring on a board-certified forensic pathologist who is actually the boss. He's not only the boss, he's also providing cause and manner on every death and certifying every death that comes across his desk. The other systems out there in California, there's coroner systems, there's sheriff coroner systems, and then there's medical examiner systems. The big contrast is in a medical examiner system, the boss is usually a board-certified forensic pathologist who's gone to numerous years of school. He's also a surgeon. He's also determining cause. He's determining manner. And to contrast that, in another county where you have a coroner, or you have a sheriff coroner, that person can be elected or they can be certified by a board and they can get the job. They don't have to know anything about death investigation. They just have the position. So in this county, you have a board-certified forensic pathologist who's determining all cause and manner on all deaths that come across our desks, which is the absolute ultimate premium platform in the United States, if you ask me. The OME utilizes forensic photography on all field death cases. Prior to us coming in, field photography was not occurring. It was only occurring on criminal-based cases, and that photography was being done by detectives from the various agencies in the county. A standard run-of-the-mill coroner case, so to speak, would not receive forensic photography. Now 100% of our cases receive forensic photography, which is the industry standard. All missing, unidentified, and unclaimed decedents are now being entered into the NAMUS system, which is a worldwide system of missing, unidentified, and unclaimed bodies. The beauty of that is if anybody in the world is looking for a loved one and we weren't able to determine who their loved one was. It's a database where they can chime in, they can come in and search for their loved one. We have a big surge of people coming from the southern border. A lot of these people have never had a fingerprint. They're not known to our systems. They're not known to any system. So if they die, they've never been put in jail, they've never applied for a driver's license, and they've never had a fingerprint taken for any other reason. We virtually don't know who they are. There's no systems for us to figure out who they are. We just have a deceased person who's unidentified and not known to our system. And so having a name and status base helps us with those types of cases. We can put that information in that database, and if their family's searching for a loved one they haven't heard from, they can actually attempt to find them. 100% of the cases reported to San Joaquin County are being investigated by full-time, trained civilian medical investigators. The Office of the Medical Examiner has greatly reduced the county field caseload by telephonically investigating deaths whereby the decedent was attended by a licensed physician the 20 days preceding death, and when the patient has died in a medical setting with medical attendance. That's a huge contrast from when we took over. 100% of the deaths in the county were being investigated by a patrol officer who was dispatched to these scenes. There was no the standard in the state is not to do that. The standard is to allow licensed physicians in the state of California to sign death certificates when they attended that physician patient and they know the causes. They certify those deaths. It doesn't mean our office can telephonically take these cases, get the information. We don't blow anybody off, but we determine whether we're going to accept that case or if an outside physician has the information they need to sign that death certificate, and then we decline the case and allow them to do so. They, in turn, licensed physician works with mortuary. They send over documents. The physician signs it. It's not a medical examiner case. We're not involved. Next point, the allocated investigatory staff count has increased from 5 to 12 MEIs. When we took over, I believe the Sheriff's Office had a beta program where they were using 5 deputy sheriffs. We now have 12 allocated positions. 2 of those positions are supervisory investigatory positions, meaning that investigator can go out and investigate field cases that are of a more significant nature where the investigators may need more resources. It allows our supervisors to go out in the field and investigate along with our regular investigators. So currently we have 8 full-time investigators and 2 part-time investigators. We fully anticipate to become full-time staff. So when they're fully trained, which will be about 3-4 months from now, or close, at least to the degree where we can get them out in the field with a partner, that'll put us up to the 10 allocated positions, and we have 1 medical examiner supervisor with 1 vacancy. That particular vacancy has been very, very difficult for us to fill. Hard to find people for that position. We're working hard to find those people. All medical examiner investigatory reports are hand-typed by the MEI prior to forensic examination, which eliminates delays associated with the report being dictated and transcribed. A vast majority of autopsies are completed within 24 hours of arrival. Actually, believe it or not, I've actually asked Dr. Hunter and his staff to slow down because they handle cases faster than my investigators can write the cases. So they're so fast. I've approached them and said, hey, can we have a 24-hour cool-off period, allow us to collect more data and write reports, get you a little, because we're working feverishly to get you that information for the autopsies the next day. So Dr. Hunter and his team are burning through these very fast and very efficiently. Identification of the deceased. One of the things we determined was a lot of identifications weren't being actually performed maybe by the investigator. We were being told who the person was. A mandate for my investigators is that will determine who they are using one of the best practices that are out there. Majority of people are identified using a good solid government ID with a good photo, looking at the deceased individual, coupled with circumstances at the scene, like the wife perhaps is standing there and saying, that's my husband, we've been married for 40 years. His name's Walter Smith. I look at the ID, it says Walter Smith. They look exactly alike. That's your run-of-the-mill identification. But if we have trouble there, we can always go to what we call odontology, which is we bring a dentist in and they do dental charting. We take known dental charts, compare them, and we get identities through odontology. If we have trouble there, we can always go to DNA, which is a very lengthy process, so we try not to go to DNA, but if we need to, we will. 90% of our reports are turned around, autopsy reports, and to give you a distinction, the autopsy report is a report developed by the pathologist, not the investigator. So Dr. Hunter or one of his staff will turn that autopsy report around within 90 days. It's one of the marks we were trying to make. The whole report turns into an investigator report, an autopsy report, and any toxicology reports. But they're fast. 100% of the cases being declined in the county are actually being reviewed at a supervisory level to ensure that an outside physician has indeed signed the death certificate, and then we close the case. When we came in, we weren't seeing a lot of those cases that were being assumed that they were being assigned and signed off, but there was no oversight. So now we're making sure that they're all looked at.
Yeah, let me make a point. When we're talking about the accomplishments of the office, we're basically focusing on what was in the Mitchell report prior to me coming on board. So in that report, Dr. Mitchell found a lot of weaknesses in death investigation in this county. So the last two slides that you've seen really are focused on some of those deficiencies and where we've come to. So we have come a very long way through that Mitchell report and changing how death investigation happens in this county. So we're very proud of these accomplishments up to this point. We're not exactly where we need to be. We have some changes that need to happen, but we're moving in that direction.
And in terms of the various ancillary fields that they need to do their job, we have access to good quality microbiology, histology, anthropology, neuropathology. We actually use Stanford University for some of our neuropathology cases. Tox, we use a company in California called CBT. Odontology, we have a fabulous retired dentist who comes whenever we ask. And radiology is a problem, but we know it's coming with our new building. We have to get our CT scans done at San Joaquin General, and then the disc and the body comes to us. If he needs subsequent scans, radiology work, we have to literally take our deceased individuals, send it back over to the hospital, and then have that body brought back because we don't have in-house CT scanner, which is coming with our new building, and we know that, but it's a deficiency for us right now. On that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just jump in here on this. Really, where do we need to be? What we don't have right now is a central facility. We have plans to have an office put together where we can all be under the same roof, but we're currently not under the same roof. We have the administrative and the investigative divisions very separate from the medical division. And in order for us, I think, to do the job appropriately, we all need to work together as a team. And teamwork really is going to happen when we're under the same roof. We're not there. We're expecting something to happen. Maybe Greg can comment on that at the end about where that is. But we were hoping, at least at this point, to see some shovels in the ground as far as the facility goes. All our investigators, we'd love for them to move toward ABMDI, which is the American Board of Medical Death Investigators, to get certified. That's the national organization looking at the quality of our death investigators. So that's a goal. We're not there. We want to be there. I know you guys have probably heard of NAME. That's the accrediting agency of the medical examiner's offices in the country. We're not going to have that until we have a facility, to be honest. And then basically we need to get our case management software up to date, and we're I think very deficient when it comes to our software. So if you ask us specific questions about data that we're producing, I mean, our goal is to produce data for this county that can be utilized for public safety. And that's a hard thing for us to do because our case management software isn't where it needs to be. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Since Dr. Hunter asked, he's wrapping up his fourth year here, and I was with Monica Nino and Mark Miles as we did the interview panel to hire our first chief medical examiner. That was on the radar back then about getting the morgue facility. Literally, they're within the sheriff's office secure perimeter. It's a 1920s crematorium building that we're working out of. As we transition away from the sheriff coroner model, our staff had to move away from sheriff admin space. I had them cubbied hold in 2 offices in the old towers of the hospital, and at that point we were actually in 3 physical locations. But after a whole person care moved out of the wing of Benton Hall that I'm in, crammed Paul, and I literally have a few offices down there with 4 bodies in each of them, but we've gone from 2 spaces to 1. But this design for the morgue and now adding the admin staff, it's been lingering. I know we had a capital facility review committee last October, but as Dr. Hunter mentioned, we don't have the shovels in the ground yet, and this is something promised 4 years ago, but I think it's going to be critical for just office efficiency dynamics and elevating us to the next level. But one of the things Paul did not mention is that since we're in the secure perimeter of the sheriff's office, we are under the sheriff's office professional background check. And a lot of our people wash out even though they're retiring from a law enforcement career. Not that we want to step back from the level of due diligence, but I think bringing that in-house and being more analogous to probation or CD-SARA will have a better pass rate. But beyond our own staff having to pass that, we are continuing to renew our body removal service contract because you can imagine some of the people that might be in that line of work might have, let's say, lived experience and are more difficult to pass through backgrounds. And that's one reason why we're sticking with our current vendor until we get our own facility. But with that, Dr. Hunter, Paul, we're here to answer any questions you may have, but I think we have a lot of positives that have occurred over the last 4 years. Including the change of location, staffing up, and then all the headwinds of COVID we faced.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for a very thorough report. Appreciate it. Supervisor Canepa.
I just have a few questions. So the handoff time, because one of the concerns was getting up to 10 people. How does it hand off between the sheriffs? How the cooperation between the two? You know what I mean? So if they're called out to a police call, how does it hand off to you guys? Because that was always a concern. I mean, protecting possessions of somebody who just deceased, and how does that happen? And then the other question is training those folks, just like you said. How are we doing that? And obviously, we need a new. When are we starting the new?
I think the design work's done. We're working with General Services to bring something back to the board for the ability to move forward and actually fund it. I think the funding's in place. But we're not quite there yet. I know General Services has a lot of projects they're working on, so I think the dams are ready to break loose because you saw SB 1022 come a couple board meetings ago, so I think we're on the cusp of it, but we're not quite there yet.
And it's going to be still secured or not secured area?
It's going to be on the back side of the jail, but outside the fence line, so it will not be, it's on the curtilage of their property, if you will, but it will be our facility and our own professional standards when we do that.
And that'll help with recruiting and obviously going to get deceased bodies?
Well, yeah, a whole host of recruiting. I think Paul had an error on the slide. When we got the first allocation of bodies, I think it was 7 death investigators. We added 3, and then we added a new classification of the supervisor. But what Dr. Hunter didn't mention is not only 1920s building, which is antiquated, The sheriff's office background check, which is invasive, his peers, his forensic pathologists, have to also go through that, and they have a lot of other opportunities. I think they're on the order of, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Hunter, about 550 board-certified forensic pathologists in the nation. If we have a new building and new opportunities, I think that will help Dr. Hunter with his own recruitment for other forensic pathologists.
Yeah, and just to talk a little bit about that, I've had several doctors go into the background check for the sheriff's office, and they're not being washed out because of the background check. They don't have the time, and they don't want to put in the effort to go through this tremendous background. And you can imagine every physician in their background, it's massive, it's huge. Where they've been through their careers, all of that gets looked at aggressively by the sheriff's office through this background. So I've had many pathologists who I'd like to bring on who simply just give up on it and just move on to another job. So that's been a problem. It won't be a problem when we have better control of that when we have our facility.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Canepa, are you done? Fine, I was just, the sheriff part of it didn't really get an answer, but I mean, the partnership there and how the soft handoff, because there was concerns about time that deputy sheriffs are having to stay too long, and how does that coincide, so.
Well, we met with Sheriff Withrow and had a conversation about that topic, and there's some confusion between the two organizations. When a case is called into us and reported to us, our trained investigator is going to go through the data, through the details, through the information that's provided to us, and they're going to determine whether that case meets the criteria for a case that we would accept, or it's going to be a case we decline. We reserve that right through statutory law to accept or decline a case. The agreement with Sheriff Withrow and us, when we sat, was that their investigator would go determine whether criminal activity was afoot at the scene. They do the standard law enforcement approach to the death scene. Once they determine, they're going to determine one of two ways. If they feel like it's a criminal death scene, generally they're going to call in their detectives, and their detectives are going to come in, they're going to take over the scene. They may ask for search warrants, they may ask for a number of things that would prevent us really from engaging in the scene until they're done with some of those things. The second direction this can go is it really boils down to natural death cases, because when you're looking at a clear homicide, clear suicide, clear accidental death, it's a no-brainer. We load up, we get up, we go handle our business. It falls right under the unnatural death category. It's a medical examiner's case. When you're dealing with a natural death case whereby the person's been attended by a physician and a physician can sign the death certificate, those types of cases statewide are handled telephonically. We call, in other words, the reporting party is actually the deputy sheriff. They would call our office and say, this is what I have. They go through it. We look at the medical conditions the deceased individual has. We look at the totality of circumstances at the scene. We also determine who their physician is and who their legal next of kin is. And if everything falls in order and we have a doctor that can sign the death certificate, most likely we would decline that case and we would be out of it. We would decline the case and give it back to patrol. Now, where I can see there being a little bit of some confusion, if it's the policy of the sheriff's office to stay on scene until the mortuary arrives and removes the body, their officers there an extended amount of time. But the reality is, statutorily speaking, it's not a medical examiner's case. We have no business being there. We already know that there's an outside physician going to sign that death certificate. The family has selected a mortuary somewhere in the community or even outside of the community. The medical examiner, the mortuary has dispatched a team to remove the body from the residence or the location, and we're out of it. We've declined the case.
And that's the standard. So if we decline a case and there's family present and they can make final disposition for those remains, then that's perfect. So the funeral home gets involved at that point.
All right, thank you.
I'll also add, beyond the sheriff is one jurisdiction for the unincorporated county. I think you have a good partnership, and they're following the protocol as you just mentioned. But even though we have essentially 10 of our 12 positions filled, this is a 365, 24-hour day shift. We might only have 2 death investigators on duty. They may or may not go out in pairs, but if we have the freeway closed because of a multiple fatality accident and a hanging, we might not get to some of these lower level calls. But we do have a good partnership, and we need a partnership with the sheriff on dispatch and pending our people out on their CAD system. But also, when it was the sheriff, they had 600 bodies in their office that could backfill to do coroner duties. We have very few of those, but we need a partnership with the sheriff's office of the public administrator. So some of these indigent decedents might be brought to the morgue while they work through the trust. But I think really where I want some partnership with law enforcement is most of our death investigators are no longer former law enforcement. So some younger ladies, but when they come across a loaded weapon, making sure that it's cleared and handed off to law enforcement for safekeeping rather than just putting a zip tie on the front door and leaving that unattended. I think we have a ways to go with our shared understanding and partnership with our law enforcement partners.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll try and be brief, but I just want to bring 3 new supervisors compared to myself and Supervisor Viapudua were here when this all got put into motion. And so just to give you guys all an example of how important it is, some of the responsibilities we have as supervisors, my office was contacted by Dr. Malo about some challenges that he was having with the then system. I alerted CAO Nino at the time, and she sat on her hands. She did nothing, absolutely nothing. Then Dr. Parsons went forward with a full-blown lawsuit and a challenge on the county protocols. And then that opened up a review. County council at the time said, oh, gee, a little bit of better communication, everything would be fine. We as a board weren't satisfied. So we hired Dr. Mitchell to come on in and do a comprehensive review, and they uncovered all sorts of problems. And that led us as a board, 5-0, I believe it was 5-0, to get to a point where we incorporated the medical examiner. To see that stood up as it is with the death investigators, the only thing I see is missing, of course, is the facility. So I would hope in some capacity, Director Dietrich, our CAO, that we're working. I know that Director Cunningham's offices are quite busy at any given time, and yesterday I tasked her with more things, so there's many things going on. But this is one of these victory laps that we as supervisors can take when we're responsive, that things that are happening that are not the way they should be, well, we can recognize it and we can restructure. And luckily, and I think it's with great fortune that we are one of the few counties, only several, that have a medical examiner operation in and through the function. So thank you, Dr. Hunter. Paul, I didn't get your last name. I apologize, but I know we spoke on the phone and we've reached before. But great job. I'm looking forward to the new facility. With the planning of the new facility, is it designed for future growth?
I think on the storage for decedents it is. I think we have 4 to 5 autopsy tables, bringing in the CT equipment, room, I think, for pathologists and even fellows and staffing. So I think we're well positioned. We just need to bring an action to notice to proceed, award a contract, and get those chrome shovels out in a photo op. But just to your question, Paul's last name is Graves, and I guess it goes along with the field he's in. Yeah.
Oh, no pun intended. Well, thank you, Director Dietrich. So I'd make a motion that we break out the shovels and we move something forward to the board as quickly as possible so we can get ground, the ground opening, the shovels ready program, whatever, going. So thank you. Appreciate the report. Informative, but also, again, I wanted to inform the board how we got there. And it was, I think, to me, it was a great action we took as a board then to get here now.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. Just a real quick question for me. When you're looking at, when you were talking earlier, the deaths, the plus 54% for natural deaths, COVID to where we're at now. I know we spoke last year and talked about like natural deaths. Were some of those as a result because people didn't get treatment?
Yeah, let me chat. During COVID?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. So we saw an uptick in deaths during that period. Our numbers went very, very high. A lot of those were directly related to the COVID infection, COVID pneumonias. But a lot of them were also individuals that didn't seek maybe medical care. And if you notice from the last presenter, there was a decline in EMS response, fewer calls going out. Well, we saw the absolute opposite. We found that a lot of individuals were having health issues and ended up dying at home, maybe because of their pre-existing natural disease, or maybe even COVID.
But like, for example, cancer.
Sure.
You know, or
well, not necessarily cancer, because that if it's cancer and it's expected, that would be a death that we wouldn't be involved with. We decline it, and the physician would typically certify.
What I'm saying is you have symptoms of cancer or whatever, and you're not getting treatment.
Yeah.
Because you're scared to God.
Oh, sure.
You know what I'm saying? And same thing with suicides. You know, there has been study after study after study, most upon our youth, the suicide rates are, and even for adults, because of isolation and so on.
Right.
Is that correct? Is that a fair assumption to say?
I think that's fair. It's a fair assumption also. Certainly with individuals not seeking care when they probably should have sought care, suicide. But some of the other issues have kind of come back in vengeance, and that's drug deaths are skyrocketing. Right. Methamphetamine, fentanyl. The two most common terms I use on a death certificate is methamphetamine, fentanyl. So we're dealing with that issue right now.
You know, I just bring this up because I just reading a ruling by Justice Gorsuch from the U.S. Supreme Court about how the civil liberties were violated in COVID. And I know majority of this board, not all of us, majority of us at the board, and it's kind of, how do you say it? You know, the warning signs were there. You had all these studies talking about, you know, mental health, our kids, suicide rates, people not seeking treatment for pre-existing conditions and stuff. And, you know, we were just told, you know, you guys are wrong, you know, that's not happening. And then you look at the numbers. Hopefully, you know, people learn from this. I mean, hopefully our, you know, medical directors and our doctors and our politicians, you know, look at what the outcome can be. You know, sometimes the cure is worse than the disease, right?
Sure.
Kind of stuff. So hopefully, you know, people pay attention to what happened, and we don't fall into this same predicament in the future. That's all I had to say. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Did I go to public comment yet? Anybody from the public wishing to address the board at this time? And now bring it back to the board and see anybody in queue. We do need a motion, so.
Move to approve the report.
Second. All right, could vote, please.
This also includes Dr. Hunter's contract renewal. So just.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, no, forget it. No.
Whoa.
That wasn't in the motion, no.
All right.
Motion as presented.
All right. We have a motion and a second. And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you, congratulations, and thank you for a very thorough report. Keep up the good work.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, board.
All right, we're on the back end of this now. Item number 9, approve the San Joaquin County Local Road Safety Plan. Mr. Buckman, welcome back. Najee, there he is.
Hey.
I even called Najee from Washington, D.C. just to hear his voice. Let you know. All yours. No, they're good.
Thank you, Chair Rickman and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman with your Department of Public Works. In 2021, Public Works initiated preparation of a local road safety plan, or LRSP. Oops. Sorry. Or LRSP that establishes best practices for the county to proactively assess and address safety concerns throughout the county's roadway network. The ultimate goal of the plan is to reduce serious and fatal injury collisions on county roads. After a thorough analysis of collisions on our roadways in collaboration with key stakeholders, we recently completed the LRSP and are presenting it to the board for consideration. Deputy Director Naji Zarif will provide a brief overview of the plan, its findings, and ultimate recommendations. After his presentation, we'd be happy to answer any questions your board may have. With that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Director Zarif.
Thank you, Director Buckman, and good afternoon, supervisors. As Director Buckman noted, the LRSP is a comprehensive, data-driven plan to reduce fatal and serious injury collisions on county roadways. This plan aligns with the state of California's strategic highway safety plan and safe systems approach to addressing road safety, which focuses on all elements of the roadway system, including the users, vehicles, driver behavior, infrastructure, and post-crash care to accomplish these goals, and recognizes that safety is a shared responsibility and our solutions must be proactive and account for human error. Ultimately, the vision for the LRSP is to provide a roadway network that provides safe travel for all road users. As noted before, we hope to accomplish this by implementing a proactive data-driven approach to identify and address high-risk situations in what we consider to be a systemic way before those collisions occur, which would, in the long run, hopefully lead to an elimination of what we consider to be preventable, fatal, and serious injury collisions. Our goals for the LRSP are to first promote and foster a safety-first culture using engineering, community education, and collaboration with our partners. And rather than just respond to fatal and serious injury collisions, we aim to prevent them using systemic solutions that benefit all road users. And lastly, we strive to be open to utilizing emerging technologies that allow us to innovate and pilot safety solutions and more easily share information with our stakeholders. The process of developing the LRSP consisted of collecting 5 years worth of collision data for unincorporated county roadways. Our consultant analyzed this data to determine any crash patterns and trends within the data. Those patterns and trends help us identify what we consider to be emphasis areas that would result in the most cost-effective reductions in collisions. With the emphasis areas identified, the project team screened the entire roadway network to determine locations where we saw an overrepresentation of the priority collision types or behaviors, or where a significant collision risk existed. This screening resulted in several recommended priority projects and strategies. As I've mentioned earlier, the importance of stakeholder engagement and representation in the development of RCP was critical for its sustainable success. As part of this effort, the team was able to involve a number of key entities, including members from law enforcement, emergency response, public health, the City of Stockton, and non-governmental organizations such as bike clubs, MAD, and the San Joaquin Farm Bureau. The PD team met 3 times over the course of the LRSP's development to discuss data findings, solicit feedback, and identify emphasis areas and implementable strategies. So this initial LRSP included an analysis of collision from the data period of 2015 to 2019. The years of 2020 and 2021 were excluded due to the significant changes in driving behavior that were observed during the pandemic. However, going forward, the data from these years will be included in our analyses to determine any anomalies or needed adjustments to the emphasis areas. With respect to the analyzed data set, we found that of the 12,783 collision records we have, 6% of them resulted in fatal or serious injuries, with an average of 42 fatalities each year. And then while walking and bicycling are only 1% of the total reported collisions, they represent 21 and 12% of fatal and serious injury collisions, respectively. With respect to collision types that resulted in a fatality or serious injury, hit objects was the highest at 28%, followed by broadside and head-on collisions. And impaired driving was the most frequently indicated violation, with improper turning movements, a close second, and unsafe speeds as the third most common violation, resulting in a fatality or a serious injury. And when we dive a little bit deeper into the impaired driving data, our analysis found that 42% of the run off the road collisions involved a driver that was under the influence of alcohol or drugs. And 15% of impaired driving collisions resulted in a fatality or serious injury, which is, as you can see, 2.5 times the average rate when considering all collisions. Then the last highlight of findings from the study involved pedestrian and bicyclist-involved collisions. So nearly half of walking-involved collisions result in a fatality or serious injury, and nearly half, or 47% of those collisions involve a person that's 24 years or younger. Similarly, and there's generally no surprise, bicyclist-involved collisions have a higher rate of fatal or serious injuries at 25%, which makes them over 4 times more likely to occur when compared to car-only involved collisions. So after combing through all of the data and analyzing the patterns and trends, the development team determined the following areas of emphasis. Pedestrian and bicyclists, as we mentioned, are involved in 2.4% of reported collisions, but represent 14% of total fatal and serious injury collisions. Unsignalized intersections locations made up all but one of the highest scoring intersections in our collision severity score analysis. Lane departures account for 21% of fatal and serious injury collisions, with 28% of those injuries resulting from hitting an object. Driving or biking under the influence was the most commonly cited primary collision factor for fatal and serious injuries at 29%. This is slightly higher than what we see as with the statewide average of 28%. Unsafe speeds was a commonly cited primary collision factor for fatal and serious injuries at 13%, and is often found as a related factor to each of the other areas of emphasis that we've identified. And then lastly, collisions involving drivers that are 65 and older account for 17% of all fatal and serious injury collisions, and this is 5% higher than the statewide average of 12%. So after identifying each of the emphasis areas, the project team analyzed every roadway and intersection using the crash frequency and the severity to create a collision risk index. This index indicates the relative risk of any injury occurring at the indicated location and served as a basis for prioritizing projects and strategies. From this analysis, 14 priority corridors, 4 being along state highways, and 40 priority intersections, 13 of which are along state highways, were identified. Over the next few slides, we'll highlight the corridors and intersections within each of the county's planning areas. And improvements or strategies at these locations could include a number of things, such as enhanced lighting, signage and striping, flashing beacons, road widenings, and rumble strips. So the priority locations, within the Thornton planning area, there's 3 priority intersections and 2 priority corridors, which includes the intersections of Thornton Road and Woodbridge Road, and Ray Road and Peltier Road. Within the Lodi planning area, we had 6 priority intersections and 3 priority corridors. The highest priority intersection is North Cherokee Lane and Collier Road, and the highest priority corridor is Lower Sacramento Road between 8 Mile Road and Mettler Road. The city of Stockton does have a project under design to widen the southerly end of 8 Mile Lower Sacramento Road, where we see the highest concentration of collisions. And then in the Lockford planning area, we had 5 priority intersections and 2 priority corridors. The highest priorities are along State Route 88 and 26, which we've communicated to our counterparts at Caltrans. And the remaining highest corridor is Clements Road between Brant and Stampede Road. Within the Delta planning area, there's only 1 priority intersection and 1 priority corridor. The highest priority corridor is located along State Route 4, and the high priority intersection is Howard Road and Roberts Road. The Stockton area has the highest number of priority locations with 9 intersections and 3 corridors. The area around Wilson Way, Newton Road, and McAllen Road will be a particular focus area for the department. And within Linden planning area, there are no priority corridors, but 6 priority intersections. 4 of those intersections are on state highways, with the remaining 2 intersections along Escalon-Balota Road at Copperopolis and Hewitt. And then the last batch of planning areas. So Mountain House, Tracy area, most of the locations identified here of the 5 priority intersections and 1 priority corridor either have safety improvements under construction or planned in the near future. Within the Lathrop-Manteca area, we have 3 priority intersections, 1 priority corridor. The priority corridor in this planning area is along South Union Road between Shady Pines and Lovelace. And then lastly, within Ripon and Escalon, there were 3 priority intersections and 1 priority corridor. The intersection of Mariposa and Dodds Road actually represents one of the highest ranked intersections within the entire county. And so as mentioned previously, all of these priority locations are being evaluated for low-cost safety improvements as well as strategies that we can work with our partners to implement. To address these locations, the LRSP recommends the implementation of several approaches, including engineering strategies such as expansion of our countermeasures toolbox, safety projects, supporting emerging technologies, and utilizing big data to evaluate driver behavior, and some non-engineering strategies such as working with our safety partners to educate road users, supplement enforcement activities, and assist in more timely emergency response. As most of you know, the most frequent complaint that the department receives is regarding speeding. Recognizing that unsafe speeds is a frequent collision factor and one of the identified emphasis areas for us, the LRSP includes a recommendation that we expand our safety toolbox to introduce additional traffic calming tools such as traffic circles, mini roundabouts, chicanes, and more speed feedback tools. In addition, we will continue to use the speed hump policy to consider and install speed humps where appropriate and work with stakeholders, particularly law enforcement and startup companies, to identify pilot projects and opportunities to test emerging technologies. As part of this effort, we also developed a GIS-based road safety analysis web application. This application allows us to calculate multiple safety performance metrics and provide sort of real-time or to-date analysis of intersections and segments in response to concerns that may be raised by the public in our community. In addition, the ongoing monitoring of safety metrics will allow us to be more responsive to grant application efforts for the improvements that are a little bit more expensive. And another implementation action resulting from the LRSP effort is the development of a safety steering committee. This committee will consist of many of the project development team members and meet regularly to synergize our efforts to improve road safety in the community, strengthen our relationships, and reinforce the safety culture that we are striving to foster. So now that the LRSP is complete, next steps beyond implementation of the recommendations would include at least an annual review of collision data to monitor safety trends and adjust our priorities accordingly, and for us to pursue funding opportunities that align with the goals and objectives of the LRSP.
Thank you, Deputy Director Zarif, Chair Rickman, and board members. That concludes our presentation. At this point, we'd be happy to address any questions your board may have.
Thank you both very much. Very thorough. Always great to see what comes out of your guys' office. Supervisor Canepa.
I just have one question. We have our road money accounts. Does this come into play with that if there's like an area that needs immediate attention that needs to be brought to each one of our districts? Because I don't know when we go over that or how we go over that.
Sure. Yes. So it could. That is a potential funding source for some of the low-cost improvements. Or if the supervisors are supportive of it, we could use those funds as a match to go get other competitive dollars that are for some of the higher cost improvements.
And then the partnerships with Caltrans, how does that work?
So typically, what we'll do with Caltrans is we'll identify the areas that are locations that we see a safety issue. We report it to them. They'll do their own analysis, and then we can partner together on a safety grant application, or they have their own funding where they can some safety funding that they can use to go and deliver those projects, and then we can, if it impacts one of our roadways where there's a need for us to match, we can participate in those improvements as well.
I'd be looking forward to doing that. If we could match and parlay our money to get more money, that would. Sounds good to me. Thank you, Chair.
And through the chair, Supervisor Canepa, memos will be going out to the board members, I think, within the next several weeks regarding their road fund balances and what's proposed for the coming budget year. And we'll offer to meet with the supervisors and go through that at that time.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor. All right, seeing nobody else in the queue, there's nobody here. So we'll bring it back to the board. And just real quick, I mean, we just got back from, DC for COG. And, of course, we only had 8 projects this year. Well, we had more, but, for the sake of time and hopefully get some money, we had 8 projects. But, I mean, I would love to see next year one of you guys go. I think it would be instrumental. You guys are the experts, right? And also for this board, outside of COG, to go to Washington, D.C. or the Capitol and to advocate for some of these projects. Because we do have tons of projects, and we can't pay for them all, so we need state and federal funds. So, I mean, I think that's something that it's not a should, we have to do if we want to get money to some of these problems. A lot of it is not design problems, it's behavior problems. So how do you prevent that? I mean, for example, DUIs. I mean, you're arresting people every single day for DUIs, and you have them, you have all these different, my God, you have Uber, Lyft, taxis, and people shouldn't have to drive drunk, but they do anyways. Right. So a lot of this is an enforcement issue, but, and that rolls around to, do we have enough cops out there? You can't have a cop on every corner. So, how do you prevent? I mean, I don't have an answer. But, I mean, one of the answers, I guess, could be, widening our roadways, make, like a couple of things that you were saying that we can do, engineer to hopefully reduce some of these fatalities and so on. But, again, it all comes down to money. And I know I have projects in my district. You mentioned Highway 4, Roberts Road, Howard Road. Commuters, 205 gets backed up. Where do they go? 4 and Howard and down that way. And so we had some, pretty bad grinders out there. So keep up the good work and let us know if there's grant opportunities or that you see, and we have to do a match or whatever it may be. By all means, let's do it. I mean, get some of these bigger projects done. I mean, we can lead the other counties and in traffic safety and stuff. I mean, that's my wheelhouse. I mean, I've done it for 27 years. So, but again, I mean, I would love to talk to our legislative folks and see what we can do as a board to go to the Capitol. I mean, I just met with Carlos Villapudua, our assembly member, and I meet with him, a lot, and we discussed, and he was able to bring some funding and stuff down this way. So I think we should find a way. I don't know how we would do it, talk to our legislative and pick a date and where we're all available, at least the majority of us are, so we can go to the Capitol in Washington, D.C. With that being said, we need this is just a report. Do we need a motion here?
Yeah, we are asking that we adopt the LRSP.
And Najee, thank you very much for picking up the phone. I know people thought I was joking when I called you.
I would have been at the with you in DC. I was in DC at the same time.
I didn't see you.
But my son was graduating from Howard University.
Oh,
so
okay. Well, congratulations.
But next year.
Well, you shouldn't have picked up the phone then when I called.
Well, it's see Supervisor Rickman. I got to pick up the phone.
But
start calling me.
It's just to talk about some of the good connections we have. So
move to approve.
I'll make a motion.
Yep.
And you're over your 5 minutes, by the way.
I didn't hear a buzzard.
Second.
Was there a buzzer? Oh, see?
The buzzer's broken.
I control it.
We need Public Works to install a working buzzer.
Do you have a motion? Did you second it?
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Canepa? Okay,
yes,
get a vote.
Good job, Public Works. Thanks.
Adopted 5-0, and congratulations on Public Works Week, right?
Thank you. We're having a fun week celebrating our team's accomplishments. So thank you.
Yeah, you guys rock it, man. I think we're all up here pretty happy with you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Number 10. Authorize, this is the last one, authorize the use of $5,450,000 of American Rescue Plan Act funds for water, sewer, and emergency power projects at multiple county administered special districts, and authorize fund transfers first, second, fourth, and fifth districts. Mr. Buckman, welcome back.
Good afternoon again, Chair Rickman and board members. The item before you, as Chair Rickman indicated, is a request to use American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds, for water, sewer, and emergency power projects within multiple county administered special districts. ARPA makes funding available for, among other things, investments in water and sewer infrastructure. Public Works operates numerous utility districts that provide water and sewer related services within the unincorporated county, and understands that there is unallocated ARPA funding available. So Public Works proposes to use ARPA funding for 4 projects within 6 districts that will improve water service reliability, conserve water, decrease operation and maintenance costs, and/or improve public health and safety. The recommended projects are consistent with federal guidance on the use of ARPA funds. Oh, sorry, I'm not moving. The first project is phase 1. First project is a phase 1 of the Lincoln Village water main replacement project, which proposes to replace and upgrade more than 70-year-old water mains that are deteriorating and very expensive to maintain because they're located in backyard easements. The mains will be relocated to road rights-of-way to reduce maintenance costs, and will be upsized to satisfy current fire flow requirements. This project was awarded $2.4 million in state funding last year, and we're requesting $2.25 million to fund the remainder of phase 1, which is scheduled for construction in 2024. Next project is phase 1 of the Colonial Heights water main replacement project. Purpose and scope of this project is essentially identical to the previous Lincoln Village project. This project was awarded $2.2 million in state funding last year, and we are requesting $2.25 million to fund the remainder of phase 1, which is also scheduled for construction in 2024. Next project consists of providing emergency power generators to 3 water systems. SB 552, which was enacted in 2021, requires water suppliers to provide for continuous operation during power outages by January 2024, subject to funding availability. These small water systems, Spring Creek Estates, Shaded Terrace, and Elkhorn Estates maintenance districts, lack auxiliary power and the resources to provide it. We are requesting $250,000 in ARPA funding for each district to comply with the new requirement by the January 2024 deadline. The last project has a long name, and I'll just call it the Pacific Gardens Sewer Project. The project, or the Pacific Gardens Sanitary District, collects and discharges sewage to the City of Stockton system for treatment. However, when the city system is overwhelmed, the district's lift station discharge overflows, which in turn can result in raw sewage spilling onto Calariva Drive and ultimately into the Calaveras River. And these overflows are pretty serious standards violations for state water quality laws. So the proposed project consists of removing 5 maintenance holes, constructing 2 new sealed maintenance holes, and constructing 3 bridge pipes to prevent the sewer overflows. We're requesting $200,000 in ARPA funding to complete construction of these improvements. Public Works anticipates that all the funds will be obligated for these proposed projects by December 31, 2024, and all funds will be expended by December 31st, 2026, as required by ARPA guidance. We understand that additional ARPA funds may become available in the future, and if so, note that Public Works has additional eligible projects that can be delivered within the required timelines. This concludes my presentation. Our recommendation is that the board authorize use of $5.45 million in ARPA funding for the identified water, sewer, and emergency power projects, and authorize the transfer of funding from the ARPA fund into the specified budgets. I'd be happy to respond to any questions at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Buckman. Supervisor Patty.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. A quick question: Are some or are some and or all of these independent maintenance districts?
They're all in special districts.
Okay, so they have their own budget for exactly these things, and they've taken the vote on them. So my concern is that, we've got the ARPA funds, yes, and there's more demands and needs than we would have funds, because I believe, CAO would confirm those funds are rapidly diminished. But that's what the independence maintenance funds are for. So they're self-funding maintenance, upgrades, whatever it is that needs to be done in these districts. So I'm a little bit perplexed and challenged to award ARPA dollars for independent districts that are their own responsibility. They've got their own assessments, their own taxes, their own account for exactly these types of projects. What would you, why the need for the ARPA funds?
You're correct that the special districts are generally supported by service charges that the benefiting property owners pay. In the case of the water main replacement projects, these districts were put in a long time ago before Prop 218, and frankly, they didn't put away enough capital replacement reserves, and the districts are facing enormous costs for the main replacements. So Lincoln Village's total replacement cost is about $30 million, and Colonial Heights is about $15 million in total. So we are looking for ways to ease the burden on ratepayers. Lincoln Village, a good portion of it is a disadvantaged community as well. So that trying to ease the burden on ratepayers is it's something that we're conscious of. And the emergency generators, all those are small districts. We're doing those to try to meet a state-imposed mandate that was enacted last year. They're small districts for which emergency generators are an enormous expense. Ultimately, if they don't get this funding, like the other districts, are going to have to find a way to fund it. We'll have to raise rates or do whatever we have to do. Similar story for Pacific Garden Sewer District. Very old district, very small. $200,000 is a lot for them, and this would solve a pretty important problem for them and for us from a regulatory standpoint. But again, all these districts, if this assistance is not available, we'll have to find a way to fund it through ratepayer funds. And these districts are generally self-sustaining, but they do receive grant assistance from time to time from various state and federal pots.
So if you were to allocate these funds, does that satisfy all of their needs, or they still need to do a rate hike to cover some of these expenses? Are you talking about some of these big dollar projects?
Yeah, we're looking at rate hikes likely at some point for both Lincoln Village and Colonial Heights to be able to afford $30 million and $15 million respectively main replacement projects. At some point, we're going to be looking at rate increases. This will ease the impact of that somewhat, and we may have, frankly, the environment for attracting outside funding for water infrastructure like this is pretty good right now. But even with that, at some point, we're going to have to raise rates on them at some point. Definitely with the other two districts to get the repairs done with, the three districts with the generators and the sewer district. To get those repairs done, it would require immediate rate increases.
So here's my challenge on this. I would have preferred to see an engagement with the district saying, if, we've got one-time use of funds that are available if you pass a rate hike. If you forego the rate hike, you're going to be on your own. It's an independent district, and you can own we do them a favor by managing the district for them. Mm-hmm. So I would rather see, instead of us giving this, I would rather see there be an incentive and they agree to the rate hike. That's inevitable as it is. I think that's 5 minutes, so I'll stop.
Okay. Vice Chair.
Chairman. Mr. Buckman, would Country Club, Pacific Gardens be part of that special district? Pacific Gardens and the Country Club?
Yes.
They're, okay, great. They have
a Pacific Garden Sanitary District is within District 1 in the Country Club area.
Well, great, because they had a lot of issues in the wintertime. And
yeah, we know.
Okay, great, yeah. Yeah, no, you were very helpful. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Is anybody else in the queue? Well, we have 3 people in the audience, or 5, if you want to count the deputies. Anybody wishing to comment on this item?
Question, Chairman?
Public comment. Anybody wishing to comment on this item? And none, bring them back to board. One quick question for me, it's not here. Linney Road, where are we at on that?
Linney, you mean the study?
Yeah. Well, we don't we have a MOU or phase 2, or did we get that far from Linney Estates out there? Remember the sewage?
Oh, okay, the sewage issue. We've exchanged correspondence with the city regarding a draft will serve letter. They had their council review. They returned some questions for us to address just last week, and we responded this week. So I'm thinking we're really close.
Okay.
And that's another project that we could consider in the future if ARPA funding becomes available.
No, that's what I was thinking, because it's not a special district. I mean, we're trying to hook up with the city line, which will help the county out.
Right, but it would be a special district cost
well,
without this assistance, right?
Right. But I mean, hooking up with I think it's something completely different. But yeah, please keep me informed on that. That's all I have. So we went to public comment already, so it's back to the board.
Am I allowed to speak again, Chairman? After 5 minutes?
No, but
I make a motion to table this until Public Works has engaged with these districts to adjust their rates. That's my motion.
We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? All right, we don't have a second, so it dies for lack of a second. We have a motion.
A motion to approve as presented.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. Go ahead and let's have a vote. Supervisor Dean, wait for you. That's for debate. Debate, if it's a yes, no, or abstain, you have 33% chance. There you go. It's adopted. 3 yeses, no, 1 no, 1 abstention. All right. With that
should have been done much better, in my opinion.
So that was number 10. So we move to Board of Supervisor comments and committee reports. Who would like to go? Anyone? Well, if nobody wants to go, I'll just real quick. Yep, you want to go?
No, I'm good. I'm tired, actually.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask. Well, Supervisor Cannon, but go ahead, because I need to get my thoughts.
No, I'm just saying that we went to Washington, D.C. to report out that I went on the trip.
Yeah, I can do that. Just real quick for our county council, and this is your first day here, I'm just going to give you an opportunity to say hello.
Sure, absolutely. Everybody here knows me. I'm Ed Kiernan. I'm the new county council, and yesterday was my first day getting to know everybody. Already a number of supervisors have dropped by the office and said hi. I appreciate that. Had a meeting with Supervisor Patty yesterday. I'm working with Jay and kind of just getting acclimated and excited to be here.
All right. Well, thank you. I'll move to Supervisor Patty was up, so I'll let him go.
Sorry?
You're up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick board comments and welcome to our county council. Looking forward to our, got me for a year and a half for the good, the bad, or the ugly, but glad to have you on board. Just a couple quick reports. We had a fantastic fundraiser. I'd like to thank the CAO's office. There was a Cool Cats and Barking Dogs fundraiser for the animal shelter. This will be coming back to the board for a meeting on June 6th, but doing some matching fund with the city and funds that we raised there for a shelter at the animal shelter, a shelter for the animals while they are there outside getting exercise. Currently, there is no shelter for them at all. We also had an opportunity, myself, Supervisor Canepa, to attend Jeff Wright was here earlier, and give certificates to the Lincoln High Engineering and Construction Academy. I did request that all 5 of us would sign. That only went through his office, but we have many businesses throughout the entire county that participate and sponsor that program. There's many students that get scholarships for construction and engineering out of that program. It's absolutely amazing and a fantastic gateway to career opportunity. Also, just mentioned to our clerk, I don't think AC is working in the building. So as the summer's going to ramp up, we're only 75, 80 degrees, and it's warm in here. So maybe we'll get maintenance to.
We're working on it. We noticed it when we turned on the AC down below.
Excellent. Good. Okay. Because summer's coming. We know the hot weather, so it'll be a step onto that. And just to piggyback on what Supervisor Canepa said, I know that we were all there and all were very productive at the One Voice, and we had meetings, found out a lot of information about FAA, the port. We're following up on funding streams that are available. Our airport director is steadfast and very much pursuing opportunities out at the airport based on his local meetings with FAA. They came to visit the facilities. So we got a lot of good things going on. It was a very beneficial trip, and glad to have participated with it. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. And with that, as chair of the San Joaquin Council of Governments, and as Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Canepa mentioned, we had a delegation of approximately 70 folks from, government officials, union leaders, business leaders, headed to Washington, D.C., I believe on the week of the 8th, to advocate for federal funding for 8 local infrastructure projects. And these included build an Altamont Corridor Express, or the A Station in Ripon, purchase 5 hybrid electric buses for the San Joaquin Regional Transit District, improve Interstate 580 Pat Pass Road or International Park of Commerce interchange, place a rail bridge in the Port of Stockton, improve Grant Line Road corridor in San Joaquin County, expand and modify SR 99 and SR 20 interchange in Manteca, reconstruct Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard roadway and rail in Stockton, and improve SR 20 Airport Way Divergent Diamond interchange. While there, we met with federal lawmakers and agencies like the EPA, the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, Federal Railroad Administration, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise's office, Congressman Harder, Congressman John Duarte, to gain their support for these local projects and others like our ag and levee protection, water, and so on. Now, this federal infrastructure funding will help improve San Joaquin County's economic development and the quality of life for our residents, as well as the safety of our roadways. So thank you all. I know Supervisor Canepa and I think we were on pretty much every single meeting, so that was cool to be able to hang out and get to know everybody a little bit better. I want to wish everybody a happy Memorial Day coming up. Please check your local area, your city. Pretty much most of the cities have a Memorial Day service. So if you're available and your family, please attend these and pay your respect for our veterans and those who pay the ultimate sacrifice, and also say thank you to all our those who have served and the families, of course, who are left behind. County Councilor, I wanted to ask you about an amicus brief. I know the Supreme Court is hearing the Chevron case, if you're familiar with that, with the Chevron doctrine. And I want to say what's the name of that case. I'm looking it up. I think of Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, whatever it is. And Can you bring that back to closed session for discussion and whether we can do an amicus brief in support of, I would have to read the case in order, pretty much.
Yeah, that is something we could bring back for closed session if the board wants to consider doing an amicus. That's fine. I can do that. We can schedule that.
Okay, cool. And I think it's there this month. And those of you who are not, let me see here. It references interpretive authority to say what the law is. So
yeah, I don't want to go too far into it because it's not agendized. But as I understand, it has to do with regulatory difference.
Right. And I think it's a huge. I think it's something that we should be actively involved in since I mean, you look at what we have here with water and agriculture and stuff like that. I mean, it's a big deal. It hasn't heard for 40 years. So we have hopefully be able to make some leeway in that. But with that, that's all I have. And Councilor, we're going to go to a closed session, or are we going to? Do you have anything to report out? You think we're going to have anything to report out of that?
I understand it's labor negotiations. I don't think there's going to be reportable action, but I would defer to the Jay shaking his head no. So I don't think we don't anticipate reportable action.
All right. With that, I'm going to say thank you to both of you, the deputies, for being here every time. We appreciate it. I know it's been some enthralling conversation. So with that, we're adjourned to Tuesday, June 6th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Thank you, everybody.